Where in hell do I go for what I've done? The Book of Sins and Their Eternal Punishments. A Guide to the Underworld for the Damned. Written by Valentin Vishnyakov. Published by Inferno Publishing. Introduction. Welcome to hell. If you're here, God's not expecting you. Welcome to hell. Hey there, if you're reading this, you fucked up. Badly. No last-minute prayers, no loopholes, no, but I'm a good person, speeches are going to save you now. Your one-way ticket to the Inferno has been punched, stamped, and laminated. You're officially a permanent resident of hell. The good news? You're not alone. The bad news? You're not alone. Hell is packed to the brim with billions of sinners, each of whom thought they were clever enough to get away with it. Spoiler alert, you weren't. Here's how it works down here. Every sin you committed in life has its own designated punishment, carefully tailored to make sure you suffer in ways you can't even imagine. And if you've committed more than one sin, which, let's face it, you probably have, you've got options. Feel free to switch between your tortures as you see fit. Want to trade the eternal furnace for the pit of endless bees? Go right ahead. They're all equally miserable, so it's really just a matter of preference. But don't think of this place as just fire and brimstone. Hell has evolved. Sure, the classics are still here, the lakes of lava, the pitchfork-wielding demons, but we've modernized. For instance, there's now a special corner for people who use LOL sarcastically in texts. Your travel guide to damnation. Hell is a vast, sprawling underworld with neighborhoods as diverse as your sins. Picture it as a twisted Disneyland, except the rides are all horrifying, you never get off, and the mascots are demons who hate your guts. Each sin gets its own unique punishment, designed with a personal touch just for you. For example, did you waste food while millions starved? Welcome to the pit of rotting buffets, where you're forever surrounded by mountains of food you can't eat because it's all crawling with maggots. Did you spread misinformation online? Congrats! You're now stuck in the echo chamber of lies, forced to listen to every falsehood you ever shared on repeat while the walls close in. Cheat on your spouse? You'll enjoy the canyon of broken trust, where the air itself is suffocating with guilt and the ground constantly collapses beneath you. Hell doesn't do one size fits all. Your punishment will feel eerily specific, as if a particularly bitter demon had been shadowing you your entire life, taking notes. And honestly, they have. The art of the punishment swap. Here's a little bonus for you overachievers who manage to rack up multiple sins. You can switch between your punishments whenever you want. Think of it as a perverse vacation package. Sick of the lake of molten despair? Head over to the desert of eternal thirst. It's not a get out of hell free card, it's more of a shuffle your suffering option. But before you get excited, remember, all the punishments suck. It's like switching between a dentist's chair, a public porta potty, and an infinite customer service hold line. Sure, it's variety, but you're still miserable. Hell's core principles. Here are a few things to keep in mind while you roast, suffocate, or drown for eternity. All punishments are equal, there's no better hell. If you think the pit of screaming ashes sounds better than the swamp of biting rats, trust us, it's not. No complaining. Yes, it's unfair. Yes, you think your punishment is too harsh. Guess what? That's exactly why you're here. You did this to yourself. Every time you cut someone off in traffic or ignored a plea for help, you were essentially booking your seat on this flaming roller coaster. Own it. Meet your demons. Demons aren't just here to stab you with pitchforks, though they will do that, it's in the contract. They're also your tormentors, your supervisors, and, occasionally, your therapists. If you're lucky, you might even get a demon with a sense of humor. If you're unlucky, you'll get Craig, the demon who takes everything personally and screams in your face every time you blink. Demons love irony, so your punishment will often have a cruel poetic twist. Were you lazy in life? Get ready to sprint on a treadmill while carrying anvils. A liar? You'll be gagged and silenced forever. A narcissist? You'll stare into a mirror that reflects nothing but your ugliest qualities. A note from management: hell isn't about random suffering, it's about justice. Twisted, agonizing justice. You're not here by accident. Every cruel word, every selfish act, every little thing you thought didn't matter, it all added up. And now you're here. So grab a pitchfork, enjoy the complimentary sulfur stench, and let's figure out where you belong. Whether it's the forest of screaming trees or the canyon of burning regret, there's a special little corner of hell waiting just for you. Welcome to the afterlife. Let's get roasting. The 7 Deadly Sins. Chapter 1, Pride. The sin pride. The one sin that makes every other sin seem like child's play. Why? Because pride doesn't just lie in the heart of the sinner, it spreads, it festers, and it slowly becomes the skeleton of their existence. It's the towering skyscraper built from fragile glass that can crumble at the slightest gust of wind. But it doesn't matter, because they're too busy admiring their reflection in every shiny surface, congratulating themselves on the mere existence of their magnificent being. Pride is that glowing self-obsession that tells you you're better than everyone else, even though, deep down, you know you're just an overcooked meatball of human flaws wrapped in designer clothes. It's the voice in your head that says, "Why should I ever be wrong? Who's more perfect than me?" When you can't see beyond your own ego, that's pride. The inability to grasp that maybe, just maybe, other people exist with value outside of being your audience or stepping stones to your greatness. The punishment for pride? Oh, it's an elegant, slow-rolling disaster. Picture it, you spend your life climbing to the top of a ladder, and when you reach the top, the only thing left is a fall. A fall so glorious, the ground will feel like it's in on the joke. Pride's punishment is a fall from grace. A fall from the pinnacle of your own delusions. You'll see the lives of those you've trampled over in a moment of clarity, as your own existence collapses like a house of cards in a wind tunnel. You might even lose your job, your friends, your lover, your dog. Your Instagram followers will dwindle, your friends will unfollow, and the only thing that will still follow you is the sound of your own embarrassment. But don't worry, the fall's not instant. Oh no. Pride's punishment works in layers. You're forced to spiral. You live long enough to see your mistakes multiply, yet you're so wrapped in your sense of superiority that you can't fathom the concept of change. You're too busy looking down your nose at the world to realize you're slowly suffocating under the weight of your own inflated ego. The atmosphere, the air around pride is thick. It smells like expensive cologne and desperation. It's the type of place where everyone talks about themselves in the third person. It's filled with mirrors, gold-plated everything, and a constant low hum of self-congratulations. Walk into a room filled with pride, and you'll feel like you've entered a warped funhouse. Everyone's too busy staring at their own reflection, adjusting their posture, waiting for their selfies to be validated. The sound is nauseating, the clinking of champagne glasses, the echo of hollow compliments, and the occasional, "Don't you know who I am?" yelled in desperation. It's a place where everyone's either wearing a suit that cost more than your car or pretending like they own the place, until they don't. Then, it gets quiet. And it's that silence that speaks louder than anything else. The kind of silence that sets in when the prideful realize they've built their entire identity on fragile foundations. Why it fits forever. Pride is forever because it has a special power. It's so deeply ingrained in human nature that it doesn't need to be taught. It's like an infection that spreads faster than gossip in high school. No one has to explain it to you, it's instinctive. Pride's the sin that never truly goes away, even if you manage to humble yourself for a brief, glimmering moment. It's like trying to scrub ink out of your skin. You can wash, and scrub, and use all the fancy soaps in the world, but that ink is still there, a little bit darker than before. Why does pride fit forever? Because even in the humbling process, pride turns into something new, an "I can do better than that" attitude. You might fail, but deep down, you'll justify your mistakes to the world and yourself. And so, pride lives on, mutating into arrogance, self-deception, and narcissism. It doesn't die, it just morphs into something that smells a little more like desperation, but still packs a punch. Can it get worse? Oh, you bet. The thing about pride is that it thrives in the dark, feeding on your own self-deception. It gets worse when you start to believe your own hype. The worst part is that you don't even realize how deeply you've buried yourself in your own bullshit until it's far too late. You're going to surround yourself with people who tell you how amazing you are. Your self-worth will become tied to every compliment, every like, every retweet. You'll bask in your own magnificence so much that you'll stop recognizing when it's starting to become absurd. And then, the universe will remind you. The universe will throw a curveball so hard that it'll knock the wind out of your pride-filled sails. You'll lose everything, your job, your friends, your social media empire. The world won't care about your brand anymore. You're going to stand in front of a mirror and realize the only person you've been fooling is yourself. And here's the kicker, no one will care when it all falls apart. When your empire crumbles, everyone you've put down, belittled, or ignored will be there, silently watching, as if waiting for the slow-motion disaster to unfold. The worst part? You'll still be clinging to your pride, even when you're at rock bottom. You'll still say, I could have been better, even when you have nothing left. Tips for survival. Want to survive pride? Here's how: admit you're not as important as you think you are. Sure, you're great. But so is the guy who bags your groceries, and so is the dog that does absolutely nothing but exists in pure, unself-conscious joy. Laugh at yourself. Self-deprecating humor is the best antidote. If you can't laugh at yourself, you'll choke on your own ego. Surround yourself with people who will knock you down a peg. If you want to avoid the fall, make sure you're constantly aware of how ridiculous your pride is. Learn humility. Yes, you've heard it 1,000 times. But it's not until you realize that you're not the center of the universe that you start to breathe without the constant suffocating pressure of me, me, me. Stop comparing yourself to everyone. We get it, you're the king of the hill. But even kings have to pay their taxes, and sometimes they're assassinated. Final words: pride isn't just a sin. It's a lifestyle. And like all addictions, it's something you have to constantly manage. The moment you think you've got it under control is the moment it will take control of you. So take a good look at yourself. But don't get too comfortable. After all, you're probably not as great as you think you are. Chapter 2, Greed. The sin. Greed. Welcome to the black hole of human desires. It's the sin that makes you look at the world and say, I want it all. And by it all, I mean everything. If it exists, you want to own it, consume it, and let it mold your identity. You could have everything a person could dream of: money, fame, luxury, and yet, it would never be enough. Greed is that insatiable hunger that turns you into a self-absorbed vacuum, gobbling up every bit of excess life throws at you. The greedy are like children who never grow up, but instead of toys, they demand cars, houses, stocks, real estate, and gold chains. You don't just want a nice house, you need a mansion. You don't just want a small vacation, you need a private island. And if you can't have it all, you'll settle for crushing anyone who dares to have even the tiniest bit more than you. Your ego becomes as bloated as your bank account. Greed isn't just about stuff, though. It's about power. It's about owning other people's futures, making their lives revolve around your desires. Want to break someone down? Start with their worth. Strip them of their dignity, their savings, their dreams. And you'll never be satisfied. Greed is like a furnace that needs constant fuel. No matter how much you throw in, it's never enough. The punishment for greed is as inevitable as a crash at the end of a high-speed chase. You'll work your entire life stacking up piles of things that ultimately serve one purpose: to remind you how empty you truly are. You'll spend decades gathering things, maybe even changing the world, but deep down, all those riches will be like wallpaper hiding the cracks in your soul. You'll never feel fulfilled. When the greed finally catches up to you, it'll rip through the fragile house you've built, like an angry tornado in a suburban neighborhood. Relationships will break, your reputation will crumble, and you'll watch from the wreckage as everything you hoarded slips from your grasp. But here's the kicker, you might be so far gone that you'll still claim, "It's not enough, I need more." It's a special kind of suffering reserved for the most delusional among us. Oh, and when your death comes, you'll find that none of your wealth goes with you. In fact, when you're 6 feet under, they might just auction off all your stuff. Not that you'll be there to see it. You'll be gone, while your material empire rots in someone else's hands. The final cosmic joke, you spent your life accumulating things, only to be forgotten by the very things that once defined you. Greed's atmosphere smells like new leather, stale coffee, and money, lots and lots of money. It's the scent of polished surfaces, the clink of coins, and the hum of transactions that never stop. Picture walking into a penthouse apartment where the air is so thick with ambition and the desire for more, you could cut it with a knife. The lights are always just a bit too bright. Everything is sharp, cold, and a little too perfect, like a showroom for everything humanity could want, but nothing feels real. Greed's environment is one of isolation. Sure, you might have people around you, but they're not there because they like you, they're there because you hold the purse strings. Your friends are transactional, your family, secondary. And the loneliness doesn't even hit at first. At first, you're too busy collecting things to notice. But as you acquire, and as the years pass, you realize no one really sees you anymore. They see your power. Your money. Your stuff. Greed's true punishment is the perfect loneliness you build for yourself while trying to fill that hole inside. Why it fits forever. Greed fits forever because it's the sin that never stops growing. You think you can control it, but soon it controls you. There's always something more to chase. And when you get what you want, the excitement of achieving it wears off faster than you can say, "Another yacht." In fact, the moment you get your yacht, you'll start dreaming about the next bigger, faster, fancier thing. Greed is like a virus, you think you can quarantine it, but it always spreads. The moment you taste a little bit of success, you crave more. It starts small, like buying the latest phone, and before you know it, you're buying luxury cars like their cereal boxes and sinking into a dark pit of debts, transactions, and credit cards. It fits forever because it's also socially acceptable in most places. In fact, the more you want, the more you're celebrated. Success is synonymous with greed, making it a socially endorsed sin. We praise the rich and the powerful, ignoring the dark cost of their empire building. Greed, in essence, is celebrated until it destroys the very people it elevates. Can it get worse? Of course. When greed eats you alive, it doesn't just leave you as a bitter husk, it forces you to destroy the world around you. With greed comes exploitation, manipulation, and the collapse of everything that should matter: love, trust, loyalty, and humanity itself. It gets worse when you drag others into your endless pursuit of excess. You'll harm the environment, trample over those who are weaker, and do whatever it takes to climb, until you reach the top of the tower that's ultimately made of sand. But by then, you've so thoroughly broken everything and everyone around you that all the power in the world won't be able to fix the wreckage. You'll die with your hands full of dust, and your heart full of regret. Tips for survival: how do you survive greed? Simple, don't feed the monster. The moment you stop seeing your worth tied to what you own, what you make, and what others think of you, the greedy beast weakens. Be mindful of the little things. Instead of coveting every piece of status or material wealth, find value in the intangible, human connection, love, fulfillment, and happiness. But if that's too much to ask, here's a survival tip: find a hobby that doesn't involve hoarding. And no, buying $1 million model train set doesn't count. Final words: greed is the sin that takes everything. And once it has taken everything, it leaves you wondering, what's the point of it all? It's an endless spiral of desire, gaining, losing, and gaining again. But it's not about the stuff you collect, it's about the emptiness that remains after the collection stops. Greed doesn't just ruin lives, it ruins souls, piece by piece, until there's nothing left but a walking, talking void with pockets full of crap. And that, my friends, is the true face of greed. Chapter 3, Lust, the Sin Lust. It's that fiery, reckless beast that gets your heart racing, your blood boiling, and your brain completely shut off. It's not just about sex, no. Lust isn't satisfied with the physical, it wants the emotional, the psychological, the deepest corners of your mind to believe that if you can just chase that one fleeting desire, everything will make sense. Lust is the drug that convinces you that instant gratification is the highest form of happiness. It feeds on your insecurity, your loneliness, your desperation for connection, and then tells you that sex, power, and indulgence are the answers. It's the one-night stand that becomes an obsession, the love affair that makes you forget about everything else, until the second it's over, and you're left with the void. It turns people into nothing more than objects to be consumed, hunted down, and discarded. Lust doesn't care if the person you're after is emotionally available, mentally stable, or even interested. It only cares about its own fulfillment. Once it has you, you're its prisoner, and your wants become secondary to that relentless pursuit of physical pleasure. And let's be clear, it doesn't matter if it's a person, a drug, or even an experience, you just need more. The punishment for lust is a soul-sucking, never-ending hunger. You think you'll find satisfaction in one person, one indulgence, one fantasy, but the high never lasts. And what's worse? You'll spend your entire existence chasing a mirage, always believing the next hit will be the one that finally satisfies your insatiable hunger. It's like filling a bathtub with water that never stops draining. The result? A life full of fleeting pleasures and lasting emptiness. You'll have moments of bliss, sure, but they will never last, and soon enough, you'll crave more, pushing boundaries, ruining relationships, burning bridges, and slowly finding yourself surrounded by people who only care about what you can give them, not who you actually are. Lust doesn't just ruin your personal life, it'll alienate you from yourself. Your search for that high will leave you a husk, emptied of anything meaningful. Lust isn't about enjoying life, it's about filling a void, and the more you try to fill it, the bigger it gets. And when you finally hit rock bottom, you'll realize your void wasn't something you could fuck or drink away. It's the hole you made when you stopped caring about anything beyond the next hit. The atmosphere of lust reeks of cheap perfume, sweat, and desperation. It's always dark, no one wants to see clearly when they're lost in the fog of their own desires. Picture a dimly lit bar or a neon-lit street corner where people lurk, waiting for their next encounter to ignite their senses. The air is thick, almost sticky with tension and anticipation. It's the kind of place where no one's ever really present. They're too busy searching for the next thrill to appreciate the moment. There's a certain hollowness that hangs over the space, as if everyone is just pretending to be something they're not, beautiful, desirable, powerful, invincible. But behind the glossy exteriors, you know everyone's hiding their own loneliness. Lust feeds on that emptiness and fills it only temporarily. That's why it always feels so wrong, even as it feels so good in the moment. Lust's true atmosphere is toxic, intoxicating, and ultimately self-destructive. It's the feeling of being trapped in a room with no windows, no doors, only walls that close in with every act of indulgence. It's the constant, gnawing awareness that no matter how much you take in, you're never truly fed. Why it fits forever? Lust fits forever because it's a primal instinct we all have, but it's corrupted. It doesn't go away because our bodies are hardwired to seek pleasure, to reproduce, and to satisfy ourselves. But in the age of instant gratification, lust has evolved from being something natural to something all-consuming. And once you've tasted it, it's hard to shake off. Lust sticks around because it's easy. It's right there, in front of you, constantly tempting you to take just a little more, do just a little more, until you lose track of what's real and what's just a product of your own insatiable desire. Even when you think you've conquered it, lust slinks back into the shadows, ready to pounce when you least expect it. The problem is, it's not just physical, it gets into your mind. The fantasies, the obsession, the way it rewires your thoughts to be focused on nothing but the next act of indulgence. Lust becomes a lens through which you see the world, distorting everything into a potential conquest. And when that lens cracks, you'll realize that all the people and things you objectified are gone. And you're left alone, wondering why your soul feels empty, your heart feels broken, and your body feels more used than ever. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Lust always gets worse. You might start with a harmless flirtation, a little fantasy here and there. But it won't stay harmless. It will creep into every corner of your life, every relationship, and every thought. You'll find yourself doing things you never imagined, rationalizing your actions as harmless or even necessary. But here's the thing, it's never just one time. It's always the next time, and the time after that. As you dig deeper into lust, the consequences get bigger and uglier. It starts with broken relationships, a reputation that tarnishes, and it can end in a devastating isolation where all you have left are memories of fleeting, superficial encounters. You'll reach a point where the act of lusting becomes a hollow ritual, a way to numb yourself from deeper pain or emptiness. And if you're unlucky enough, you'll end up in toxic cycles of manipulation, deceit, and broken trust, leaving a trail of wrecked hearts and ruined lives in your wake. Tips for survival. So, how do you survive the hellish pull of lust? Step 1. Self-awareness. Recognize it. Realize when your thoughts are turning into fantasies that will lead you down a dangerous road. Step 2. Control. Lust thrives in the shadows, so don't let it creep into your life unnoticed. Step 3. Find real connections. Stop objectifying people and start seeing them for who they are, beautiful, complicated, whole beings. Stop trying to fill your emotional void with bodies and things. Also, maybe lay off the soft porn and late-night text messages. Just saying. Final words. Lust doesn't care about your happiness. It only cares about consuming you. It's the fleeting high, the quick fix that leaves you wanting more, and yet never truly satisfies. It's easy to fall into, but nearly impossible to escape once you're in its grip. You think it's a solution, but it's just a deeper part of the problem. Lust doesn't make life better, it makes it emptier. And in the end, you'll have nothing left but your shame, your brokenness, and the empty promises that came from chasing a fleeting, fake happiness. So, buckle up, because if you think you've got control over lust, it's about to show you just how little control you really have. Chapter 4, Anger. The sin. Anger, everyone's favorite emotion to both feel and justify. Anger is like that one guest who shows up at a party uninvited, and then proceeds to kick over the punch bowl, insult everyone, and make sure the night ends in chaos. But you know what? It feels damn good. That rush of heat in your chest, the fire in your veins, the sweet, savage satisfaction of letting loose on someone who's wronged you. There's nothing quite like it, right? Anger is the drug that's always available and always ready to serve. It doesn't take much, just a slight, a misunderstanding, a little insult, and boom, you're off to the races. It doesn't need to make sense, it doesn't need to be fair. Anger doesn't care if it's your friend, your family, or some random person on the internet who just made the mistake of commenting on your post. What's important is the release, the explosion, the undeniable thrill of making the world feel your wrath. But the problem is, anger is a parasite. It feeds on itself. The more you give into it, the more it wants, and before long, it controls you. It turns you into a weapon, angry all the time, always looking for the next reason to explode. At first, it seems like you're in control, but soon enough, it's the one pulling the strings. The punishment. Oh, the sweet irony of anger's punishment. You unleash hell on someone, feeling justified and powerful in the moment, but guess what? It's never as satisfying as you think it'll be. Anger gives you the short-term thrill of releasing all that built-up frustration, but in the aftermath, you're left with nothing but regret, shame, and a trail of destruction. The people you lash out at. They might forgive you, but they won't forget. And that's if you're lucky. Sometimes, they'll just cut you out of their life altogether. Anger isolates you. It's like walking around with a neon sign over your head that reads, "Screw me, I'm unstable." People don't want to be around someone who's always one breath away from flipping out. And guess what? That feeling of power you get from being angry, it fades faster than you can say, "triggered." The second the adrenaline rush wears off, you're left with a bitter taste of emptiness, knowing you've hurt someone or something that didn't deserve it. And that anger, it never stays down for long. It's like a dog you thought you put down, only to find it at your door, scratching to get in. The real punishment of anger is that it has no end. It's a cycle, and you're stuck in it, chasing that next fight, that next burst of rage, because that's where the high lives. But it will keep feeding on you, hollowing you out, until there's nothing left. You'll have burned all your bridges, alienated everyone who matters, and what's left? Just a bitter, angry ghost, haunting the wreckage you've created. The atmosphere of anger is thick with tension and heavy with heat. It's the moment before a storm breaks, that sense of unease that charges the air. It feels like walking into a room full of suppressed rage, where no one speaks, but everyone knows the first word spoken will ignite an explosion. It's the tense silence before a fight, the thrum of fury vibrating in the space around you. The air is electric, buzzing with the potential for destruction. You can almost taste the acrid bitterness in the air, the sharpness that makes every word feel like a dagger, every look a challenge. The room might be physically calm, but you know the second someone speaks, it will erupt into chaos. You can feel the rage like a weight, a pressure pushing down on your chest, squeezing out every ounce of patience and peace you've got. It's suffocating. And once the anger is out, that atmosphere changes, everything feels like a war zone. The wreckage is everywhere, and the adrenaline high starts to wear off, leaving only the remains of your actions. It's too quiet now, too empty. People stay away, and you realize, too late, that the storm you created wasn't just external, it's inside you. And it's not going anywhere. Why it fits forever? Anger fits forever because it's ingrained in the human experience. We all get angry, it's natural, it's primal. It's a knee-jerk reaction to injustice, to hurt, to frustration. But the problem is, anger can become a habit, an addiction. It's easy to feel anger because it's a powerful emotion, and like all powerful emotions, it's often the first one you turn to when life doesn't go your way. And once you've fed the beast, it doesn't go away. It grows. Anger thrives on injustice, and let's be real, there's a lot of that in the world. There's always someone or something to be angry about. Politics, social media, personal relationships, traffic, whatever it is, anger can latch onto it and make you feel like it's justified to lash out. The real trick of anger, though, is how it convinces you that you're in control. You think that by being angry, you're taking power back, but what you're really doing is giving it away. Every time you snap, you're just handing more of your power over to the thing that angered you in the first place. Anger fits forever because it's always there, waiting, watching, ready to pounce the second something rubs you the wrong way. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Anger doesn't just stop at the verbal slap in the face. If you let it fester long enough, it can escalate to violence, to destruction, to regret that'll make you wish you could crawl into a hole and never come out. You'll burn bridges, ruin relationships, and sabotage opportunities, all in the name of some fleeting satisfaction that comes with a burst of rage. It's the wrecking ball that doesn't care if you've spent years building the structures around you. But it doesn't stop there. If you feed it long enough, it turns inward. You start turning all that rage onto yourself, spiraling into self-loathing and depression. Anger becomes self-destructive, and you'll find yourself pushing away everything you ever cared about until there's nothing left but the anger itself. And when it gets really bad, when it's too late, you'll realize the person you're most angry at is the one looking back at you in the mirror. It's the one person who's been enabling your rage all along, you. Tips for survival: walk away before you talk. Take 5 minutes. Take 10. Whatever it takes. Anger blinds you. If you don't give yourself time to cool off, you'll end up saying things you'll regret. Find another outlet. If you're angry, do something physical to release that energy. Go for a run. Punch a pillow. Scream into a void. Just don't direct it at people. Check yourself. Before blowing up, ask yourself if the anger is really worth it. Is this going to matter in 5 years? Will this decision even be relevant next week? Breathe. Seriously. Just breathe. You'd be amazed at what a few deep breaths can do to quell that volcanic eruption that's ready to explode. Talk it out. Find someone to talk to who won't feed your anger but help you process it. Anger thrives in isolation. Don't let it grow unchecked. Final words: anger might feel good in the moment, but it's a terrible long-term strategy for survival. It destroys relationships, it destroys opportunities, and worst of all, it destroys you. If you want to hold on to any shred of sanity or humanity, you need to learn how to tame the beast. Because if you don't, it will eat you from the inside out. Chapter 5, Gluttony. The sin gluttony is not just about eating like a pig, although that is certainly part of it. Gluttony is the insatiable desire to consume, to devour, to take in as much as humanly possible, and never be satisfied. It's the feeling of finishing a meal and immediately reaching for more, not because you're hungry, but because you can. It's the hunger that never truly gets fed, no matter how much you stuff down your throat, whether it's food, drink, or even life itself. But let's be real here, gluttony isn't about enjoyment. It's about the compulsion, the obsessive need to consume without thought or reason. You eat and drink because it's there, because it fills a void you can't even name, because it's easier than dealing with whatever emptiness is gnawing at your soul. Gluttony isn't about savoring the moment, it's about filling a hole that seems to have no bottom. And no matter how much you consume, the hunger never goes away. We live in a world where excess is celebrated. Bigger portions, bigger drinks, more. We're constantly encouraged to want everything, to take everything, and to leave nothing behind. It's all part of the gluttonous mindset that says, if 1 is good, 2 is better, and 5 is just right. It's the mindset that tells you that your worth is tied to how much you can consume, how much you can take, how much you can have. But here's the kicker: the more you take, the emptier you feel. The punishment for gluttony is simple yet excruciating: endless hunger and a life never fully lived. You eat and eat, you drink, and you try to fill that void, but nothing ever works. You might get a temporary high from the sugar rush or the drunk stupor, but it's always fleeting, and it never quite fixes what's broken inside you. Gluttony creates its own kind of prison. Your body gets used and abused, your health deteriorates, and you find yourself trapped in a cycle of consumption and self-destruction. At first, it feels empowering, like you're in control, like you're indulging in the best that life has to offer. But over time, the consequences start to show up: the weight gain, the exhaustion, the heartburn, the bloating, the regret. Your body begins to rebel, and so does your mind. You're left with a body that no longer functions as it should and a mind that's constantly distracted, craving the next indulgence. The real punishment? The shame. It doesn't matter how much you eat or drink, you never truly satisfy the need. The more you consume, the emptier you feel. Gluttony takes away the joy of eating, the pleasure of indulgence. Instead, it turns you into a mindless consumer, always chasing the next fix, always feeling like something's missing. And all the while, the world around you continues to move on, leaving you behind as you gorge on your own misery. The atmosphere of gluttony smells like greasy fast food and stale beer, the kind of air you breathe after a night of mindless consumption. Picture a buffet table laden with piles of food, a few dishes left half-eaten, as people continue to pile their plates higher and higher, knowing that there's no end to the supply. The air feels sticky, heavy with excess, and there's a sense of uncomfortable fullness that hangs in the room like a wet blanket. But it's not just about the food. Gluttony spills over into every aspect of life. It's the overindulgence in material things, the overflowing closet, the excess of possessions, the constant need for more, more, more. The atmosphere is suffocating with consumerism, an air of desperation to own everything and experience everything, as though you can fill the emptiness with stuff. It's a suffocating environment, where nothing is ever enough. The more you consume, the more you need to consume. There's never a moment to breathe, never a chance to stop and appreciate what you have, because you're too busy chasing after the next big thing. And even if you do manage to take a breather, the hunger is still there, gnawing at you, pushing you back into the cycle. Why it fits forever? Gluttony fits forever because it's an intrinsic part of the human experience. We are, at our core, designed to take in, to enjoy, to consume. It's natural to want things, to want food, to want experiences. But gluttony is when that natural desire spirals out of control, becoming an insatiable addiction. And it's a sin that's fed by the world around us. Everywhere you look, there's more to take, more to experience, more to consume. Our society is built on the premise of excess: consume, buy, consume more. The more we have, the better our lives are supposed to be, right? But here's the catch: gluttony never stops. You might think you've satisfied it, but no, it'll come back, louder and angrier. It doesn't matter how much you fill yourself with, it will never be enough. And in this culture of excess, we're all complicit in feeding it. The drive to consume, to have, to possess, it's in our DNA, and it will never go away. And that's why gluttony is so insidious, because it never ends. You consume today, and you need to consume tomorrow. It becomes a never-ending loop, each fix leading to the next. No matter how much you indulge, the void only grows, until you're left with nothing but a bloated, empty shell of yourself, forever chasing the high of the next thing. Can it get worse? Oh, you better believe it. Gluttony doesn't just stay in the realm of food and drink. It expands. It grows. It starts to seep into other areas of your life. It's not just about eating until you're sick, it's about wanting everything, all the time, in every aspect of your existence. You'll start to overindulge in your relationships, in your career, in your entertainment, anything to distract from that gnawing emptiness inside you. But the worst part? You'll never be able to stop. There's no off switch for gluttony. Even when you realize how far gone you are, how much you've destroyed, it will still have its claws in you. It's the part of you that can't look away from that next bite, that next drink, that next high. And when you realize that you're trapped in a cycle that only ends in misery, it will be too late. Tips for survival: surviving gluttony isn't about denying yourself pleasure, it's about recognizing the difference between enjoying something and using it to fill a void. Find balance. Appreciate the things you consume, whether that's food, experiences, or material goods, but don't let them control you. When you feel the urge to consume, ask yourself why. Are you really hungry, or are you just trying to avoid feeling something? Set limits. The world will encourage you to keep indulging, to keep taking more, but you need to recognize when enough is enough. Enjoy what you have, and then stop. It's harder than it sounds, but with practice, it's possible to regain control. Final words: gluttony promises satisfaction but delivers only emptiness. It's a sin built on instant gratification, and like any addiction, it only leads to a bigger hole inside you. The more you consume, the more you need, and in the end, it will consume you. The trick is realizing that real fulfillment doesn't come from taking more, it comes from learning to be content with less. And until you learn that, gluttony will always be waiting for you, ready to suck you back in with the next empty promise. Chapter 6: Envy. The sin: envy. It's that green-eyed monster that creeps up on you when you least expect it. You see someone with something you want, whether it's their success, their beauty, their possessions, and it eats at you from the inside. It doesn't matter if you have everything you need. Envy doesn't care about your circumstances. It's the disease that makes you look at someone else and think, why do they have it so much better than me? It's the feeling of wanting what isn't yours, of comparing yourself to others and feeling smaller as a result. It's like a parasite, quietly feeding on your self-esteem, turning every small victory someone else has into a personal defeat for you. The worst part? You can't even enjoy the good things you have because you're too busy obsessing over the things you don't have. You see others enjoying life, while all you can do is fume in silence, seething with resentment. But envy doesn't stop at just wanting what others have. It grows into bitterness, jealousy, and even hatred. It's the seed of competition gone rogue, turning healthy ambition into a toxic need to see others fail so you can feel better about yourself. You don't just want what they have, you want them to lose it. And that's where envy starts to get really dangerous. It shifts from wishing for more to wishing for someone else to have less. The punishment. Envy's punishment is a slow, torturous burn. It eats away at your soul like acid on skin, and the worst part is that it's self-inflicted. While you're fixated on someone else's success or happiness, you're ignoring your own life. You're distracted, constantly measuring your worth against someone else's. And guess what? You'll never win that comparison game. You could have everything and still feel like you're coming up short because you're comparing yourself to an ideal that doesn't even exist. The punishment doesn't stop with self-doubt. Envy makes you act in ways that sabotage your own life. You start undermining others, spreading rumors, gossiping, or even sabotaging their success because their achievements sting too much. And every time you do, the anger and resentment only grow. It's a vicious cycle, where the more you hate what others have, the more you lose sight of your own potential. The bitter irony is that the more you covet others' success, the more you sabotage your own chances of achieving it. At the same time, envy isolates you. It creates an invisible barrier between you and the people you're jealous of. You can't be happy for them, so you keep your distance, convincing yourself that their success is their fault, not yours. You've created a prison for yourself, one of your own making. It's the punishment that doesn't just affect your mind, but your relationships, your career, and your own peace of mind. The atmosphere of envy is tense and cold. It's that uncomfortable feeling you get when you're surrounded by people who seem to have it all together, while you're struggling just to keep up. It's the quiet bitterness in a room full of successes that you feel but can't express. You stand there, smiling, nodding, pretending to be happy for them, while on the inside, your gut is churning with jealousy. It's the environment where everyone's achievements are viewed with suspicion, where compliments are given with a side of resentment. The air feels thick with comparisons: who's doing better, who's winning, who's got the latest gadget, the better house, the hotter spouse. It's the place where everyone is secretly measuring their worth against everyone else, trying to stay on top while making sure no one else climbs higher. The worst part is that it's all invisible. No one talks about it, but everyone feels it. Envy's atmosphere is suffocating. It stifles creativity, kills joy, and clouds any sense of satisfaction you might have had. Everyone in the room is so busy looking at everyone else, they forget to look at their own progress. They forget to appreciate the things they have, because they're too focused on the things they don't. Why it fits forever? Envy fits forever because it's rooted in human nature. From the moment we were born, we were taught to compare ourselves to others. Our achievements were measured against the achievements of our peers, our worth was tied to the things we had compared to the things others had. It's part of what drives us to strive, to achieve, to compete. But when it crosses the line into envy, that drive becomes toxic. We start measuring our value based on how we stack up against others, and not on who we are or what we've accomplished. Envy is always there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to rear its ugly head. It never goes away because there's always someone with something more, someone with more success, more fame, more wealth. And unless you can learn to silence it, that envy will follow you for the rest of your life. It's a sin that never truly fades because it's tied to the fear of inadequacy and the need to prove yourself against an unattainable standard. As long as comparison exists, envy will always be lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. Can it get worse? Oh, it can definitely get worse. Envy isn't just about feeling bad about yourself. It can snowball into a complete mental breakdown if left unchecked. You begin to resent every success around you, including your own. Nothing you do will ever feel good enough. And when you let that envy grow unchecked, it morphs into full-blown obsession. You'll find yourself stalking people's social media accounts, digging through their personal lives, trying to figure out what they have that you don't. It becomes an addiction, a hunger that can never be satisfied. Worse still, envy can turn you into a person you don't even recognize. You might start tearing people down to make yourself feel better, gossiping behind their backs, undermining their achievements, or even lying about them just to feel superior. But all of that makes things worse. You'll lose friends, respect, and any sense of self-worth you might have had. Envy consumes you from the inside out, and in the end, it will leave you with nothing but a bitter, twisted version of who you once were. Tips for survival: stop comparing yourself to others. Seriously. It's not a competition. Everyone has their own journey. Focus on your path, not someone else's. Celebrate others' success. Instead of resenting someone's achievements, try being genuinely happy for them. It's freeing and you'll be surprised at how good it feels. Work on your self-esteem. Envy often stems from feeling inadequate. Build yourself up, recognize your own worth, and stop looking for validation from others. Focus on gratitude. Take stock of your own blessings. It's hard to be envious when you're grateful for what you have. Final words: envy is like a slow poison that takes root in your heart and grows when you least expect it. The more you feed it, the more it will consume you. But it doesn't have to define you. It's a sin that can be conquered, but it requires conscious effort. The trick is to stop comparing, to embrace what you have, and to appreciate the successes of others without letting it eat away at you. Because in the end, envy will never bring you happiness, it will only leave you wanting more of something you can't have. Chapter 7, Sloth. The Sin. Sloth, the art of doing absolutely nothing, or at least as little as possible. You could be doing something productive, something meaningful, but instead, you're lying in bed, scrolling aimlessly through your phone, or binge-watching that one show you've seen 12 times. It's not about being tired or needing rest, it's about sheer laziness. The desire to avoid effort at any cost, even if it means sacrificing growth, opportunity, and satisfaction. Sloth is the deadbeat cousin to ambition, the one who always has an excuse for not getting anything done, and it thrives in a society that celebrates instant gratification. But sloth isn't just physical laziness, it's mental laziness too. It's the avoidance of responsibility, the refusal to engage with life, and the neglect of your potential. It's that moment when you realize you could do something useful, but instead, you think, I'll do it tomorrow, and then never do it. Sloth is procrastination, apathy, and stagnation all rolled into one. It's the sin that gets away with it because no one can see the harm it's causing until it's too late. It wears a cozy, comfortable mask, luring you into the trap of doing nothing until you wake up one day and realize you've wasted years of your life. The punishment for sloth isn't dramatic, it's insidious. It's the slow, creeping realization that your life is slipping away, one unproductive day at a time. It's the constant frustration of knowing you could be doing something better, but you never quite get around to it. Sloth punishes you by turning your potential into regret. The more you avoid action, the more it compounds, and suddenly, you're overwhelmed by all the things you never did. You're stuck in a perpetual cycle of inaction, where every day feels like the same dull routine, and every opportunity slips further out of reach. It's a punishment that feels like you're suffocating in your own lethargy. The more you do nothing, the harder it becomes to do anything at all. It's not an immediate consequence, it's the slow decay of ambition, the erosion of dreams. Your life becomes a series of empty days, where nothing gets done, nothing is achieved, and you're left with a vague, gnawing dissatisfaction. It's the kind of punishment where you look back, and all you have to show for it are the reruns you've watched and the meals you've eaten in bed. There's no external force that enforces it, it's just the bitter, unrelenting realization that you've wasted your time, one slow, agonizing minute at a time. The atmosphere of sloth feels heavy, like an oppressive blanket of inaction that drapes over everything. It's the atmosphere of a room filled with people who are perfectly content with doing the bare minimum. It's the low hum of a TV playing in the background, the ambient noise of an untouched to-do list, and the faint sound of half-hearted excuses. You can feel the weight of unfulfilled potential in the air, it's thick and palpable. Everyone in the room is kind of waiting for someone else to take the first step, but no one does. You sit, stagnate, and hope that somehow, miraculously, things will get done on their own. The air is stale, and there's no sense of urgency. In a room full of sloth, even time seems to slow down. It's a space where every task feels like a mountain, where every challenge is met with the same defeated response: why bother? The atmosphere smells faintly of apathy, of missed opportunities, of comfortable mediocrity. You're not moving forward, but you're not really moving backward either. You're just there. Existing, but never truly living. Why it fits forever? Sloth fits forever because it plays on the natural human desire to avoid discomfort. At its core, sloth is about self-preservation, keeping things easy, avoiding the stress and effort that come with work, achievement, or growth. We all have days when we just don't want to do anything, and that's normal. But sloth is more than just a lazy day. It's a habit that builds upon itself, like rust slowly eating away at a car until it's nothing but a pile of dust. The more you give in to sloth, the harder it becomes to break out of it. Eventually, it becomes a way of life. In a world that values productivity and success, sloth quietly undermines everything. It's easy to ignore at first, to laugh off, but over time, it leaves its mark. It's the sneaky destroyer of dreams, the silent thief of time. And here's the thing, no one's going to come knocking to tell you you've wasted your life. No one's going to slap you across the face and force you to move. Sloth lets you slide under the radar while it slowly kills your ambition. It's a silent, comfortable killer that fits forever because it thrives on human inertia. Once it's in your system, it's so damn hard to shake off. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Sloth can absolutely get worse. Once you become accustomed to avoiding effort, it spreads to every part of your life. Your relationships begin to feel like chores. Your work becomes a drag. You lose interest in hobbies, passions, and even simple pleasures. You can't even enjoy a good book or movie because your mind is too sluggish to engage. And then, it hits you, you've become a ghost in your own life. You're going through the motions, but you're not really there. Sloth breeds a deep dissatisfaction that can only be ignored for so long. Eventually, you'll be forced to confront the fact that you've spent years coasting on autopilot, and you'll have nothing to show for it but regret. The longer you remain in this state, the harder it will be to get out. In fact, sloth has a way of turning into a cycle of depression and burnout, where you're so stuck in your own inaction that you can't even find the energy to start living again. Tips for survival: if you're trying to break free from sloth, you need to take the smallest step first. Just do something. Anything. Start with one simple task that you can't put off. Do that, then move to the next. It's about building momentum, and the hardest part is getting started. Sloth thrives in a vacuum, in moments of indecision. Give yourself a deadline. Tell yourself, if I don't start this now, I'll never start. Start small, and don't expect miracles. Change doesn't happen overnight, but every small effort you make will chip away at the laziness that has you in its grip. The key is consistency, don't let your brain talk you out of it. And for God's sake, get up off the couch. Go outside, even if it's just for a walk. It doesn't need to be a marathon, just do something. Final word: sloth is one of those sins that sneaks up on you. It feels harmless at first, even comforting. But once it sets in, it's like a quicksand you don't even know you're sinking into until it's too late. And the worst part? The longer you stay in that comfort zone, the harder it becomes to pull yourself out. So, get up. Do something. Before Sloth does its work, and you wake up 20 years later with a lifetime of missed opportunities. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take a nap. Because, hey, we all need a break, right? 2. Grave personal and moral transgressions. Chapter 8, Murder. The sin. Murder, the most brutal of sins, the ultimate violation of another person's right to live. It's the act of intentionally ending a life, often driven by anger, hatred, or a desperate need for control. When someone commits murder, they're not just killing a body, they're ripping apart the fabric of someone's existence, destroying all their potential, their experiences, their loved ones. Murder doesn't just take a life, it takes everything that life could have been, everything that person could have done, everything they could have become. What makes murder especially sinister is that it often comes with justification. Maybe it's revenge, maybe it's self-defense, maybe it's out of fear or greed. The sinner rationalizes the act, convincing themselves that the victim had it coming. But in reality, there's no justification for snuffing out a life. There's no way to erase the consequences of murder. It's a permanent act in an impermanent world, and once the deed is done, it can never be undone. No matter how many excuses you come up with, no matter how many reasons you tell yourself, a life is gone, and that's something that can never be replaced. The punishment for murder is a combination of external consequences and internal turmoil. First, there's the external consequence, the law, the justice system, the community, and sometimes the victim's loved ones. Murderers are often hunted down, convicted, and sent to prison. And in some cases, the punishment may be death itself. But there's also the internal punishment, which is far more insidious. Guilt, shame, and remorse will rot the murderer from the inside out. Even if they escape the physical consequences, they're never truly free. Every moment after the murder is tinged with the awareness of what they've done. The silence, the empty spaces, the memories of the victim, these are the things that will haunt them forever. Whether they've been caught or not, the weight of what they've done will never go away. It doesn't matter if they repent, it doesn't matter if they try to make amends. The act itself is unforgivable. The sin is permanent, and so is the punishment. The real kicker is that even when the murderer doesn't face the outside world's punishment, they'll never escape the punishment in their own mind. They're imprisoned by the image of their victim's face, the sound of their final breaths, the horror in their eyes. Murder is the kind of sin that eats away at you from the inside. It rots you slowly and painfully. You can try to move on, but you can't outrun the ghosts of what you've done. The atmosphere surrounding murder is thick with tension, fear, and remorse. It's the kind of space where every shadow feels like it's hiding something, every creak of the floorboard sounds like the approaching footsteps of justice, and every echo in the silence is a reminder of the life that's been taken. It's an oppressive environment, suffocating under the weight of the sin committed. In a room where murder has occurred, you can feel the stain. The air is thick, heavy with the knowledge that something terrible has happened. There's no room for innocence or peace. The walls might as well be covered in blood, and the floor might as well be cracking beneath the weight of the act. Everyone in the room knows that something permanent has shifted, and the aftershocks will be felt forever. But it doesn't end there. The atmosphere of murder is also filled with fear, fear of being caught, fear of retribution, fear of what's to come. The murderer becomes paranoid, always looking over their shoulder, convinced that justice will eventually catch up to them. It's an atmosphere where trust is shattered, relationships are fractured, and the world becomes a little darker. Why it fits forever? Murder fits forever because the consequences are, quite literally, irreversible. Once a life is taken, it cannot be returned. The sin of murder is something that stays with you forever, even if the world around you moves on. The victim is gone, and you are left to deal with the aftermath of your actions. The act of taking a life isn't something that can be forgotten, erased, or undone. It's a permanent stain on the soul. The concept of murder is also deeply ingrained in the human psyche. We understand, on a primal level, that taking another person's life is the worst thing one can do. It's a violation of the most fundamental law of existence, life itself. The sin transcends time, culture, and circumstance. It doesn't matter if it's for love, revenge, or out of a sense of justice, murder is always wrong, and the weight of it is something that never goes away. It's the sin that refuses to be forgotten. Murder also fits forever because it taps into our deepest fears. The fear of being killed, the fear of losing a loved one, the fear of our own mortality. It's a sin that leaves a mark not just on the victim but on society as a whole. It alters the fabric of human existence and forever changes the way we look at each other. And the murderer, too, is changed. They may try to convince themselves that it was justified or that they're a different person, but deep down, they know what they've done. And they'll never be the same again. Can it get worse? Can murder get worse? The answer, unfortunately, is yes. While murder is already the most extreme violation of another's right to exist, there are ways it can be made even more heinous. Murder for pleasure, for sport, for greed, or in cold blood, with no remorse, that's a next level of evil. Killing someone for a trivial reason, or in a particularly brutal or torturous way, makes the sin not just about ending a life but about the complete disregard for the sanctity of that life. And then, there are serial killers, people who repeat the act, who make a career out of murder, taking lives without a second thought. These individuals transform murder from a terrible crime into an ongoing nightmare. They dehumanize their victims, viewing them as nothing more than objects in their twisted game. The very act of murder becomes a part of their identity, and that makes it worse than simply taking one life. Even outside of the physical violence, murder can be made worse in the way it affects those left behind, the families, the communities, the loved ones who now have to carry the weight of a life taken too soon. The ripple effect of murder spreads far beyond the victim, and that's where the true horror lies. Tips for survival: the best way to survive the sin of murder. Don't commit it. Seriously. Just don't do it. No amount of justification will make it okay. If you're angry, if you're upset, if you're hurt, deal with those emotions in a healthy way. Seek help, talk to someone, or remove yourself from the situation. Killing someone is never the answer. If you are ever in a situation where someone is about to commit murder, step in. Don't let the situation escalate to that point. Violence can always be avoided if you're willing to intervene or de-escalate. Be the one to take action before it's too late. And if you've already committed murder, there's no easy way out. You have to live with what you've done, and that's a burden you'll carry forever. You might try to bury it, but it will always rise to the surface. The only path to survival in this case is to own up to it, face the consequences, and seek redemption where possible. Final words: murder is the ultimate sin. It is the destruction of life, the end of existence, and the permanent loss of potential. It's an act that cannot be undone, a stain on the soul that doesn't wash away. And while some may think that they can justify it, rationalize it, or move past it, the truth is that murder stays with you forever. Once you take someone's life, you're never the same, and neither is the world around you. The only way to avoid the punishment of murder is to never commit the sin in the first place. Hold on to your humanity. Respect life. Recognize that violence, revenge, and hatred will only destroy you in the end. Chapter 9, Adultery. The sin adultery is the betrayal of trust, the breaking of promises, the shattering of the sacred bond between two people. It's the act of stepping outside the boundaries of a committed relationship to indulge in the pleasures of someone else, whether physical, emotional, or both. It doesn't matter if it's a one-time fling or a long-term affair, it's a violation of the vows, the promises, and the loyalty that were supposed to bind you to another. The act itself is often wrapped in lies, secrecy, and guilt, but once it's done, it can never be undone. It's like setting fire to a bridge you can never rebuild, watching as the ashes settle into a future of mistrust and shame. Adultery is about more than just a lapse in judgment. It's about disillusionment, about seeking something outside of what you've already promised to cherish. It's about trying to fill the empty spaces with someone else, believing that the external satisfaction will somehow fix what's broken inside. But adultery doesn't fix anything, it creates more holes. It creates a mess of guilt, confusion, and heartbreak. No matter how many excuses you make, no matter how much you try to justify it, adultery is the act of choosing to hurt someone you love, whether you want to admit it or not. The punishment for adultery is a double-edged sword. First, there's the external punishment, breaking the trust of your partner, the agony of knowing you've shattered the person who believed in you. It's the wreckage of relationships, the end of marriages, the feeling of betrayal that never really fades. Even if you think you've gotten away with it, the truth always comes out, sooner or later. The moment you think you've hidden it, it's like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at the worst possible moment. But then there's the internal punishment, the one that gnaws at you from the inside. Guilt, shame, and regret become your constant companions. Every time you see your partner's face, you'll feel the weight of your secret, the burden of your actions. You can try to suppress it, drown it out, but the knowledge that you've betrayed someone will haunt you. It's the mental toll that continues long after the affair is over, long after the relationship may or may not be repaired. Adultery doesn't just ruin a relationship, it ruins a piece of your integrity, a piece of your ability to trust yourself. For some, the punishment may come in the form of the fractured future, children caught in the crossfire, families torn apart, and a life that's never quite the same again. But even those who get away with it on the surface often carry the mark of adultery with them forever. It's the sin that keeps on giving, long after the affair has ended. The atmosphere of adultery is heavy, thick with secrecy and tension. It's the cold, sharp edge of deception that cuts through every moment. It's the suppressed glances, the nervous laughter, the feeling that something is off, but you can't quite put your finger on it. There's an aura of betrayal in the air, like a lingering scent that you can never wash away. Even if the affair is kept a secret, you can feel it, its weight is there, a tension between two people who should trust each other, but no longer do. The room feels colder somehow, the conversation awkward and strained. It's the feeling of not being able to look your partner in the eye without seeing the reflection of your own guilt staring back at you. There's no peace in the atmosphere, no serenity, just the heavy realization that the sanctity of the relationship has been broken. The worst part? That feeling of being trapped between two worlds, not really belonging to either. You're not free, but you're not truly loyal either. You're stuck in a lie, suspended in the space between what you've done and what you wish you hadn't. Why it fits forever? Adultery fits forever because the damage it does doesn't just disappear after the affair is over. Even if the relationship survives, the trust is never fully restored. Adultery doesn't leave a neat little scar, it leaves a jagged wound that never heals quite the same way. The hurt, the betrayal, the sense of loss, it all lingers like a ghost in the corners of your life. And even if you think you've moved on, you'll always carry the weight of what you did. The reason it fits forever is simple, it's a sin that doesn't just impact the moment, it impacts everything that comes after. It destroys trust, fractures bonds, and leaves a lasting imprint on the person who's been hurt. Whether or not the relationship survives, the guilt and regret will follow you. It doesn't matter how many years go by or how many times you apologize, it's always there, in the back of your mind, like a nagging thought you can't shake off. Adultery also fits forever because it's often rooted in deeper issues, unmet needs, lack of communication, or emotional emptiness. It's never just about the physical act, it's a sign of something deeper, something more broken. And no matter how many apologies you give, no matter how many promises you make, until the root cause is addressed, the sin will linger, sometimes for a lifetime. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Adultery can get worse in a number of ways. The betrayal is only the tip of the iceberg. If the affair becomes public, the fallout could be catastrophic, not just in terms of the relationship, but in terms of reputation, social standing, and even financial stability. The wreckage spreads outward, touching everyone in the orbit of the two people involved. Friends turn into enemies, families become divided, and the ripple effect of the betrayal touches so many lives. The guilt can worsen too, as the truth comes out and the weight of what's been done settles in. It's one thing to harbor the secret, but it's another thing entirely to have the whole world know about it. And the internal punishment of adultery? It can reach even more extreme levels. Some people go to great lengths to numb the pain: alcohol, drugs, work, anything to avoid facing the reality of what they've done. Tips for survival: if you're tempted, just don't do it. It's cliché, but true. If you can avoid making the mistake in the first place, do it. Once you cross that line, there's no going back. Communicate. Talk to your partner about what's missing. It's hard, it's uncomfortable, but honesty is always better than betrayal. Seek help. If you're caught up in the emotional turmoil that leads to an affair, get therapy. There's nothing wrong with seeking help to address the underlying issues. Rebuild trust slowly, if at all. Don't expect everything to go back to normal immediately. It might take years, if it happens at all. Final words: adultery is one of the darkest and most destructive sins, not just because of what it does to relationships, but because of what it does to you. The guilt, the shame, the lies, it all adds up to a heavy burden that's hard to carry. And even if you somehow escape the consequences, you'll always carry the scar with you. Chapter 10, Theft. The sin: theft is the act of taking something that doesn't belong to you, without consent, regardless of whether it's a material object, a person's dignity, or even their time. It's rooted in a simple yet powerful desire, wanting what isn't yours, thinking that your needs or desires are more important than someone else's right to keep what's theirs. Whether it's shoplifting a candy bar, swiping someone's life savings, or stealing someone's intellectual property, theft at its core is about taking without regard for the consequences or the feelings of the person you've taken from. What makes theft particularly insidious is that it often comes wrapped in justification. I needed it, they won't miss it, or, it's not hurting anyone. The rationalizations flow freely, but at the end of the day, stealing is a violation of another's right to possess what they've earned, what they've worked for, what they've created. The act itself can leave deep scars: resentment, fear, a sense of vulnerability, and even if you never get caught, you'll always carry the weight of knowing you took something that wasn't yours. Theft isn't just about material possessions, it's about what you steal from someone's peace of mind, their sense of safety, their trust. The punishment: the external punishment for theft varies depending on the severity of the crime. It could range from a slap on the wrist, like a fine or community service, to prison time for grand theft or armed robbery. The law isn't particularly lenient when it comes to stealing, and for good reason. Theft undermines the very foundation of social trust. If everyone started taking what wasn't theirs, society would fall apart. But the external punishment isn't the worst part. The real punishment comes from within. Once you steal, you're not just a thief in the eyes of the law, you're a thief in the eyes of your own conscience. Guilt starts gnawing at you, and it doesn't stop. Even if you justify your actions, it's hard to escape the feeling that you've done something wrong. You'll walk around with the shadow of your crime looming over you, waiting for someone to call you out on it. And then, of course, there's the loss of trust from those around you. The moment someone finds out, the relationships can crumble faster than a sandcastle in a hurricane. That's the true cost of theft, not just the stolen item, but the very respect and trust you'll never get back. The atmosphere surrounding theft is thick with tension and shame. There's the exhilaration of getting away with it, the adrenaline rush of breaking the law and getting away unscathed, but that's just the brief high before the plunge. In the aftermath, the atmosphere shifts into something colder, something more ominous. It's that unmistakable sense that something is wrong. You can feel it when you walk into a room, everyone's eyes might be on you, even if they don't know why. It's that guilt that sits on your chest like a ton of bricks, suffocating every conversation, every gesture, every glance. Even when you think you've gotten away with it, you're always looking over your shoulder, waiting for the hammer to fall. You'll never truly relax, because you'll always wonder if someone knows, if someone's onto you. And if you do get caught, the atmosphere becomes even more suffocating. The embarrassment, the shame, the fear of facing your victims, the dread of facing the consequences, it all rolls into a heavy cloud of misery that clings to you. Theft isn't just an act, it's a stain on the atmosphere around you, one that can take years to scrub away, if it can ever be scrubbed away at all. Why it fits forever? Theft fits forever because it's not just a sin of taking something physical, it's a sin that erodes the very trust that people place in each other. Once you've stolen, you've shown that you're willing to violate someone's rights, their sense of security, their belief in the goodness of others. The damage is rarely contained to just the victim, you've also created ripples in every relationship you have, in every situation you face afterward. Even if you never get caught, you'll carry that knowledge around with you, like a scar that never fully heals. Theft also fits forever because it alters your relationship with the world. Once you've stolen, you view things differently. You look at items and think, would anyone notice if I took that? You start to see the world not as a place where people own things and have rights, but as a treasure chest where everything is up for grabs. This mindset can destroy your ability to trust, to care for others, and to interact with society as a whole. And it doesn't just end with material theft, it can extend to things like stealing time, stealing credit, or stealing opportunities. Once you've stolen, you begin to see the value of things differently, and not in a good way. The reason theft fits forever is simple, you can't unsteal something. You can't undo the act once it's done. No matter how much you try to hide it, the consequences are going to haunt you. The relationship you had with the person you stole from will never be the same. They'll never look at you the same way again, even if they never find out about the theft. The atmosphere of mistrust and guilt will linger, sometimes forever. Can it get worse? Oh, it definitely can get worse. Theft can escalate in countless ways. What starts as something small, like shoplifting or borrowing without asking, can snowball into something much bigger. A little theft can lead to more serious crimes, breaking and entering, fraud, embezzlement, or even violence. And as your crimes escalate, so do the consequences. What was once a simple sin becomes a full-blown disaster. Getting caught becomes more likely, and the punishment becomes more severe. Even if you manage to avoid getting caught, you'll always be on edge, constantly looking over your shoulder. But beyond just the legal consequences, theft can escalate emotionally. The more you steal, the more you rationalize your actions, and the more callous you become. You start to lose sight of what's right and wrong, and the boundaries between right and wrong become blurrier. That's the real danger, theft can turn you into someone you don't even recognize. Someone willing to steal everything, trust, loyalty, love, just to get what they want. Tips for survival: don't steal, obviously. The simplest and most effective tip. But seriously, avoid the temptation. It's never worth it. Learn to work for what you want. There's no shortcut to success or happiness. Stealing might seem like an easy way out, but it's never the right way. Recognize the value of trust. Trust is something you can't get back once it's gone. Stealing destroys that trust, and you'll spend the rest of your life trying to rebuild it. Face the consequences. If you've stolen something, don't run from it. Own up to your actions, apologize, and make amends. It might not fix everything, but it's a start. Understand that you're better than that. Don't let theft define you. You are not a thief. Make the choice to do better. Final words: theft is a slippery slope that often begins with small things but grows into something much bigger and more destructive. It's a sin that starts with a single moment of weakness, a single moment where you decide that what you want is more important than what someone else has. And from there, it spirals. But even after you've stolen, there's hope. Redemption is always possible, as long as you're willing to face your actions and make things right. The real key is remembering that nothing is worth losing your integrity. If you can't trust yourself, what else do you have? Chapter 11, Perjury. The sin perjury is the act of lying under oath, particularly in a legal setting. It's one of those sins that takes a basic lie and supercharges it with the weight of a legal system designed to uphold truth and justice. When you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, you're entering into a contract with society and the law. Perjury is a breach of that contract. It's a slap in the face to the very concept of justice. It's a deliberate attempt to mislead a court, an investigation, or any legal proceeding, all to benefit yourself or harm someone else. In a nutshell, perjury isn't just lying, it's lying in a way that directly undermines the system that is supposed to protect and uphold truth. Perjury can be committed for a variety of reasons: to get someone off the hook, to take the fall for someone else, to escape punishment, or even to gain some personal advantage. Whatever the reason, the consequences are far worse than a casual fib to your friend about why you didn't make it to dinner. Perjury plays with the very foundation of law, truth, and fairness. And once you're caught, the repercussions aren't just legal, they're personal, professional, and social. You're not just a liar anymore, you're a liar with intent to corrupt the justice system itself. And that's the kind of stain that's difficult to scrub off. The punishment for perjury isn't pretty, and for good reason. Lying in a court of law can result in criminal charges, with penalties including heavy fines, jail time, or both. The punishment exists not only to penalize the individual who committed perjury but also to send a message that the integrity of legal proceedings cannot be tampered with. If lying under oath were tolerated, the entire legal system would crumble under the weight of dishonesty. But beyond the formal punishments, the true cost of perjury is more personal. Once you're caught, your credibility is shattered. You'll be known as someone who deliberately corrupted a process meant to deliver justice. No one will trust you, not just in court, but in life. Your word becomes worthless. The friendships you've built, the career you've worked so hard for, and the reputation you've painstakingly cultivated? Gone in an instant. Perjury is a sin that doesn't just bring legal consequences, it dismantles your entire world, one lie at a time. And let's not forget the psychological toll. The stress of keeping up a lie in such a high-stakes situation can wear down even the most hardened individuals. The pressure of knowing that at any moment, you could be caught, will eat away at you. The guilt, the paranoia, the fear of being exposed, it doesn't go away when the trial ends. It lingers long after, like a shadow that never leaves. The atmosphere surrounding perjury is thick with tension. Imagine standing in front of a judge, swearing an oath to tell the truth, and then knowingly offering up a lie. It's like being in a room full of people staring at you, but everyone's face is a mask, because no one knows whether to believe you or not. The weight of the lie hangs over you like a storm cloud, casting a shadow over every word you speak. It's suffocating, knowing that you're not just misleading someone, you're misleading an entire system that's built to be impartial and just. And if you do get caught, the atmosphere becomes absolutely toxic. Suddenly, everyone in the room is glaring at you. You can feel the eyes of the judge, the jury, your lawyer, your opponent, and even the spectators on you, like they all know you're the cancer in the courtroom. Your credibility is shredded in front of the very people who once believed in you. It's a moment that lingers, not just in the court, but in your life. People will always remember you as the person who couldn't be trusted, and every encounter will carry that invisible weight. Why it fits forever? Perjury fits forever because it's a direct attack on trust. And trust is the bedrock of not just legal systems, but all human interactions. Once you lie under oath, you've taken that trust and torn it to pieces. And while the legal system might punish you for it, the long-term damage is far more pervasive. It doesn't just affect the case at hand, it contaminates everything you do from then on. Your word is no longer law. Your word is a weapon that could be used against you at any time. In addition, perjury is a sin that lingers long after the courtroom drama is over. The people who knew you, worked with you, or believed in you will never forget it. The reputation you've worked to build is forever scarred. It doesn't matter if you're acquitted or not, you'll always be the person who tried to cheat the system. And in the eyes of those around you, that mark is permanent. You've shown that when it counted, you were willing to sacrifice honesty for your own gain. Moreover, it's a sin that festers. It's not just the one lie you tell, it's the fact that you now have to continue weaving that web of lies to cover your tracks. Every new word you speak, every new piece of evidence you present, becomes part of the edifice you've built on a foundation of deceit. The more you try to cover it up, the more tangled and precarious your situation becomes. You end up a prisoner of your own lies. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Perjury can absolutely get worse. Let's say you lie under oath to save your skin, but then, in your panic, you lie about something even bigger, something that brings even more people into the fold. You could drag innocent people down with you, falsely accuse someone, or implicate others in a crime they didn't commit. The lies pile up until your deception causes massive collateral damage. What's worse, the legal consequences for perjury only get more severe if the lie is discovered. In some cases, a single lie can derail entire criminal investigations or civil lawsuits. You could find yourself facing multiple charges: perjury, obstruction of justice, and even conspiracy. You thought you could cheat the system? Well, the system has a way of turning on you, and the longer you keep up your ruse, the bigger the crash when it all unravels. And then there's the moral descent. Every time you lie, you move further away from the truth. It becomes harder to recognize right from wrong, and soon, you may no longer be able to tell the difference. Your soul becomes a labyrinth of lies, and finding your way back to honesty seems impossible. And let's face it, at that point, who even cares? Tips for survival: don't lie in the first place. The best way to avoid perjury is simple: don't lie under oath. If you don't know the truth, don't make it up. If you're unsure, admit it. The law values honesty, and you can still maintain your integrity if you stick to the truth. If you've already lied, come clean. It's never too late to start telling the truth. The longer you drag out your lies, the worse it gets. Coming clean may not fix everything, but it can stop the damage from spreading. Know the consequences. Understand that perjury isn't just a small mistake, it's a serious crime with long-lasting consequences. Think twice before you decide to lie your way out of trouble. Accept accountability. If you do get caught, own up to it. The sooner you accept responsibility, the sooner you can start to rebuild your life. Denying it only makes things worse. Final words: perjury isn't just a legal sin, it's a moral one. It's the betrayal of the very system that allows us to function as a society. A society that values truth above all else. Once you lie under oath, there's no going back. The cost is high, the price is steep, and the consequences are endless. You're not just lying to a judge, you're lying to yourself and everyone who trusted you. And in the end, the truth always has a way of catching up with you, no matter how much you try to bury it. Perjury is a sin that marks you forever, and once it's out in the open, there's no erasing it. Chapter 12, Suicide: the sin. Suicide is the ultimate act of self-destruction. It's the tragic and irreversible decision to end one's own life, often born from deep pain, hopelessness, or a profound sense of being trapped. It's a sin that carries an unimaginable weight, not just for the one who takes their life, but for those left behind, who are left to pick up the pieces of their shattered world. There is an eerie, dark sense of finality to suicide, as it represents not just the end of life but also the abandonment of all possibilities for redemption, recovery, and healing. But what makes it a sin? It's not just that you're cutting short your life, it's the rejection of the gift of life itself. Life is not ours to end. To take it is to defy the very purpose of existence, to turn your back on the struggles that might offer growth, and to abandon the opportunity to overcome even in the most unbearable of circumstances. It's an act of surrender, surrender to the pain, surrender to the darkness, and surrender to the lie that nothing will ever get better. Suicide is the sin of giving up, of forfeiting the battle before the war is over. The darkest aspect of suicide as a sin is that it's often the result of a distortion of perception, where pain feels so overwhelming, so insurmountable, that the person can't see any other way out. It's the breaking point where someone no longer believes in the possibility of change, where hope fades to nothingness. And in that moment, it can feel like the only answer. But it's a sin because it closes the door on every chance at healing, every potential for change, and every opportunity for reconciliation with the pain that once felt unbearable. The punishment for suicide, from a moral and spiritual standpoint, is the pain left behind. When someone takes their own life, they leave behind a wake of sorrow, guilt, and confusion in the hearts of those who loved them. The grief that loved ones experience can be deep and long-lasting, often leaving them with feelings of powerlessness and regret. They question what they could have done differently, what signs they missed, and if there was any way they could have stopped it. The most tragic consequence of suicide is that it's often a permanent solution to a temporary problem. There may be pain, anguish, or despair in the moment, but time, support, and healing can change things. The aftermath of suicide is like a wound that never fully heals. Survivors live with that rawness, the what-ifs, and the haunting memory of someone they couldn't save. From a spiritual perspective, suicide is viewed as an irreversible rejection of life, and many belief systems see it as a severe transgression against the sanctity of life. In some traditions, suicide is seen as a separation from God or the ultimate act of despair that leads to eternal punishment. Whether or not you agree with that belief, the sin of suicide is inherently tied to an irreversible loss of connection, to self, to others, and, in some views, to the divine. The atmosphere surrounding suicide is one of crushing isolation. It's not just physical isolation, it's emotional and mental isolation. The person contemplating suicide is often submerged in a fog of despair, where all their thoughts are consumed by darkness, and the world feels distant and cold. Every interaction, every conversation, every effort made by others to reach them can seem irrelevant, or worse, irritating. They feel like a burden to others, or like they're beyond help, as if no one can understand the depth of their pain. For those who survive the aftermath of suicide, whether it be the loss of a loved one or their own experience of suicidal thoughts, the atmosphere is charged with guilt, regret, and confusion. Those left behind struggle with questions they can never truly answer. Was there a sign they missed? Could they have done something to intervene? The air is thick with what-ifs, as well as an intense emotional paralysis that can last for years. It's as if the world is divided into two realms, the place where the person who committed suicide is now gone, and the realm of those still trapped in the pain of that absence. The tension between these two realities, the one left behind, and the one lost, creates a feeling of collective numbness, like everyone involved is breathing in a stale, suffocating air that makes it impossible to move forward. Why it fits forever. Suicide is a sin that fits forever because of its devastating permanence. Unlike other sins, where there may be a path to redemption or atonement, suicide eliminates the possibility of reconciliation or healing in this life. The damage done is irreparable, not just to the person who commits the act but to the fabric of the lives they leave behind. It's a sin that can never be undone, a choice that cannot be reversed once made. The act of suicide also creates an indelible scar on the soul of the person who takes their life, forever altering their spiritual and emotional trajectory. In some religious views, it is considered the ultimate rejection of God's gift, and that rejection is a sin that reverberates eternally. Even in more secular interpretations, the emotional and mental consequences leave a mark that can never be fully erased. For those who survive, the memory of the person who took their life lingers forever, like a ghost haunting every memory in every celebration. The loss becomes a permanent fixture in their lives, something that, no matter how hard they try, they can never entirely move past. It's a sin that leaves a legacy of sadness, regret, and grief, passed down through generations of pain. Can it get worse? Can it get worse? Yes. Suicide can always get worse in the sense that it creates more suffering. For the person who dies, there's no going back. But for those left behind, the suffering continues. The survivors must carry the weight of their own grief, which is often complicated by feelings of guilt, anger, and confusion. Many family members and friends live with the haunting idea that they could have prevented it, that if they'd just been there more, done more, said more, they could have made a difference. The pain does not end with death, it's carried on in the memories, the questions, and the emotional aftermath. Worse still, the impact of suicide can ripple out through communities, affecting more people than just the immediate family. It can cause strain on relationships, undermine trust, and even lead to more suicides. When one person takes their life, it can push others who may already be vulnerable into similar feelings of despair. Suicide has a way of creating a snowball effect of suffering. Once the emotional avalanche begins, it's hard to stop. Tips for survival: first and foremost, if you or someone you know is experiencing suicidal thoughts, reaching out for help is essential. The weight of pain can be blinding, but there is always a way forward, even when it doesn't feel like it. Life is worth fighting for, and help is available in many forms, from therapy and counseling to hotlines and support groups. Never underestimate the power of talking to someone who understands. If you're supporting someone who is struggling, listen without judgment. Be present. Let them know they are not alone. Remind them of their worth and help them rediscover the possibilities beyond the pain. Your presence can be the difference between despair and hope. The key to survival is acknowledging that no matter how dark it gets, there is always light at the end of the tunnel. Sometimes it just takes longer to reach. Final word: suicide is not the solution to suffering. It's a tragic end to the possibility of healing. The truth is, life can be unbearable, but it's also filled with unexpected turns, and the road you're on can change. Healing is possible, but it requires patience, support, and the courage to keep going. Even in the darkest of moments, there's always hope, and as long as there's hope, there's a chance to survive. If you or someone you know is struggling with suicidal thoughts, please reach out. Your life is worth it. Chapter 13, Abortion. The sin: abortion is the termination of a pregnancy, a decision to end a developing life before it has a chance to grow into the person it was meant to be. While it may be legally sanctioned in many parts of the world, abortion remains a sin in numerous moral and spiritual traditions, often seen as an act that denies the sanctity of life before birth. The sin lies not in the complexity of the situation, but in the deliberate ending of a potential human life, no matter how small or unformed it may be at the time. The unborn child, whether a clump of cells or a fully formed fetus, represents the possibility of life, the continuation of a unique individual who, through time, could develop a soul, identity, and purpose. Abortion cuts that possibility short, snatching away the right to life, the right to existence. It is seen as a choice made for convenience, fear, or personal control, and in doing so, it rejects the natural order of life that is meant to unfold. This sin is complicated by the emotional, physical, and psychological toll that abortion can have on those who make the decision. The mental anguish that follows, the potential regrets, and the heavy burden of guilt often don't come with an easy fix. The ramifications ripple outward, affecting not just the woman involved but also her relationships, her sense of self, and her worldview. The punishment for abortion is not as clear-cut or immediate as some other sins, but it can manifest in profound emotional and spiritual consequences. One of the most immediate punishments is the inner turmoil that follows the procedure. The guilt, the self-recrimination, the questioning of whether it was the right decision, these emotional scars can linger for years, sometimes a lifetime. For some, abortion may lead to feelings of emptiness or a sense of having lost something irreparable. The decision might have been made out of necessity or desperation, but the psychological aftermath can be devastating. It's not just the loss of a child, it's the loss of what might have been, the loss of a potential future that could never be realized. For many, this creates a lingering sense of mourning, despite the fact that there is no body to grieve, no funeral to attend. From a spiritual perspective, abortion is often seen as a rejection of the natural order and a defiance against the sanctity of life. It can be viewed as a disruption of the divine plan, where human intervention snuffs out a life that was meant to grow, learn, and develop. In some religious beliefs, this rejection of life may be met with divine disapproval or punishment in the afterlife, though interpretations vary widely depending on doctrine. The societal and relational consequences of abortion can also be severe. There's often a stigma attached to the decision, whether from personal guilt or judgment from others. A woman who has had an abortion may face social ostracization, feeling as though she has committed an unspoken crime. The emotional distance that may form between her and others who disapprove could lead to long-lasting rifts. The atmosphere surrounding abortion is thick with tension, fear, and regret. The decision is rarely taken lightly, and those who choose it are often submerged in an environment of pressure, confusion, and difficult circumstances. Whether it's the fear of an unplanned pregnancy, the worries of a partner, family, or society, or the emotional chaos of an overwhelming situation, the atmosphere leading to abortion is one of intense internal and external conflict. For those who choose abortion, the moment can feel like a desperate attempt to take control of an uncontrollable situation. It may seem like the only escape from a future filled with uncertainty and hardship. Yet, the physical act of abortion is often cold, clinical, and devoid of the emotional weight of the decision. The sterile, emotionless environment of a medical procedure creates a stark contrast to the emotional chaos of what is about to unfold. After the abortion, the atmosphere shifts again, this time into one of reflection and often remorse. The decision made in the haze of fear or panic may be viewed differently in hindsight, when the adrenaline and urgency of the situation have passed. It's the haunting quiet after the storm, a moment when everything feels still and broken. The lingering question is always there, what did I just do? For those who believe in a higher power, there's often a spiritual atmosphere of longing, seeking forgiveness, or coming to terms with the idea of reconciliation. This can lead to feelings of abandonment or a sense of disconnection from the divine, especially if there is guilt associated with the choice. The aftermath feels like walking through a fog, not knowing which direction to go but understanding that something has been lost. Why it fits forever. Abortion is a sin that fits forever because its impact extends far beyond the moment of the procedure itself. Even if it is a private decision, the emotional, psychological, and spiritual consequences can ripple throughout a person's life. It becomes part of the story, an unshakable memory that can never be erased. The decision cannot be undone, and that fact lingers like a shadow, forever attached to the one who made it. This sin fits because it challenges the essence of human life. To take a life, any life, is to reject the divine right to existence that we are all given. It's a denial of the sanctity of life, which many religious and spiritual beliefs hold as an eternal truth. Abortion removes the possibility of potential, the chance for the unborn to ever fulfill its role in the world. That severed thread cannot be reconnected, and so the sin sticks, like a scar that remains long after the wound has healed. Abortion is a sin that fits into the larger context of human nature's struggle with control. The desire to control one's future, one's body, and one's fate is deeply human, but when that control extends to the taking of life, it distorts the natural order. The decision to terminate a pregnancy may feel like the ultimate assertion of power, but it is ultimately an act that unravels the fabric of what it means to be alive, to be human, and to accept the gifts and responsibilities that come with that existence. Can it get worse? Yes, it can. The mental and emotional toll of abortion can worsen over time, especially if the decision is not dealt with in a healthy way. The lingering guilt and regret can magnify with each passing year, especially if the person feels that they've never fully healed or come to terms with their decision. The spiritual consequences, too, may deepen, as some may feel further disconnected from their faith or divine purpose. In the case of repeated abortions, the psychological weight may grow heavier, leading to a cycle of self-punishment or emotional numbness. The inability to address the root causes of why abortion was chosen in the first place, be it fear, trauma, or a lack of support, can compound the negative effects. In extreme cases, the sense of loss may become so consuming that it leads to deeper emotional or mental health struggles, even spiraling into depression or suicidal thoughts. Tips for survival after an abortion, whether physical or emotional, requires time, self-compassion, and often, professional support. It's important to allow yourself to mourn, even if that mourning is complicated by guilt or confusion. Understand that healing is a process, and it's okay to feel conflicted. Speak to someone who understands, whether it's a counselor, a trusted friend, or a spiritual leader. Holding on to the belief that forgiveness, redemption, and healing are possible is key to moving forward. Reach out for support groups, where others who have gone through the same experience can offer empathy and understanding. Life doesn't stop after abortion, and there is still a chance to rebuild, redefine, and find peace with your decision. It may take time, but every step you take toward healing counts. Final words: abortion is not an easy topic, and it's not a simple sin. It's one that causes deep reflection, painful choices, and often profound consequences. But it is a part of the human experience, one of many struggles that people face when life feels unbearable. Whether you view it as a sin or simply a difficult decision, the important thing is to acknowledge the complexity and weight of the act, and to remember that healing, redemption, and forgiveness are always within reach. Chapter 14, Euthanasia. The sin euthanasia, often referred to as mercy killing, is the deliberate act of ending a life to relieve suffering. It can be viewed in a variety of ways, sometimes as a compassionate decision made to spare someone from unbearable pain, and at other times as a morally complex or outright immoral act of taking life into one's own hands. However it is framed, euthanasia is ultimately the act of ending a life prematurely, which makes it inherently a sin in many ethical, moral, and spiritual traditions. The sin of euthanasia lies in its fundamental premise: who are we to decide when another person's life should end? Regardless of the circumstances, whether it's a terminal illness, an unendurable condition, or extreme suffering, the act of ending life is a usurpation of power that belongs only to the natural course of things or, for the religious, to the divine. In many faiths, the body and soul are entrusted to a higher power, and ending life prematurely is a rejection of that divine trust. Euthanasia also poses a deep philosophical dilemma. The idea of mercy killing assumes that one can judge whether life is worth living, but how can any person truly know what lies ahead for someone, especially in the face of suffering? Pain is often temporary, and healing can be miraculous. Euthanasia rejects the possibility of that healing, cutting off life before any chance for change, growth, or redemption can occur. For some, the ethical debate surrounding euthanasia hinges on the concept of autonomy, the right to make decisions about one's own life, including when and how it should end. But even in this context, euthanasia is seen by many as the surrender of hope, a final act of despair that shuts down the very possibility of a life that could one day find peace or healing. The punishment for euthanasia is rooted in the eternal consequence of ending a life. The individual who carries out euthanasia, especially if they are a healthcare professional or a loved one, faces the heavy burden of guilt and the irreparable harm of having ended someone's life. The act itself may not always result in immediate regret, but in many cases, the emotional aftermath can be profound. The person who has administered euthanasia may be left with an overwhelming sense of responsibility, questioning whether the choice was truly the right one, and if they have committed an irreversible wrong. From a moral and spiritual perspective, euthanasia carries the heavy consequence of rejecting the natural progression of life, which many belief systems hold sacred. In the context of faith, the punishment might be viewed as separation from God or divine disfavor, as ending a life before its appointed time is seen as a defiance of the divine will. In societies where euthanasia is legalized, the punishment can still be societal in nature. Even when the decision is seen as compassionate, there may be judgment, stigma, or alienation from others who see it as an immoral or irresponsible act. The individual who carries out euthanasia might face legal repercussions in some jurisdictions, especially if it is done outside of the boundaries of law. The legal ramifications can include criminal charges, lawsuits, and public shame, which only add to the mental and emotional toll. Perhaps the most lasting punishment of all is the spiritual void that some people feel after taking such a drastic action. The idea that one has robbed another soul of its potential future can leave a haunting emptiness that lingers long after the decision has been made. It's a loss of something irreplaceable, the life that could have been, the future that will never come to pass. The atmosphere surrounding euthanasia is one of stark contrast, the cold clinical sterility of medical settings where such decisions are often made, juxtaposed with the overwhelming emotional weight of the decision itself. It is a choice typically made under duress, where the suffering of an individual has reached a point where any hope for improvement has been extinguished. There is a palpable tension in the air, a mixture of compassion, fear, hopelessness, and even a sense of guilt. For the person contemplating euthanasia, the atmosphere is often one of inner turmoil and agonizing decision-making. The internal battle of whether to relieve suffering at the cost of life, or to allow a person to endure more suffering, is fraught with difficult emotions. Some feel they are making a compassionate decision, while others struggle with the moral weight of it. The air feels heavy with the awareness that once a decision is made, it cannot be undone. For the person receiving euthanasia, their final moments are often wrapped in a heavy atmosphere of acceptance or resignation. Some may feel relieved by the end of their suffering, while others may hold on to the hope of recovery or redemption that will never come. The room where euthanasia is carried out can feel eerily silent, a moment frozen in time where life, which is meant to be ongoing, is intentionally stopped. For family members and loved ones, the atmosphere is one of dread, mourning, and a quiet, solemn decision-making process. Some may feel a sense of guilt, wondering if they've made the right decision, or if they could have done more to prolong life. It's a heavy, heartbreaking silence that permeates the final moments. Why it fits forever? Euthanasia is a sin that fits forever because it is an irreversible action that ends the possibility of change, healing, or redemption. While some other sins may have a chance for repentance, forgiveness, or growth, euthanasia permanently cuts off any potential for recovery, reconciliation, or transformation. Once life is ended, there is no going back. This makes it a sin that leaves a permanent mark not only on the individual who chooses it but on the entire spectrum of possibilities for the person who has passed. Moreover, euthanasia brings about a unique kind of spiritual rupture. For those who believe in the sanctity of life, it is a sin that disrupts the divine order, as life and death are seen as part of a larger plan. The choice to end life is seen as something that is beyond human authority and meddling. It creates an eternal disconnect between the individual and the purpose of their existence. They may have been spared the agony of suffering, but at what cost? The lost potential, the unplayed roles, the unfinished paths of life are gone forever. And that void is one that cannot be filled. Can it get worse? Yes. In fact, there are scenarios where euthanasia may not just be an isolated decision, but one that is abused, coerced, or carried out without the true consent of the individual. There are horrifying instances where euthanasia is performed not to relieve suffering, but to eliminate lives that are seen as inconvenient, too costly, or unproductive. When euthanasia is used as a tool for social or economic control, or when it is coerced under societal pressure, the sin becomes even more grotesque. The value of life itself is diminished, and the sanctity of the decision is forever compromised. Tips for survival. The path to healing for someone involved in euthanasia is complicated and painful. One step forward is to acknowledge the depth of the emotional and spiritual turmoil that comes with it. Forgiveness may be necessary, not just from others, but from oneself. There is no easy way to undo the choice, but finding peace in the decision, through counseling, prayer, or spiritual guidance, may offer a chance to regain a sense of hope. Final words. Euthanasia, while often presented as an act of compassion, is, at its core, a sin because it defies the natural order of life and death. The consequences of this decision are profound and permanent, and the emotional toll can last long after the act itself. In the end, it's a sin that forces us to confront the boundaries of human authority, the sanctity of life, and the difficult questions of mercy, suffering, and the divine right to end a life. 3. Spiritual sins. Chapter 15, Idolatry. The sin idolatry is the worship of idols or false gods, elevating something or someone to a divine status that rightfully belongs to the Creator alone. At its core, idolatry is about the misplacement of devotion, an act of putting something in the place of God, whether that thing is a physical object, a person, a concept, or an ideology. Idolatry isn't limited to bowing down to golden statues, it extends to anything that takes priority over the divine, whether it's wealth, power, fame, or even self. The sin of idolatry is rooted in the violation of the first and most fundamental commandment, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." It's a rejection of the one true source of life, the one who created all things, in favor of worshipping something that is either powerless or, at best, finite. When we place our trust, hope, or faith in something other than the divine, we are saying that we believe that thing has more control over our lives than God does. This act of misdirected reverence brings forth the sin of idolatry. Idolatry can be overt, such as through the literal worship of statues, animals, or even the worship of celebrities or cultural figures. But it can also be subtle and internal, when people put their careers, relationships, or personal desires above the well-being of their soul, their connection to the divine, or the moral laws they follow. The root of idolatry is often the need for control or certainty in a world that is chaotic and unpredictable. Humans have a natural tendency to want to create systems of belief that offer immediate rewards or clear answers, but such shortcuts often lead to falsehoods and dissatisfaction. By idolizing something created or human-made, we attempt to control our universe, only to find that it's all just an illusion. The punishment for idolatry, much like the sin itself, manifests in both spiritual and material realms. On a spiritual level, idolatry leads to the erosion of one's relationship with the divine. The act of turning away from the true Creator and focusing on falsehoods corrupts the soul, leading to an inevitable sense of emptiness. A person who worships idols may find themselves increasingly detached from their spiritual essence, experiencing a deep spiritual void that cannot be filled by the very thing they've placed at the center of their life. In some theological traditions, the punishment for idolatry is described as eternal separation from the divine, an existence without connection to God, or worse, eternal damnation. It's seen as the ultimate betrayal of divine love, a rejection of the Creator in favor of things that can't offer true life. In the material world, idolatry can lead to disillusionment and frustration. Those who pursue material wealth, fame, or the approval of others often find themselves in a never-ending cycle of wanting more, feeling unsatisfied, and losing their sense of purpose. The idol they worship may promise fulfillment but instead offers only shallow rewards that never last. This cycle can lead to depression, anxiety, and a feeling of being perpetually unfulfilled. Idolatry also often brings about moral decay. When people elevate their own desires or the desires of others to godlike status, they tend to disregard the moral principles that would otherwise guide their actions. They become more willing to sacrifice integrity and righteousness in pursuit of the idol's promises. As the worship of the false idol grows, their behavior shifts, and they find themselves engaged in increasingly destructive patterns, whether it's cheating, lying, or hurting others to obtain more of what they worship. Finally, one of the most painful punishments for idolatry is the eventual realization of its emptiness. Many people who invest their lives into idolatrous pursuits eventually hit a point where they realize that what they've worshipped cannot give them the peace or satisfaction they craved. The rug is pulled out from under them, and they're left standing in a barren wasteland, searching for something to fill the void they've created. The atmosphere surrounding idolatry is one of intense allure and captivating distraction. The object of worship, whether it's a tangible idol, a celebrity, wealth, or fame, creates an aura of seduction that pulls the worshipper into its orbit. The very act of idolization is surrounded by a sense of awe, a heightened emotional state where the worshipper believes they are in the presence of something that holds ultimate power and worth. This atmosphere can be intoxicating. There's the promise of power, pleasure, success, or validation, and for a time, it may seem as though these promises are being fulfilled. The worshipper feels elated, as if they've discovered the ultimate secret of life. They believe that by serving the idol, they are gaining favor, control, or access to the universe's greatest secrets. But beneath this surface euphoria, there is always the lurking sense of emptiness that grows stronger the more they worship. In a culture that glorifies materialism and celebrity, the atmosphere of idolatry can feel like a constant buzz in the background, a collective hum that encourages everyone to chase after the next big thing, whether it's the latest fashion, the newest tech gadget, or the most influential figure. The air is filled with advertisements, messages, and ideals that push people to place their hope and faith in things that are fleeting. At the same time, there is a darker, more toxic side to the atmosphere of idolatry. It thrives in isolation, in secrecy, and in silence. As people grow more and more obsessed with their idols, they isolate themselves from true community, from real relationships, and from the divine. They live in a bubble of their own making, separated from the world around them by the walls of their own delusion. And when the illusion starts to crack, when they begin to feel the emptiness gnawing at them, it's often too late to escape. Why it fits forever? Idolatry fits forever because it is, at its core, a rejection of what is eternal in favor of what is temporary and false. It is an attempt to control, manipulate, and distort the natural order, replacing the Creator with something that is not worthy of such devotion. The consequences of such a shift are profound and lasting. The effects of idolatry extend beyond the individual. They ripple through society, creating a culture that values superficiality, wealth, and power above true virtue, compassion, and connection. Idolatry creates a vacuum where genuine human connection and spiritual fulfillment should be, leaving behind a culture of hollow pursuits and empty desires. What makes idolatry so dangerous is that it can be insidious. It doesn't always appear as a grand, obvious act of betrayal. Often, it's subtle, an obsession with success, a fascination with a public figure, or the endless pursuit of things that give momentary pleasure. And yet, every moment spent chasing these idols is a moment spent away from the divine, away from true meaning, and away from what is truly important. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Idolatry is just the beginning. As we elevate false gods, we lose touch with the true source of life and meaning. The more we worship these idols, the more our lives spiral out of control. What begins as harmless admiration can turn into obsession, and obsession can quickly morph into obsession that drives us to forsake everything else, our morals, our relationships, even our very humanity. Idolatry has a domino effect. The more we turn our focus away from what truly matters, the more we destroy ourselves. We find ourselves chasing after the empty promises of what we've idolized, only to realize we've wasted precious time on things that don't matter. In the end, the pursuit of idols is a recipe for spiritual death. Tips for survival: to survive idolatry, one must first recognize the idols in their life. What are the things, the people, the ideas that dominate your thoughts and desires? What do you worship in place of God? Once you identify your idols, you can begin the difficult task of dismantling them. Turn your focus away from the empty promises of fame, wealth, and power, and turn your gaze back to the divine. Second, practice humility. Idols thrive in an environment of pride and self-sufficiency. When you humble yourself, you open the door to true spiritual growth and connection. Recognize that there is no substitute for the Creator, and there is no greater truth than the one who made you. Lastly, remember that what is eternal is far more valuable than what is temporary. Put your trust in the things that endure, relationships, virtue, and faith. Don't waste your time on things that will eventually fade away. Final words: idolatry is a slippery slope. It begins as a small distraction, but if left unchecked, it consumes you entirely. What seems like harmless admiration can quickly turn into a life-altering obsession. But there is always hope for redemption. By returning to the divine and realigning your priorities, you can escape the clutches of idolatry and find true peace. The key is to recognize what is truly worthy of your worship and to place your trust in the one who created it all. Chapter 16, Blasphemy. The sin blasphemy is the act of showing disrespect or contempt for the divine, for sacred things, or for religious beliefs that are considered holy. It is the verbal assault on God or any religious figure, doctrine, or tradition deemed sacred by followers. Whether through profanity, mockery, or outright denial, blasphemy is the deliberate act of violating what is considered holy by a particular faith, often to provoke, insult, or challenge the divine order. At its heart, blasphemy is the sin of uttering words that diminish the sanctity of God and the sacred. It's a verbal rebellion that asserts, "I do not recognize your authority, your holiness, or your power." In a world where belief in the divine is at the core of many people's lives, to mock or belittle God is to challenge the very foundation of reality itself. Blasphemy goes beyond just saying something offensive, it's a rejection of divine authority, a sneer at the sacred, and a slap in the face to the very idea of worship and reverence. Blasphemy is particularly insidious because it spreads like a contagion. Once a person begins to speak against the divine, they create an opening for doubt and division. It's an attack not just on faith but on the community of believers, potentially leading others down a path of questioning or outright denial. The power of words cannot be underestimated. Blasphemy undermines trust, faith, and respect for the sacred, all of which are essential for spiritual cohesion and well-being. In addition to the spoken word, blasphemy can also be found in actions, mocking sacred rituals, desecrating religious symbols, or treating holy sites with contempt. It is, in essence, the act of taking something that is revered and intentionally lowering its status to something trivial, grotesque, or worthy of derision. The punishment for blasphemy, depending on one's belief system, can be severe, often linked to the idea of divine retribution. In many religious traditions, blasphemy is considered an unforgivable sin, one that places the soul in grave danger of eternal punishment. It is the sin that directly challenges the authority of God and thus merits a profound response. From the perspective of the faithful, blasphemy can result in spiritual exile, separation from God, eternal damnation, or the loss of grace. Even in more secular contexts, the punishment for blasphemy can be substantial. For instance, in some countries where blasphemy laws are still enforced, individuals can face imprisonment, public shaming, or even execution for publicly mocking or insulting the divine. In these cases, the punishment is not just spiritual but also material, subjecting individuals to legal and societal condemnation. On a personal level, the punishment for blasphemy can be self-inflicted. Someone who commits the sin of blasphemy may experience guilt, shame, or anxiety, as the weight of their words or actions begins to settle in. The act of insulting what is sacred can create a chasm between the individual and their own sense of morality or spiritual health. In some cases, the individual may become increasingly isolated from their community or faith group, further deepening their internal conflict and alienation. On the larger scale, the punishment of blasphemy often involves the erosion of one's reputation or legacy. People who are known for blaspheming, whether they're famous figures, public speakers, or writers, may find that their words follow them long after they're spoken, leaving behind a trail of divisiveness, anger, and resentment. The social punishment is just as severe as the spiritual, as those who challenge the sacred may be condemned or ostracized by the very communities they once belonged to. The atmosphere around blasphemy is often one of tension, disruption, and discomfort. There is something inherently unsettling about speaking or acting in a way that violates the sacred, something that shakes the very ground on which faith stands. The words and actions of a blasphemer ripple through the air like a thunderclap, leaving a lasting resonance of discord and unease. For the individual committing the act of blasphemy, the atmosphere is one of defiance, an intentional attempt to disturb the status quo of faith and spirituality. The blasphemer might feel emboldened, even empowered, by their ability to challenge what others hold dear. But beneath that surface of confidence lies a current of rebellion, a subtle fear of divine punishment, or perhaps an awareness that they have crossed a line they may not be able to uncross. There is no comfort in the act itself, just a cold, rebellious conviction that what has been said or done cannot be taken back. For those witnessing blasphemy, the atmosphere is one of shock, outrage, and sometimes sorrow. Blasphemy is an assault on their worldview, an attack on something they hold sacred, and it can bring a sense of moral offense that is hard to shake. Depending on the gravity of the offense, the atmosphere may shift from shock to anger, and the response can range from condemnation to calls for retribution. In communities where blasphemy is seen as an affront to the divine, the atmosphere can become charged with moral outrage, and individuals may find themselves torn between wanting to forgive and wanting to punish. In more secular or detached environments, the atmosphere around blasphemy can be more muted, but the tension is still palpable. Even in a world that prides itself on freedom of speech, there is an unspoken understanding that there are limits to what should be said or done in the name of humor, art, or protest. The atmosphere can become strained when those lines are crossed, and the fallout can be far-reaching in terms of personal relationships and public perception. Why it fits forever? Blasphemy fits forever because it's not just a sin against the divine but a sin against the very idea of reverence and respect. By insulting the sacred, it undermines the very foundation of spirituality and communal harmony. Sacredness is something that transcends time and space, whether it's a belief in God, gods, or the ideals that hold a society together, and to mock or diminish it is to attack the moral fiber of existence itself. The impact of blasphemy echoes down the centuries because it strikes at the heart of everything that many cultures and religions hold most dear. Moreover, the repercussions of blasphemy stretch beyond the person committing the act. By rejecting or mocking the sacred, one risks leading others astray, causing confusion and fracturing communities of belief. In some ways, blasphemy acts like a virus. It spreads, influencing others, challenging faith, and potentially breaking down the communal bonds that hold a society together. This is why blasphemy isn't just a transient offense, it's a sin that has the potential to erode entire systems of belief, to poison the spiritual well, and to create rifts that can last for generations. It's a stain that doesn't wash away easily, and even when it's forgotten by some, it remains burned into the collective memory. Can it get worse? Yes, blasphemy can absolutely get worse. Blasphemy can evolve into the total rejection of all forms of spirituality, leading to a worldview that is entirely secular or nihilistic. As one delves deeper into blasphemy, the rejection of sacred principles may lead to a profound emptiness, where there is no longer any reverence for anything, including human life. A person who commits this sin without remorse may find themselves on a path toward even darker sins, such as manipulation, corruption, or the total destruction of moral principles. The more deeply entrenched in blasphemy one becomes, the harder it becomes to find any sense of higher purpose or meaning. The result is a life devoid of true guidance, constantly seeking distractions and superficial pleasures to fill the void left by the rejection of the sacred. Tips for survival: to avoid the sin of blasphemy, it's essential to practice humility and respect for the sacred. Recognize the boundaries of reverence, and be aware of the power of words, both spoken and written. If you find yourself struggling with doubt or anger toward the divine, it's far healthier to seek understanding and dialogue rather than descending into mockery. Engage with your faith or spiritual beliefs in a respectful way, knowing that all beliefs are vulnerable to misunderstanding but also deserve respect. Respect others' beliefs and remember that blasphemy often hurts those who hold these beliefs sacred, even if you personally disagree with them. Instead of mocking, seek to engage in meaningful conversation that fosters understanding rather than division. Final words: blasphemy is not a minor transgression, it is a profound rejection of the sacred, an act that challenges the very foundation of existence. Whether it is spoken in anger, mockery, or contempt, it carries heavy consequences for both the individual and the community. It is a sin that creates division, invites spiritual decay, and sows discord where unity and reverence should reign. And while it may be tempting to challenge the sacred in moments of frustration, remember that blasphemy does not only affect God, it has the power to warp your soul and the souls of those around you. So, tread carefully, for the divine is not to be mocked. Chapter 17, occultism. The synoccultism is the practice, belief, or engagement with secret or hidden knowledge, often involving the manipulation of supernatural forces or entities. At its core, occultism seeks to access powers beyond the physical realm, whether through magic, divination, alchemy, astrology, or summoning spirits. While many who dabble in the occult may do so out of curiosity or for personal gain, the practice is often rooted in the idea of controlling forces that should be left alone. Occultism isn't merely a matter of belief, it's a direct attempt to influence the world through esoteric practices that often involve dealings with forces or entities that are considered dark, forbidden, or contrary to divine law. Whether it's seeking to control fate, gain power, or peer into the future, occultism involves a dangerous flirtation with forces beyond human comprehension. At its worst, occultism is a rejection of divine sovereignty. Rather than acknowledging the natural order or trusting in God's will, occultism attempts to circumvent divine authority by tapping into hidden forces. It's a sin that places human will above divine power, often leading to disastrous results. Occult practices can be manipulative, deceptive, and driven by a desire for personal control, all of which are signs of human pride and rebellion against God's plan for the world. While some may approach the occult with a sense of innocence or fascination, the reality is that it opens doors to dark forces, many of which have a corrupting and consuming influence. Occult practices can warp a person's sense of reality, make them dependent on supernatural powers for validation, and ultimately lead them down a path of moral decay and spiritual darkness. The punishment for engaging in occultism is twofold, spiritual and personal. Spiritually, the punishment can manifest as a severing of one's relationship with the divine. Occult practices involve turning to forces that exist outside the scope of God's design, forces that can never bring true fulfillment or peace. In many religious traditions, engaging with the occult is seen as inviting evil into one's life, opening doors to demonic influence, or even alienating oneself from divine grace. The consequences of occult practices can also extend to the individual's life in tangible ways. Those who dabble in dark arts often find themselves ensnared by their own desires. A person seeking control or power over others may ultimately be manipulated or controlled by the very forces they sought to dominate. The illusion of control created by occultism is just that, an illusion. Eventually, those who engage in these practices often feel trapped in a cycle of dependence, unable to break free from the sinister influences they've invited into their lives. In some cases, occultism can have physical consequences. Those who engage in rituals, spells, or acts of sorcery may find themselves suffering from strange illnesses, nightmares, or a general sense of spiritual emptiness. The penalty for seeking to manipulate the world through forbidden knowledge is often spiritual and physical isolation, alienation from both the divine and the world of the living. Additionally, the consequences of occultism may affect others, spreading fear, confusion, and even harm to those around the practitioner. It's a sin that ripples out, affecting not just the individual but the community as well, as occult practices can destabilize relationships, incite fear, and cause emotional distress in others who are drawn into the practitioner's web. The atmosphere surrounding occultism is one of secrecy, mystery, and foreboding. There is a constant air of the unknown, an unsettling aura that comes from dealing with hidden knowledge, often associated with dark rituals, occult symbols, and ancient texts. The atmosphere is thick with tension, as practitioners of occultism walk a tightrope between the seen and unseen worlds, seeking to manipulate or control forces that should remain beyond human reach. For those involved in occult practices, there is often a sense of power, at least initially, a feeling of tapping into some hidden truth or harnessing control over supernatural forces. But this illusion of power is fleeting, as the atmosphere surrounding the occult is ultimately one of isolation, fear, and paranoia. Those who dive too deep into occultism may begin to feel as though they're being watched, haunted by the very forces they sought to control. The constant pressure of managing the occult can lead to mental instability, as practitioners begin to question what's real and what's a result of their own magical dealings. For those who are around the practitioners of occultism, the atmosphere is one of dread and uncertainty. Occultism often carries with it an air of danger, something that shouldn't be tampered with. People become suspicious, uneasy, and disturbed by the presence of someone who dabbles in the occult. They sense that something dark is at play, that the person's connection to reality is fragile at best. Relationships are strained, trust erodes, and the atmosphere becomes thick with mistrust, often leading to the practitioner being ostracized by society or even their own family. Why it fits forever. Occultism fits into the human experience because of the universal temptation to seek control, power, or certainty in a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable. The desire to manipulate the unseen and control the unknown is deeply embedded in the human psyche, especially when faced with fear or suffering. The idea of transcending the limitations of human existence or gaining insight into the mysteries of life is an alluring fantasy for many. Occultism offers a false shortcut to these desires, promising access to hidden truths and supernatural abilities, all of which are rooted in human pride. But occultism also serves as a reminder of humanity's tendency to reach beyond their grasp, to seek something greater than themselves, but ultimately to pay a price. The promise of power, knowledge, or control comes with an invisible cost, one that is spiritual, moral, and personal. Engaging with the occult leaves scars that linger long after the initial allure fades. And it's this price, paid over time, that makes occultism a sin that can fit forever in the soul's history, lingering and corrupting even the most innocent desires. Can it get worse? Yes, it can get worse. The deeper someone dives into occult practices, the greater the risk of becoming consumed by them. What begins as a curiosity, perhaps an attempt to predict the future, gain power, or understand hidden truths, can spiral into a full-blown obsession. The more one seeks to control the forces they summon, the more those forces can take control of the practitioner. There is always the risk of summoning something far darker than what was initially intended, something that cannot be easily put back into its box once released. Furthermore, occultism can lead to moral corruption. The practices often require the manipulation of others, the sacrifice of personal integrity, or the embrace of darkness in order to achieve one's desires. As the practitioner becomes more desperate to achieve results, the consequences of their actions grow more severe, ultimately leading to complete spiritual, emotional, and psychological destruction. The idea of power becomes all-consuming, and soon, the practitioner is no longer working with the occult is working them. Tips for survival: stay away from occult practices. The most effective way to avoid falling into the trap of occultism is to never engage with it. Resist the allure of false promises and never seek out hidden knowledge that lies outside of your faith. Strengthen your faith, build a strong, unwavering connection to your belief system, grounded in truth and morality. Trust in the divine and let go of the need to control the world around you. Seek help if tempted. If you feel the temptation to dabble in the occult, reach out for support. Talk to someone who is grounded in faith and can help guide you away from dangerous practices. Recognize the illusion of control. Remember that trying to control the unknown is an illusion. True peace comes from surrendering control to a higher power. Educate yourself. Understanding the dangers of occult practices and how they negatively impact the soul can help you avoid making these dangerous decisions. Final words: occultism may seem like an easy path to power, understanding, or control, but in reality, it leads only to destruction. It's a false promise wrapped in darkness. By engaging with the occult, we seek to elevate ourselves above the divine, and in doing so, we risk losing everything that matters. Stay grounded in truth, reject the lies of the occult, and place your trust in the divine, for only then can you find true peace and purpose. Chapter 18, Sacrilege. The sin: sacrilege is the act of violating or profaning something sacred, whether it be a place of worship, an object of religious significance, or a ritual meant to honor the divine. It's a deliberate disrespect for what is considered holy or consecrated, often with the intent to mock, desecrate, or destroy. While blasphemy involves speaking or acting in a way that insults the divine, sacrilege is more directly tied to actions that defile sacred spaces, objects, or practices. At its heart, sacrilege is a sin that undermines the very foundation of spiritual reverence. It's a physical manifestation of contempt toward what is considered pure, holy, or divine. Whether it's vandalizing a church, destroying sacred texts, or defiling a religious artifact, sacrilege is an assault on the sanctity of what others hold most dear. Unlike blasphemy, which is an offense directed towards the divine through words or thought, sacrilege is the physical desecration of something that is set apart for worship or holy use. It's an active rebellion, a statement that says, "This sacred thing is nothing to me." Those who commit sacrilege often do so with a sense of superiority or defiance, believing that the sacred holds no more value than any other object. It's a sin that is both an offense to the divine and an affront to the community of believers who hold the sacred in reverence. Sacrilege is not just about the act itself, but the attitude behind it, the deliberate intention to violate the holiness of something meant for worship or reverence. It's the sin that treats the sacred as ordinary and unworthy of respect, diminishing its sanctity through careless disregard or hostile intent. The punishment for sacrilege is both spiritual and physical, as the act itself cuts deep into the fabric of both the individual's relationship with the divine and their place within the community. Spiritually, sacrilege is seen as an act of rebellion so severe that it can result in excommunication or eternal separation from the divine. It's a sin that, in many traditions, leaves the perpetrator in spiritual ruin. The sanctity of the sacred is damaged, and the individual who commits sacrilege may find themselves haunted by a profound sense of guilt and shame. The consequences of sacrilege go beyond the individual's soul. In religious communities, those who commit sacrilege are often viewed as outsiders, as individuals who have forfeited their right to be part of the sacred community. Social ostracization, loss of reputation, and an enduring sense of alienation are common outcomes for those who engage in sacrilege. The damage is not just to one's relationship with God, but to their standing within their own community of believers. Physically, the punishment for sacrilege can be severe, depending on the circumstances. In ancient times, acts of sacrilege were often met with harsh physical punishment, imprisonment, flogging, or even execution. While such extreme measures may be less common today, the ripple effects of sacrilege can still be felt. For example, when sacred sites or objects are desecrated, there's a deep emotional and psychological toll on those who hold them dear. The crime can also lead to public outcry, legal consequences, and social instability. The damage is not only to the victim of sacrilege but to the broader community that is forced to confront the destruction of what they hold sacred. The atmosphere surrounding sacrilege is one of shock, anger, and disbelief. When something sacred is desecrated, the reverberations of that act echo through the community. The feeling of horror and revulsion that follows the desecration of something holy is palpable. There's an air of grief, as if a violation of the most fundamental trust has occurred. For the individual who commits sacrilege, the atmosphere is one of defiance and contempt, often masking deeper insecurities or feelings of superiority. The sacrilegious act may be a way of asserting dominance over the sacred, showing that they hold no fear of divine retribution. Yet beneath this outward bravado, there may be a profound sense of emptiness or regret. The act of desecration may be fueled by anger, disillusionment, or a desire for revenge, but it ultimately leaves the perpetrator isolated in their own rebellion. For those witnessing sacrilege or affected by it, the atmosphere is one of profound sorrow and loss. There's often a collective sense of mourning when sacred spaces or objects are desecrated, as if the very essence of faith and devotion has been violated. People may feel betrayed, disillusioned, or vulnerable in the face of sacrilege, as it challenges their understanding of what is sacred and worthy of reverence. In the immediate aftermath of sacrilege, there is a sense of urgency, a need to repair what has been broken. Whether through ritual, prayer, or legal action, the community may rally together to attempt to restore the sanctity of the desecrated space or object. However, the atmosphere remains charged with tension, as the damage caused by sacrilege is not easily undone. The violation of the sacred leaves behind a lingering sense of unease that can take years, even generations, to heal. Why it fits forever. Sacrilege is a sin that never fully goes away. Once the sanctity of the sacred has been violated, it can never truly be restored to its previous state. Even if the physical damage is repaired, the spiritual impact endures. The violation of something holy creates a permanent scar on the collective consciousness of a community. The consequences of sacrilege are like the echo of a shout in a canyon. Though the sound fades, its impact remains. The sacred object or space may be cleansed or restored, but the memory of the desecration lingers, and the violation cannot be forgotten. The reason sacrilege fits forever is because it damages the very foundation of spiritual life. Faith relies on reverence, trust, and respect for the sacred, and once that is broken, it can never be fully recovered. Even those who attempt to restore what was lost will always face the shadows of what was done. For those who commit sacrilege, the sin leaves a mark on their soul, a lasting stain that only divine forgiveness can cleanse, but even that forgiveness cannot erase the consequences of their actions in the world around them. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Sacrilege can always get worse. It's not just about defiling sacred objects, it's about challenging the very structure of belief that supports the community. What starts as a single act of desecration can snowball into a movement, a widespread assault on sacred traditions and institutions. What if the desecration of one sacred object turns into the systemic destruction of entire religious practices? What if the defilement spreads like a virus, infecting others and inspiring more sacrilegious acts? The sin of sacrilege can escalate as it encourages others to follow suit, or worse, fuels a larger ideological battle against the sacred itself. There's also the personal aspect of escalation. Someone who desecrates one sacred object might soon start seeking out increasingly extreme acts of sacrilege, trying to push the boundaries of how far they can go without facing divine consequences. Eventually, they might find themselves consumed by their own defiance, disconnected from any sense of morality or spiritual health, spiraling deeper into rebellion. Tips for survival. Respect the sacred. The best way to avoid sacrilege is to simply treat what others hold sacred with respect. Even if you don't share someone else's beliefs, recognize the importance of their faith and traditions. Seek forgiveness. If you've committed sacrilege, intentionally or unintentionally, seek forgiveness. Whether through prayer, confession, or making amends, the first step is acknowledging the harm you've caused. Avoid mockery. It's tempting to make jokes or be cynical about what others hold sacred, but it's important to be mindful of how your words and actions can impact others' faith. Learn boundaries. Don't engage with practices, objects, or spaces that you don't fully understand or respect. Curiosity is natural, but know when it's time to step back. Guard your spirit. Be aware of how engaging with sacrilegious acts can erode your own sense of morality. It's easy to lose yourself in rebellion, but the consequences can last forever. Final word. Sacrilege is not just a violation of the sacred, it's an attack on the very foundation of what gives life meaning for many. It's a sin that shakes the soul to its core, leaving behind a trail of spiritual and social destruction. Whether it's the physical desecration of something holy or the deeper, more insidious erosion of reverence, sacrilege is a dark road with no easy way back. Once you step off that path, the consequences linger, often forever. The best way to protect yourself from this sin is simple: honor what is sacred, respect others' beliefs, and never, ever take the divine for granted. Chapter 19, Witchcraft. The sin. Witchcraft is the practice of using supernatural powers or magic, often invoking spirits, deities, or otherworldly forces to manipulate or control events, people, or outcomes. The practice involves rituals, spells, potions, and incantations that are believed to tap into a hidden, mystical power. Historically, witchcraft has been seen as both a path to forbidden knowledge and a means of exerting control over the world in ways that are unnatural or contrary to divine law. It is a form of rebellion, as it involves calling upon and utilizing forces that should be left alone, forces that are outside the natural order intended by God. At its core, witchcraft seeks to bypass divine will by channeling power from sources that cannot be fully understood or controlled. The practitioner may invoke spirits, demons, or other malevolent entities in an attempt to influence events, whether it be to cause harm, gain personal power, or achieve forbidden desires. Witchcraft is a rejection of divine authority, an attempt to control fate, and an embrace of chaos and darkness. The appeal of witchcraft is often tied to the desire for personal gain, power, or revenge. It can be seductive, especially to those who feel powerless or want to impose their will on others. But it comes with a cost, as witchcraft invariably leads the practitioner further away from God, spiritually poisoning their soul and corrupting their relationship with the divine. Unlike the practices of faith that seek to honor the divine through prayer, worship, and obedience, witchcraft is a sin that encourages the pursuit of selfish desires and hidden knowledge. It is rooted in the manipulation of natural laws for personal advantage, and thus, inherently misaligned with the divine order. The punishment for witchcraft is severe, both in a spiritual sense and in its worldly consequences. Spiritually, witchcraft is a grave offense because it involves turning to forbidden powers, rejecting God's sovereignty, and distorting the natural world for selfish purposes. Those who practice witchcraft often find themselves spiritually hollow, consumed by guilt, fear, and isolation. The spiritual punishment can manifest as a complete severance from the divine, leaving the practitioner in the grip of darkness and despair. Over time, those who engage in witchcraft may begin to lose touch with the light of truth, becoming lost in a labyrinth of lies, fear, and darkness. In many religious traditions, witchcraft is not just a sin but a path to damnation, leading to eternal separation from the divine. The act of summoning or invoking dark forces can invite malevolent spirits into one's life, creating an oppressive, inescapable influence. Many who dabble in witchcraft find themselves trapped in cycles of fear and manipulation, controlled by the very entities they sought to command. It is a sin that not only punishes the individual but can spread chaos and misery to those around them, poisoning relationships and distorting reality. In the physical world, the punishment for witchcraft can take many forms. In ancient times, accusations of witchcraft often led to harsh penalties, imprisonment, torture, and even execution. While the physical penalties today may not be as severe, there are still real-world consequences. Those who engage in witchcraft may find themselves ostracized by society, distrusted by family and friends, and perpetually haunted by their actions. The emotional and psychological toll of engaging with dark forces can be profound, leading to anxiety, paranoia, and a feeling of being forever watched or pursued by something sinister. Moreover, witchcraft can lead to physical consequences as well. Practitioners may suffer from strange ailments, accidents, or disturbances in their lives, consequences that are often attributed to the anger or retaliation of the forces they invoked. These are not just the natural results of their own actions, but the direct backlash of meddling with the forces of the supernatural. The atmosphere surrounding witchcraft is one of darkness, secrecy, and an overwhelming sense of dread. It thrives in the shadows, far from the light of truth, and is often linked to feelings of paranoia, fear, and anxiety. Those who engage in witchcraft frequently find themselves operating in isolation, whether by choice or because they are shunned by society. The rituals, symbols, and practices associated with witchcraft are drenched in mystery, giving it an air of forbidden allure. For the practitioner, the atmosphere of witchcraft is intoxicating. There's a sense of power in knowing secrets that others don't. There is the thrill of tapping into forces that seem to transcend the mundane and the promise of control over situations or people. It's a seductive lie, where the practitioner feels they are in control of forces beyond ordinary understanding. But underneath this illusion of control, there is an ever-present atmosphere of unease. The more one delves into witchcraft, the more one invites instability, mental turmoil, and the constant threat of malevolent forces. For those who encounter practitioners of witchcraft, the atmosphere is one of suspicion, fear, and repulsion. There's an unspoken tension when interacting with someone involved in these practices. People may sense that the person is not fully in control of their life, that something dark looms over them, or that they are involved in activities that threaten the peace of their community. It's a sense that something isn't quite right, and that is why many choose to distance themselves from individuals who practice witchcraft. The physical space in which witchcraft takes place also contributes to its dark atmosphere. Whether it's a dimly lit room filled with arcane symbols, a forest clearing under the cover of night, or a hidden shrine, these spaces are shrouded in mystery and ominous energy. They are places where the lines between reality and the supernatural seem to blur, and where a palpable sense of dread lingers in the air. This atmosphere of fear and uncertainty is a constant reminder that witchcraft is not a harmless pastime, it is a dangerous, corrupting force that should never be underestimated. Why it fits forever? Witchcraft fits into the realm of sin because it is an outright rejection of divine will and an active defiance against the natural order. It challenges the sovereignty of God by attempting to manipulate the very forces that He has put in place. In trying to control supernatural forces, witches step outside the boundaries of what is permissible and enter into a realm that is fraught with spiritual danger. The desire for power, control, and hidden knowledge blinds practitioners to the greater truth, which is that true power lies in surrendering to divine will, not in manipulating forces beyond human understanding. Witchcraft fits as an eternal sin because it is an ongoing rejection of the Creator's authority. The forces it taps into are not benign, they come from a dark and deceptive realm that seeks to draw individuals away from light and into darkness. It is a sin that will continue to resonate for generations, as it is built on the false belief that one can outsmart or outmaneuver God by invoking powers that should never be tampered with. It is a sin that, once embraced, doesn't simply fade away, it grows and festers, deeply entangling the practitioner in webs of deceit, fear, and spiritual blindness. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Witchcraft doesn't just end when a spell goes wrong or when the practitioner gets caught in a lie. It snowballs. As one delves deeper into the occult, the need for greater power, darker rituals, and more dangerous pacts increases. What starts as a harmless curiosity or an innocent experiment can quickly spiral into an obsession that leads the practitioner to make terrifying deals with forces they don't understand. The need for more power, more control, and more manipulation becomes all-consuming, often leading to self-destruction, madness, and even death. Once you've started on the path of witchcraft, it becomes a slippery slope. What was once a simple spell or ritual could soon evolve into full-blown summoning of dark entities, curses, and practices that invite complete spiritual and physical destruction. It's not just about getting worse, it's about the complete unraveling of one's soul. Tips for survival: turn away before it's too late. The best way to survive witchcraft is to never engage with it in the first place. There's no such thing as just trying it without consequences. Trust in divine power. Remember that the only true power is found in surrender to God, not in trying to control the world around you through magical means. Resist the temptation for control. The allure of witchcraft often lies in the temptation to control your destiny, but control is an illusion. Let go, and trust the divine plan. Seek spiritual support. Surround yourself with a community of faith and people who can help guide you back to the light if you've fallen into darkness. Cut the cord. If you have already engaged in witchcraft, stop immediately. Cut ties with any sources of occult influence, whether it be books, individuals, or objects. Final words: witchcraft may seem harmless at first, but it is a gateway to chaos, darkness, and despair. It promises power and control but delivers nothing but corruption and spiritual emptiness. The path of witchcraft is one fraught with danger, both immediate and eternal. Once you tread into that realm, there's no turning back unless you make a conscious decision to leave it behind. The forces you summon may seem seductive, but they are deceptive and will ultimately destroy you. Choose the path of light and divine guidance, for the cost of witchcraft is far greater than any temporary power it may offer. 4. Sins of Words and Deception. Chapter 20. Lying. The sin. Lying is the deliberate act of saying something untrue with the intention to deceive. It's the basic building block of all manipulation and deceit, and it's a sin because it directly violates the principle of honesty, which is foundational to trust and healthy relationships. Lying can take many forms, from a white lie meant to spare someone's feelings, to elaborate fabrications designed to manipulate or control. Regardless of the magnitude, lying distorts reality, undermines truth, and erodes the integrity of those involved. At its heart, lying is a rejection of the truth. It's the conscious decision to betray the reality of a situation in order to serve one's own interests, whether those interests are avoiding consequences, gaining personal advantage, or simply creating an illusion of control over others. A lie, no matter how small, is an attempt to play God, controlling the narrative and manipulating what people believe, rather than allowing the truth to shape their understanding. The problem with lying isn't just the specific falsehood, it's the pattern it creates. Once someone tells a lie, they must tell more lies to cover up the first. It's a cycle that grows more intricate, messy, and destructive as time goes on. What starts as a seemingly harmless deception can spiral into a web of lies that becomes impossible to untangle. The punishment for lying is swift and inevitable. Trust is broken. Once someone is caught in a lie, their credibility is shattered. Relationships fracture, reputations are ruined, and the liar becomes trapped in their own falsehoods. The punishment isn't just the immediate consequences, like being caught or facing anger from others, it's the deeper, long-term effect, the erosion of trust. Once lost, trust is incredibly difficult to rebuild, if it can be rebuilt at all. Internally, the liar suffers as well. There's the guilt of knowing that one's words don't align with reality, and the ever-present fear of being exposed. Lies breed anxiety, self-doubt, and paranoia. The liar must constantly be on guard, making sure their story doesn't fall apart, and they must live with the nagging awareness that, at any moment, someone might uncover the truth. This creates a soul-crushing sense of tension and dread, a constant mental burden that makes peace of mind nearly impossible. Furthermore, lying often leads to even worse consequences. The longer someone lies, the more likely they are to hurt others. Lies tend to have a ripple effect, causing harm not just to the liar but to those around them. When lies are uncovered, those who were deceived may feel betrayed, manipulated, and violated. This punishment often extends beyond the liar, harming relationships, communities, and even entire organizations. The atmosphere surrounding lying is one of tension, distrust, and deceit. It's like walking through a fog, where nothing is clear and nothing is as it seems. The liar, caught between their falsehoods and the desire to keep up appearances, constantly scans the horizon for danger, waiting for the truth to come out, or for someone to catch on. It's an environment of pressure and fear, where every word is weighed carefully, and every interaction feels like a potential trap. For those around the liar, the atmosphere is unsettling. They can't quite put their finger on it, but something feels off. The words don't match the actions, and the story doesn't hold up. Over time, the truth begins to slip through the cracks, and a growing sense of suspicion fills the air. The liar's web becomes increasingly apparent to those who are paying attention, and the once comfortable atmosphere of trust begins to crack under the weight of dishonesty. Lying creates an atmosphere of instability. People no longer know who to believe or what to trust. Relationships based on falsehoods begin to crumble, and the liar is left standing in the ruins of their own creation, surrounded by people who no longer have faith in them. Why it fits forever. Lying is timeless. It's a sin that fits forever because it's universal and deeply ingrained in human behavior. From the earliest days of humanity, people have lied, whether to protect themselves, gain an advantage, or avoid consequences. The reasons for lying may evolve with society, but the sin itself remains constant. It's the same now as it was thousands of years ago. People lie because they want to control their image, avoid shame, or protect their desires. But lying is never a solution, it's just a temporary escape from facing reality. The truth always has a way of surfacing, and when it does, the damage caused by the lie is often far worse than if the truth had been told from the beginning. Lying is the ultimate act of cowardice, refusal to confront the consequences of one's actions and a refusal to allow the truth to be the foundation of relationships. The problem with lying is that it doesn't just hurt the liar, it hurts everyone involved. It creates division, fosters mistrust, and leads to emotional and psychological harm. Lies build walls between people, creating barriers where open communication should be. And as those walls grow higher, it becomes harder and harder to break them down. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Lying doesn't stop at the small, harmless falsehoods. It escalates quickly. What starts as a little white lie can turn into an elaborate series of deceptions, each one feeding off the last. As the lies grow, the consequences multiply. People start to notice the inconsistencies, the cracks in the story, and they begin to question everything the liar says. What was once a quick escape becomes a lifelong struggle to maintain an illusion. And as lies grow, so too do the betrayals. Lying often involves deceiving not just one person, but many. It might involve telling different versions of the truth to different people, or pretending to be someone you're not. The more intricate the lie, the harder it is to maintain, and the harder it is to ever come clean. The longer you lie, the worse it gets, until it's too late to undo the damage. But perhaps the worst part is when the liar starts to believe their own lies. Once they've told a story so many times, they begin to blur the line between fact and fiction. They can't even remember what the truth was anymore. This is when the sin becomes truly dangerous, when the liar becomes so wrapped up in their falsehoods that they lose sight of reality entirely. Tips for survival: don't lie in the first place. This is the most obvious tip, but it's the best one. The easiest way to avoid the consequences of lying is to simply tell the truth. It may not always be comfortable, but it saves you the anxiety of keeping up a facade. Own your mistakes. If you've told a lie, the best course of action is to come clean. Be honest about what you've done and take responsibility. This may not erase the damage, but it's the first step in rebuilding trust. Consider the long-term effects. Before telling a lie, think about how it will affect you and the people around you. Will it cause harm? Is the temporary benefit worth the long-term consequences? Stay accountable. Surround yourself with people who value honesty and hold you accountable for your words. Having someone who can call you out when you slip into dishonesty can help keep you on track. Final words: lying is a sin that always finds its way back to you. It's like trying to hide a wound with a band-aid. It may work for a while, but eventually, the infection will spread. The more you lie, the harder it becomes to escape the web you've woven. The only real escape is honesty, and the only way to restore trust is through truth. So, the next time you think about lying, ask yourself, is it worth it? Because once you tell that first lie, the path ahead is only going to get darker. The choice is yours: stay in the light of truth, or plunge deeper into the shadow of deception. Chapter 21. Gossip. The sin. Gossip is the art of spreading rumors, secrets, or personal information about someone else, often with little regard for its truthfulness or the harm it may cause. It thrives on the distortion of facts, the exaggeration of details, and the manipulation of others' perceptions for the sake of entertainment, power, or just plain malice. What's worse than the sin of gossip is its sheer casualness. People gossip as if it's harmless, as if it's just idle chatter, when in fact it's a venomous snake slithering through relationships, sowing division, mistrust, and pain. Gossip is a sin because it violates the commandment to love your neighbor as yourself. Instead of building up others, gossip seeks to tear them down. It spreads negativity, alienates people, and makes enemies out of friends. People gossip to entertain themselves, to feel superior, or to control others. But the reality is, gossip is a betrayal. It's an indirect attack on someone's character, a way to smear them without having to do it directly. Like a disease, gossip spreads fast and can infect anyone who listens. What begins as a harmless tidbit of juicy information can spiral into a full-blown scandal. It preys on our natural curiosity, and once we start listening, it's hard to stop. The damage, however, is often permanent. Once a rumor is out there, it's impossible to fully erase it from people's minds. People remember, and that's where the true harm lies. The victim of gossip can spend years trying to undo the damage, if it can even be undone at all. The punishment for gossip is twofold. First, it destroys the reputation of the person being gossiped about, and second, it erodes the integrity of the gossipers themselves. In a world where reputation is everything, gossip can ruin careers, friendships, and family bonds. Even if the gossip is later proven false, the stain of it lingers. People are less likely to trust the person who's been the subject of malicious gossip, and it can take years, if not a lifetime, to regain that trust. For the gossipers, the punishment is not always immediate, but it's just as inevitable. While they may revel in the chaos they've stirred, they're slowly sinking into the depths of moral decay. Gossip is a sin that gives birth to other sins, like lying, slander, and betrayal. What starts as a casual chat can quickly escalate into something darker and more damaging. The more a person gossips, the less trustworthy they become. Others may begin to view them with suspicion, wondering what lies they are telling behind their backs. People who gossip eventually find themselves alone, ostracized, and unloved, because others can't trust them. Internally, the gossiper suffers as well. They live in a constant state of tension, knowing they've tainted their own soul with malicious words. There's no peace for a person who gossips, because they're always worried that their own secrets will one day be exposed or that they'll be the next subject of someone else's gossip. It's a life built on instability and paranoia, where friendships and trust are nothing more than fragile illusions. The atmosphere surrounding gossip is thick with tension, suspicion, and deceit. It's the kind of environment where no one really knows what's true and everyone wonders if they're being talked about behind their backs. Conversations are laced with innuendos, half-truths, and judgment, and even the simplest statements are examined for hidden meaning. It's a toxic atmosphere where relationships are shallow, and trust is scarce. Gossip creates a culture of fear. No one is ever safe from it. Even those who seem unaffected by it become wary, constantly on the lookout for their own secrets or flaws to be exposed. The tension is palpable. People start to question the motives of their friends and colleagues. Everyone is on edge, wondering who's talking about them and what's being said. It's a place where alliances shift rapidly, and the closest bonds can disintegrate overnight. This environment, fueled by gossip, is like a wildfire. It starts with one small spark, one whispered conversation, and before anyone knows it, it's consumed everything in its path. Trust is gone, reputations are ruined, and the social fabric of communities is torn apart. The damage isn't always immediately visible, but its long-lasting effects are undeniable. When gossip becomes the norm, a culture of fear and distrust takes hold, and it's nearly impossible to break free from the cycle. Why it fits forever. Gossip is a timeless sin because it taps into the darkest parts of human nature, our desire to feel superior, to judge others, and to control the narrative. People have been gossiping since the dawn of civilization, and it's likely that gossip will continue as long as there are humans. In many ways, gossip feels almost essential in social settings. It gives people something to talk about when there's nothing else to say, and it can create a sense of belonging in groups. But the cost is high. Gossip is rooted in our insecurities. We gossip to deflect attention from our own flaws, to make ourselves feel better, or to gain influence over others. The problem is that gossip only perpetuates insecurity. The more you gossip, the more isolated and distrustful you become. And the more you indulge in gossip, the more you become the kind of person others will gossip about. It's a self-fulfilling cycle of dishonesty and destruction that never ends. Why does it fit forever? Because as long as people remain afraid of being judged and remain insecure in their social relationships, gossip will always be around. It fits into every corner of human interaction, and it thrives in places where there's a lack of accountability and openness. No one wants to be the person who's always talked about, so they join in on the gossip to shift attention elsewhere. It's a dark little game, but it's one that we've been playing for ages. Can it get worse? Oh, it definitely can. Gossip can always get worse, and when it does, it's catastrophic. What starts as a harmless piece of information shared among friends can spiral out of control, turning into outright defamation or slander. Lies are added to the mix, details are twisted, and eventually, the story that was once about a minor issue turns into a full-blown scandal. What's more, once people start believing gossip, the damage can be irreversible. It can get worse when gossip becomes weaponized. People use it not just to entertain themselves, but to destroy others. They spread rumors to manipulate a situation, to take someone down, or to incite conflict. Gossip can fuel hate, division, and revenge. In some cases, it can even ruin entire careers, cause relationships to collapse, and change the course of someone's life forever. It can snowball into a vicious cycle of lies, hurt, and betrayal, with no easy way to stop it once it started. Tips for survival: the best way to survive gossip is to avoid engaging in it altogether. Don't listen to it, don't spread it, and don't entertain it. If you're the target, don't let it consume you. Stay calm, confront it directly if needed, and rely on your integrity to shield you. People who gossip will always be around, but the more you distance yourself from their toxic behavior, the less it will affect you. Set boundaries: if someone starts gossiping around you, speak up. Shut it down. Let people know that you don't engage in that kind of behavior, and they'll eventually stop testing you with it. Surround yourself with people who value honesty and openness. Those are the ones who won't drag you into the murky waters of gossip. And remember, the truth is always more powerful than a lie. Eventually, the truth will come to light, and those who rely on gossip will be exposed for who they really are. Final words: gossip is a sin that festers in the shadows of our insecurity and fear. It's a poison that destroys relationships, taints reputations, and sows division wherever it spreads. It may seem harmless at first, just a bit of harmless chatter, a way to pass the time, but its effects are anything but harmless. The moment you engage in gossip, you participate in a cycle of destruction that has no end. Avoid it, and seek truth and integrity instead. Because the world doesn't need more rumors, it needs more honesty. Chapter 22, Hypocrisy. The sin. Hypocrisy is the art of preaching one thing and doing another. It's a form of deceit that involves presenting oneself as virtuous, moral, or righteous while secretly engaging in behaviors or thoughts that contradict those ideals. A hypocrite is a master of disguise, wearing a mask of virtue to deceive others into believing they are something they are not. It's not just about pretending to be better than one is. Hypocrisy goes deeper. It's about making others believe that you hold standards or beliefs you have no intention of following yourself. Hypocrisy flourishes in places where appearances matter more than actions. It thrives in environments where public perception is prized above genuine self-reflection. Hypocrites love the stage. They want to be seen, admired, and praised for their supposed values. But when the curtain falls, they reveal their true nature, one of contradiction and deceit. The hypocrisy can take many forms, from a religious leader who condemns the sins of others while secretly indulging in the same vices, to a politician who preaches honesty while engaging in corruption behind closed doors. At its core, hypocrisy is the sin of being a fraud. It's living a double life, telling people what they want to hear, all while planning to do whatever they feel like behind the scenes. It's a betrayal of trust, a violation of the principle that your actions should align with your words. The punishment for hypocrisy is a slow, excruciating unraveling of trust and credibility. Initially, the hypocrite may enjoy the illusion of respect and admiration, basking in the praise of others who believe in their false image. But this is fleeting. Sooner or later, the truth always comes to light. Whether it's through a slip-up, a moment of weakness, or an eventual exposure, the hypocrisy is revealed. When hypocrisy is uncovered, it's like pulling back the curtain to reveal the scam. The shock is devastating, not just for the hypocrite, but for those who have been deceived. The feeling of betrayal is intense. People realize they've been lied to, manipulated, and used. Relationships shatter, and reputations are destroyed. A hypocrite's downfall is like a house of cards. One revelation is all it takes to bring everything crashing down. Internally, the hypocrite faces a punishment that's perhaps even worse. Living a life of contradiction is mentally exhausting. It's a constant balancing act, maintaining the facade while suppressing the truth. Every interaction becomes a performance, every word calculated, every action a risk. This creates an underlying anxiety, a feeling of being trapped in a web of lies. The hypocrite knows they are fooling no one but themselves. Deep down, they're aware that their public persona is a lie, and it eats at their soul, eroding their sense of self-worth. Worse, the hypocrite is left with a deep moral emptiness. They may have deceived others, but they've also deceived themselves. The longer they live this double life, the harder it becomes to tell where the mask ends and the real person begins. The punishment for hypocrisy is ultimately a loss of integrity, self-respect, and trust, everything that makes a person whole. The atmosphere surrounding hypocrisy is one of tension and discomfort. It's like walking on eggshells, constantly aware that the mask you wear could slip at any moment. For the hypocrite, there's an overwhelming sense of insecurity. They are never at ease because their life is a performance. Each word, each action, is designed to maintain the illusion, and the fear of being exposed looms large. For others, the atmosphere is filled with suspicion. The hypocrite's contradictions may not always be immediately obvious, but there's a gnawing feeling that something isn't quite right. People begin to question the sincerity of the hypocrite's words and actions. The truth may be obscured, but the cracks begin to show. Conversations feel disingenuous, and motives feel murky. In social groups where hypocrisy is rampant, the environment becomes toxic, a place of mistrust, where everyone is questioning the authenticity of everyone else. It's a society built on falsehoods, where no one can be sure if what they're seeing is the real person or just a performance. Hypocrisy creates an environment of doubt, confusion, and frustration. People don't know who they can trust or what anyone truly believes. The air becomes thick with deception, and everyone starts playing the same game of appearances. Why it fits forever. Hypocrisy is an enduring sin because it's tied to the human desire for approval, recognition, and power. It feeds on vanity and the need to be seen as good, virtuous, or righteous, even if one's actions do not match those ideals. Hypocrisy is as old as time itself. People have always wanted to project an image of perfection, to be admired and respected without truly doing the work to deserve it. It's an easy trap to fall into, especially in a world where appearances are so often prioritized over substance. What makes hypocrisy fit forever is its adaptability. It can take on many forms depending on the context, whether in religion, politics, business, or personal relationships. The basic principle remains the same: saying one thing, doing another. And because this tendency is so ingrained in human nature, it's a sin that will likely never disappear. As long as there are social structures that value appearances over truth, hypocrisy will continue to thrive. Hypocrisy is particularly dangerous because it's so insidious. It doesn't always feel like a sin until it's too late. It wears the cloak of righteousness and virtue, but beneath that disguise lies a rotting core. The reason it fits forever is that it's a sin that people can hide behind for a long time, but once the mask slips, the damage done is profound. Can it get worse? Oh, it can get worse. Much worse. Once someone is caught in hypocrisy, the aftermath can be catastrophic. The revelation of a hypocrite's actions can lead to widespread scandal, public humiliation, and a complete collapse of trust. People who once admired the hypocrite may turn against them, furious at having been deceived. The hypocrite's influence and reputation can be destroyed in a single moment of exposure. And if the hypocrite continues the facade even after being caught, it only compounds the problem. The longer they try to cover up their contradictions, the more absurd and transparent their lies become. The audience grows tired of the charade, and the hypocrite is left alone, with only the weight of their own deceit to carry. Tips for survival: be authentic. The easiest way to avoid the punishment of hypocrisy is to live authentically. Be honest about who you are and what you believe. Your actions should align with your words, and if you make a mistake, own it. People respect integrity and are more forgiving of flaws when they see genuine effort to improve. Practice self-reflection, regularly examine your actions and beliefs. Are they in sync? If you find discrepancies, take action to correct them. Hypocrisy thrives in the absence of self-awareness. Avoid the mask, don't wear a mask to fit in. People can smell inauthenticity from a mile away, and they'll respect you more if you embrace your true self, flaws and all. Be accountable, don't hide from your mistakes or try to cover them up. Accountability is key to avoiding hypocrisy. Own up to your actions, learn from them, and move forward with integrity. Final words: hypocrisy is the ultimate sin of self-deception and manipulation. It corrupts not only the liar but also those who are caught in the web of deceit. The damage it does to relationships, reputations, and personal integrity is immeasurable. It is a sin that thrives in secrecy and festers in silence, but its eventual exposure is inevitable. The best way to protect yourself from the punishment of hypocrisy is to live with authenticity, honesty, and the willingness to face your flaws head-on. Because in the end, the truth is always stronger than the lie. Chapter 23, Misrepresentation. The sin misrepresentation is the act of presenting false or misleading information with the intention of deceiving others, often to gain a personal advantage. It's not simply lying, but twisting the truth, distorting facts, or omitting key details to create a false impression. Misrepresentation is the sin of manipulation, taking the truth and shaping it into something else entirely, usually for personal gain. Whether it's through exaggerating accomplishments on a resume, misquoting someone, selectively editing a story, or outright fabricating facts, misrepresentation undermines trust. It involves deceit on a grand scale, a deliberate attempt to alter reality to make it fit one's narrative. The purpose? To influence others, gain power, or escape the consequences of one's own actions. At its core, misrepresentation is about control, taking the facts and reshaping them in a way that aligns with what the manipulator wants others to believe. It's often seen in advertising, politics, media, and even in personal relationships, where individuals or institutions create a polished image, hiding the messier truths behind carefully crafted facades. The beauty of misrepresentation is that it often goes undetected for a while, as it can be subtle. Small lies, omissions, and clever twists don't raise immediate red flags, allowing the perpetrator to operate under the radar. But like a house of cards, the moment the truth comes crashing through, the entire facade collapses, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The punishment for misrepresentation is twofold, external and internal. On the outside, the consequences are swift and devastating. Whether it's losing a job, damaging relationships, or facing legal action, the exposed misrepresentation has far-reaching effects. Trust, once broken, is nearly impossible to rebuild, and people will forever view the misrepresenter with suspicion. For the misrepresenter, the consequences can be long-lasting. If exposed, their reputation is tarnished beyond repair. Whether it's a politician who lies to their constituents, a business that falsifies claims to attract customers, or an individual who manipulates the truth to gain sympathy or affection, the fallout is unavoidable. Misrepresentation often leaves behind a trail of broken relationships, financial loss, and professional ruin. When the truth emerges, it doesn't just tarnish the reputation of the liar, it can obliterate their credibility entirely. On a deeper, personal level, the punishment of misrepresentation eats away at the individual's integrity. When you constantly reshape the truth to suit your needs, you lose sight of who you are. The lies become so ingrained in the person's psyche that they start to believe their own fabrications. This constant manipulation of reality creates a disconnect from one's true self. In some cases, the person begins to lose their own sense of identity, caught between the persona they've created and the person they've become. They're trapped in a world where they no longer know which version of themselves is real. The atmosphere surrounding misrepresentation is one of doubt, tension, and unease. When the truth is consistently distorted, it creates an environment of suspicion. People start questioning what's real and what's fabricated. Conversations are laced with uncertainty, as everyone begins to wonder if they're being manipulated or lied to. This is especially true in settings where misrepresentation is widespread, whether it's in the workplace, a community, or even in the media. When lies become a routine part of communication, the entire social fabric starts to fray. Trust becomes scarce, and people become guarded, unsure of whether what they're hearing is genuine or just another cleverly crafted falsehood. In the end, misrepresentation undermines the very foundation of human connection. If no one can trust what others say, communication breaks down entirely. In relationships, the atmosphere becomes suffocating, like a room filled with smoke that no one can see or escape. Every word spoken is weighed for its truthfulness. Every action is examined for its hidden motives. In such an environment, people cannot relax. They're constantly on guard, unsure of whether the person standing next to them is the person they appear to be. Why it fits forever? Misrepresentation fits forever because it's deeply ingrained in human nature, the desire to present oneself in the best possible light, to control how others perceive us, and to manipulate situations for personal gain. The temptation to misrepresent is always lurking, especially in a world where perception often matters more than reality. People constantly alter the truth, whether it's embellishing their social media profile, presenting their achievements in a way that inflates their value, or hiding their flaws to maintain an idealized image. In every sphere of life, work, relationships, politics, misrepresentation continues to play a significant role. Its appeal is timeless. By shaping the truth, people feel they can manipulate outcomes to their advantage. It's easy to see why it endures. The world rewards those who can successfully create the illusion of perfection, power, or success. But beneath the surface, misrepresentation is a dangerous game. While it may offer temporary success, it always comes with a price. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Misrepresentation can get much worse. Once you've crossed the line into fabricating reality, the possibilities for escalation are endless. It can start with harmless exaggerations and progress into full-blown lies that completely alter the course of events. A small misrepresentation on a resume could snowball into a corporate scandal. A tiny lie in a relationship can lead to years of deceit and betrayal. A single misrepresentation in a political campaign could alter the course of history, leading to irreversible consequences. In some cases, misrepresentation goes beyond just a personal lie, it becomes a system. When institutions or entire industries rely on misrepresentation as a strategy, it becomes a norm. The trust of an entire society can be broken, and the repercussions can take generations to heal. Misrepresentation can create a culture of deceit that's almost impossible to dismantle once it's taken root. Tips for survival: be transparent. The best defense against misrepresentation is honesty. If you can't tell the truth, don't speak at all. When people know you're an open book, they're less likely to suspect your motives. Stay grounded, be aware of the temptation to exaggerate, embellish, or hide things. Take a step back and ask yourself, is this version of the truth what I would say if no one was watching? Guard against flattery. Misrepresentation thrives on the ego. If you're constantly trying to present yourself as something you're not, it may be time to evaluate your motivations and reevaluate your worth. Admit mistakes early. If you've misrepresented something, fess up as soon as possible. The longer you allow the falsehood to stand, the worse the consequences will be when it inevitably comes out. Final words: misrepresentation is one of those sins that can seem harmless at first, a little stretch of the truth, a small white lie. But like all deception, it has a tendency to snowball, creating a web of lies that's difficult to escape from. And while it might offer short-term rewards, the cost in the long run is steep. In a world where appearances are often more important than substance, misrepresentation may seem like a clever shortcut to success. But the reality is, it only leads to self-destruction and leaves a trail of broken relationships, lost trust, and moral decay. So, tread carefully, because once you start down the path of misrepresentation, it's hard to know where the lies end, and where the truth begins. Chapter 24, Defamation. The sin defamation is the intentional act of damaging someone's reputation through false or malicious statements. Whether it's spoken, slander, or written, libel, defamation is the weaponized word, designed not only to hurt someone but to tarnish their standing in the eyes of others. It's the sin of character assassination. In a world where reputation is everything, defamation is the ultimate betrayal. At its core, defamation is rooted in spite and vengeance. It thrives on the idea that someone else's downfall is your personal gain, and it doesn't matter whether the statements made are true or false. All that matters is the destruction of someone's reputation, the spread of lies and gossip designed to paint them as a villain or fool. The damage can be subtle, a rumor whispered in a crowded room, or explosive, an outright, public smear campaign. Regardless of the method, the aim is the same: ruin someone's good name and make them a pariah. It's often used as a weapon in personal feuds, professional rivalries, or to cover up one's own mistakes. Defamation can spread like wildfire, especially in the age of social media, where a single click can send a malicious statement to thousands, if not millions, of people. Once that seed of doubt is planted, it's nearly impossible to undo the damage. Reputation, once lost, is a difficult thing to regain. The punishment for defamation is twofold: legal and personal. Legally, defamation can result in lawsuits, financial penalties, and public apology demands. If proven, the defamer may be ordered to pay damages to the victim, sometimes in the form of hefty sums for the pain caused or to restore the damaged reputation. In extreme cases, criminal charges can be brought against those who defame others with intent to cause harm. But the personal punishment is even more severe. The act of defamation eats at the soul of the perpetrator. Even if they succeed in ruining someone's reputation temporarily, they themselves become marked. The world may forget what they said about someone else, but they will always remember the one who spread lies and malicious rumors. Trust, once lost, is hard to reclaim, and defamation leaves the person branded as a liar, a manipulator, and a source of chaos. The defamer's life becomes tainted with the knowledge that they've wronged another. They may have destroyed someone's life or career, but they've also destroyed any hope of being seen as trustworthy. The sense of guilt that follows is suffocating. Every conversation, every relationship, becomes a struggle against the stain they've left behind. In a world that prizes reputation, this kind of punishment sticks like glue. The atmosphere surrounding defamation is one of suspicion and hostility. It creates a toxic environment where people look over their shoulders, unsure who's telling the truth and who's spreading lies. Defamation casts a long, dark shadow over relationships, workplaces, and communities. Every word spoken becomes suspect, and every interaction feels like a minefield. In the workplace, it might be whispers in the break room or office gossip about a colleague's personal life. At a social gathering, it might be an exaggerated story about someone's past or character. In the digital world, it's a tweet, a Facebook post, or an Instagram story that misrepresents someone in the worst possible light. When defamation takes hold, the atmosphere is thick with tension. Friends become enemies, colleagues turn against each other, and trust is broken. Even those who are not directly involved feel the impact. The sense of paranoia seeps into the air. No one knows who is spreading lies or who might be the next target. People feel unsafe, unsure of where they stand, and worse, they may become complicit in the lie by simply not speaking out against it. It's a world where rumors rule and silence is as damning as action. The person who spreads lies becomes a poison to the entire community, infecting the atmosphere with toxicity and division. In such an environment, no one is truly free. Everyone is a potential target, and the air is suffused with distrust. Why it fits forever? Defamation fits forever because it's tied to human nature, the desire for control, the need to tear down others to make oneself feel superior, and the satisfaction that comes from seeing someone else fall. It taps into our baser instincts, the desire for revenge, jealousy, or simply the need to make someone else suffer. The danger of defamation is that it doesn't just hurt the person it's aimed at, it can poison entire communities. In the digital age, defamation spreads like wildfire, and once something is out there, it's nearly impossible to undo. Even if the truth comes out and the lies are exposed, the damage is already done. The lie may be forgotten, but the fallout lingers long after. Defamation also fits forever because it's a sin that's accessible to anyone. You don't need power or wealth to ruin someone's reputation, just a few carefully chosen words. It's a sin that thrives in the shadows of gossip, in the murkiness of unsubstantiated claims, and in the ease with which rumors can spread. In a world where public perception is everything, defamation is an easy shortcut to personal gain or petty satisfaction. Moreover, defamation is often seen as an acceptable tool in certain contexts, politics, for example, or competitive environments like business and entertainment. The lines between acceptable criticism and malicious slander often blur, making it all the easier for individuals to justify their actions. This makes it an enduring sin, one that has been with us since the dawn of time, and one that will continue to be wielded as a weapon in the battle for power, attention, and control. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Defamation can always get worse. You can take it from a simple insult to a campaign of slander that lasts for years. The damage doesn't just stop with reputation, defamation can lead to career destruction, legal battles, and even physical harm. It can escalate into stalking, harassment, and revenge tactics, where the defamed person's life is turned upside down in every possible way. The consequences for the defamer can also escalate. They may find themselves not only dealing with a damaged reputation but also a criminal record, lawsuits, and alienation from their peers. It can become an endless cycle of lies and deceit, with no way to get off the roller coaster. Tips for survival: don't engage with the liar. Responding to defamation only fuels the fire. The best thing to do is ignore the accusations and let the truth speak for itself. Gather evidence. If the defamation is affecting your career or personal life, document everything. Evidence of the lies can protect you in a legal context. Distance yourself from the source. If you find yourself involved in a defamation campaign, distance yourself from the person spreading the lies. Focus on your own actions. Let your integrity speak for itself. Maintain your good reputation by continuing to act with honesty and integrity. Final words: defamation is a dangerous game. It's the weapon of the weak, the insecure, and the malicious. It destroys reputations, friendships, and careers, and it can haunt the perpetrator just as much as the victim. In a world driven by perceptions, defamation is a sin that will always find fertile ground to grow. And like a weed, once it takes root, it's incredibly hard to eradicate. But just remember, while the lie may spread fast, truth has a much longer shelf life. Chapter 25, Manipulation. The sin manipulation is the art of controlling or influencing others through deceptive, dishonest, or exploitative means to achieve one's own goals, often at the expense of the person being manipulated. Unlike outright coercion, which is often blatant and aggressive, manipulation operates in the shadows, using subtlety and cunning to bend people to your will without them even realizing it. It's like being in a puppet show where the puppeteer's strings are invisible but perfectly pulled. At its core, manipulation is about exploiting vulnerabilities, whether emotional, psychological, or intellectual, to achieve power, control, or personal gain. It thrives on understanding people's weaknesses and using that knowledge to create situations where they make choices they otherwise wouldn't have. Whether it's through guilt-tripping, gaslighting, playing the victim, or dangling rewards to make someone comply, manipulation is all about controlling the narrative to serve one's own interests. The beauty of manipulation is in its insidiousness. A good manipulator can convince others that they are acting in the manipulated person's best interests, when in reality, they are simply trying to bend them like a reed in the wind. This deceptive influence often operates just beneath the surface, allowing the manipulator to get away with their tactics without raising suspicion until it's too late. The punishment for manipulation is as dark and twisted as the act itself. On the outside, the manipulator may face the destruction of relationships, whether personal or professional. People who are manipulated eventually wake up to the truth, and when they do, the person who manipulated them will find themselves cast out. Once someone sees through the manipulator's thinly veiled facade, they often cut ties with the manipulator, and the social consequences can be severe. In a professional environment, manipulation can lead to a loss of trust, and once you've lost trust, you're likely to lose respect, influence, and power. The manipulators who climb to the top on the backs of others might find themselves isolated when the people they've deceived finally expose them. Their reputation becomes that of a schemer, and their credibility is permanently shattered. But the punishment for manipulation doesn't end there. On a deeper level, manipulators often experience profound internal suffering. It's a soul-crushing process because manipulation ultimately involves disconnecting from one's true self in order to deceive and control others. Over time, they become so entangled in their web of lies and deceit that they lose sight of who they are and what they actually want. They end up in a constant battle of contradictions, caught between maintaining a false narrative and facing the emotional weight of their actions. The result is a life that feels hollow, filled with a sense of emptiness. No matter how much power, control, or material gain they accumulate, manipulators can never truly enjoy their successes. It's like standing in a house of mirrors. Every victory they claim is reflected back at them in distorted ways, leaving them constantly questioning if they even deserve it. The atmosphere surrounding manipulation is one of unease, confusion, and distrust. When manipulation takes root, it creates an environment where no one can trust anyone, and every word or action is scrutinized for ulterior motives. People start to feel like chess pieces, moved around at the whim of someone else, and it doesn't take long before the entire dynamic becomes toxic. In relationships, manipulation turns once open lines of communication into battlegrounds. The manipulated person starts second-guessing their every action, unsure of whether they're making a decision because they truly want to or because someone has led them to it. This leads to a constant state of tension, where no one feels free to act or speak without wondering whether they're being played. In the workplace, manipulation creates a toxic environment where people are pitted against each other, undermining collaboration and mutual trust. Managers who manipulate their employees for personal gain foster resentment and a lack of motivation. Colleagues may play office politics to advance their own agendas, and everyone in the office ends up mistrusting one another. It's a constant battle for dominance, where no one can be certain of others' intentions. In families or friendships, manipulation breeds resentment. The manipulated person might feel helpless and trapped, believing that the manipulator's false promises and carefully crafted lies are their only chance at happiness. The tension is palpable, and the relationship starts to erode from the inside out, one manipulative tactic at a time. Why it fits forever? Manipulation fits forever because it taps into something fundamentally human, the desire for control. People have always wanted to influence the actions and decisions of others, whether for personal gain, to avoid consequences, or to achieve some greater goal. Manipulation can be extremely effective in the short term because it targets those emotional and psychological triggers that humans are prone to, like fear, guilt, love, or insecurity. What makes manipulation endure is its subtlety. Unlike outright lies or aggression, manipulation can be hard to detect. It's often hidden beneath layers of charm, flattery, or care. In a society that values social status and success, manipulators can use their knowledge of human behavior to maintain a facade of sincerity while systematically achieving their goals. Manipulation is also timeless because it plays into our base instincts, our desire for power, influence, and to be seen as successful. It has existed in every age, from the smallest personal relationships to the highest echelons of political power. The strategies may change with technology, but the underlying mechanisms of manipulation remain constant. Whether it's a clever salesperson convincing you that you need an upgrade you didn't ask for, or a tyrant using fear to control their subjects, manipulation fits into the framework of human interaction in ways that seem to perpetuate forever. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Once manipulation becomes a habitual part of someone's personality, it's only a matter of time before the stakes get higher, and the consequences more damaging. What starts as small deceptions to gain a personal advantage can escalate into full-blown emotional abuse or exploitation. A manipulator who thrives on control may find themselves pushing boundaries further, using increasingly extreme measures to maintain dominance, gaslighting someone into believing they're losing their mind, emotionally blackmailing others into submission, or using someone's deepest vulnerabilities against them for the sake of personal gain. When manipulation is taken to its extreme, it no longer just influences the person being manipulated, it can warp entire social systems. Politicians manipulate public opinion, corporate leaders exploit workers, and entire societies can become trapped in cycles of manipulation and deception. As the stakes get higher, so too does the devastation. People begin to believe their own lies, and the emotional and psychological scars run deep. Tips for survival: trust your gut. When something feels off, it usually is. Manipulators are skilled at making their victims question their instincts. If you feel like someone is trying to control or deceive you, take a step back and assess the situation objectively. Set boundaries. Don't let anyone get too close if you suspect they are trying to manipulate you. Set clear boundaries and stick to them. Speak up. Manipulators thrive in silence. If you notice manipulative behavior, call it out. The longer it goes unchecked, the more damage it can do. Keep a clear head. Manipulators often prey on emotional vulnerability. When feeling emotional, take a moment to breathe and think critically before reacting to anyone's words or actions. Seek support. Find people who you can trust and who have your best interests at heart. Sharing your experiences with others can give you perspective and help you see manipulation for what it truly is. Final words: manipulation is the quiet assassin of relationships, trust, and integrity. It's the sin that poisons the roots of human connection, making it difficult to distinguish between true intentions and hidden agendas. And while it may seem harmless at first, small lies, casual control, it can quickly spiral out of control, leaving devastation in its wake. Stay vigilant, keep your wits about you, and remember that the most dangerous people are often the ones who wear the brightest smiles. Societal Sins. Chapter 26, Corruption. The sin corruption is the slow, insidious decay of integrity, often brought about by the temptation of power, wealth, or influence. It starts small, like a stain on a garment, barely noticeable at first. But over time, the stain spreads, seeping into every aspect of life and turning what was once pristine into something unrecognizable and foul. Corruption isn't just about bribery or illegal acts, it's about the moral rot that sets in when one chooses personal gain over ethics, when one's greed outweighs their sense of responsibility or duty. In government, business, or even personal lives, corruption thrives when individuals or groups use their position of power to manipulate or exploit others for selfish reasons. It's not always a direct exchange of cash for favors, it's the erosion of morals, the bending of rules to make life easier for oneself, and the strategic overlooking of wrongdoing when it's convenient. It's the practice of putting the self above the greater good, and its consequences often go unnoticed until the damage has been done. Corruption can take many forms: bribery, embezzlement, favoritism, nepotism, fraud, and abuse of power. It seeps into political systems where leaders are supposed to serve the people but instead line their pockets. It infects businesses where decisions are made to benefit the wealthy few, leaving the majority to suffer. It ruins friendships and relationships when personal interests overtake honesty and loyalty. It is a cancer that spreads, sometimes in ways that are invisible until the system collapses under the weight of its own decay. The punishment for corruption is a cocktail of external consequences and internal guilt. On the surface, those caught in corruption often face legal repercussions, fines, imprisonment, or professional ruin. When corruption is exposed, the corrupt often lose their wealth, status, and power in a swift and brutal public downfall. Whether in politics, business, or personal relationships, once the corruption is discovered, the damage is almost always irreversible. No one trusts the corrupt individual anymore, and their influence dissipates as quickly as their deceit was uncovered. But the deeper punishment is psychological. Corruption changes people on the inside. The small lies become bigger ones, the ethical boundaries become blurry, and the person who was once morally upright becomes a hollow shell of their former self. They may gain material wealth or status, but they lose something far more valuable, their integrity, their conscience. Every decision they make, every deal they strike, becomes tainted with the knowledge that they are compromising who they are at the core. It's a kind of moral blindness, a state where the corrupt person can no longer distinguish right from wrong. They are so entrenched in their own lies and deception that they forget what it means to be truly honorable. And no amount of money or power can fill that hole in their soul. They live in constant fear of being exposed, but at the same time, they often grow numb to the damage they've caused. The real punishment for corruption is the loneliness it breeds. When people realize they've been manipulated or exploited, they walk away. Friends turn to enemies, colleagues turn to rivals, and the corrupt person finds themselves isolated in their gilded cage, surrounded by wealth but deprived of meaningful human connection. The atmosphere corruption creates a toxic atmosphere, an air of distrust, suspicion, and cynicism. It's the smell of rot in the boardroom, the political arena, or even in families. Once corruption is allowed to fester, it spreads through every crack and crevice, affecting the very culture of an organization or community. People start questioning each other's motives. Every deal, every contract, every conversation becomes tainted by the suspicion of manipulation or dishonesty. In business, corruption can create a cutthroat environment where the only thing that matters is profit, no matter the cost. Employees are encouraged to turn a blind eye to unethical practices, knowing that speaking up could cost them their job. In politics, corruption creates a toxic atmosphere where the rich and powerful control the narrative, and the voices of the people are silenced. Society becomes divided into those with power, who use their influence to keep their position, and those without, who are left to suffer. But it's not just the external environment that is poisoned by corruption, it affects the individual as well. When someone becomes corrupt, they carry that darkness with them. They can no longer see the world as it is. They've learned to manipulate, to lie, to deceive, and every interaction becomes about securing their own position. It's a world where everyone is a potential pawn in the corrupt person's game, and no one is truly trusted. Why it fits forever? Corruption fits forever because, like any form of decay, it starts slow but becomes pervasive. At first, it may seem like a small compromise, a decision made for personal gain that doesn't seem to hurt anyone. But as the compromises stack up, the person becomes more entrenched in their behavior. The more they get away with, the easier it becomes to continue. What makes corruption eternal is its ripple effect. One corrupt action leads to more, and as more people become involved, the system itself becomes corrupt. The more power, money, or control one seeks, the more they must manipulate, cheat, and deceive to maintain it. It's a downward spiral that becomes harder and harder to escape. Corruption doesn't just change individuals, it changes systems, communities, and entire societies. Once the chain of corruption begins, it is nearly impossible to break. Each act of corruption makes the next one easier, until the person can no longer recognize their own actions. The more they lie, the more they lose their grip on reality. Eventually, the corrupt individual becomes so entrenched in their lies and their greed that they are unable to stop, even if they wanted to. It fits forever because it becomes a part of the person's identity. They no longer see themselves as capable of honesty, or as someone who has the potential to change. The longer corruption is allowed to run unchecked, the more it spreads, until it becomes the norm rather than the exception. Can it get worse? Yes, corruption can always get worse. There is no bottom in the pit of moral decay. Once you compromise your integrity for the first time, there's always another step down. A little bribery can lead to embezzling funds. A little lying can lead to blackmail. Once someone gets a taste of power, they will do almost anything to keep it, and that often involves greater and greater moral compromises. The atmosphere of corruption becomes more toxic over time, and the consequences of being caught become more severe. The more corrupt the system, the more everyone is involved, and the harder it becomes to separate oneself from it. Eventually, corruption becomes so deeply embedded in the culture that those who resist it are seen as outcasts, and those who perpetuate it are praised as successful. The line between right and wrong blurs until there is no line at all. Tips for survival: be vigilant, keep your integrity intact at all costs. In a corrupt environment, it's easy to be sucked into the system, so stay alert and make choices that reflect your values. Speak up, don't be afraid to call out corruption when you see it. Silence is the best friend of corruption. Lead by example. If you have the power, lead with integrity. Make your decisions based on ethics, not personal gain. Distance yourself. If you find yourself in a corrupt system, get out while you can. Corruption is infectious, and the longer you stay, the harder it will be to leave unscathed. Trust wisely. In a corrupt world, trust is a rare commodity. Be cautious with whom you align yourself. Final words: corruption is a slow poison. It doesn't strike like a thunderclap, instead, it seeps in, like a dark cloud that hangs heavier and heavier, suffocating everything beneath it. It destroys everything that is good, honest, and true. And, just like a disease, it spreads, undetectable, invisible until it's too late. Once it takes root, it never truly leaves. Its mark is permanent, leaving behind only ruin and regret. Chapter 27, Racism. The sin: racism is the poison that taints the very fabric of society. It's the irrational, hateful belief that one race is superior to another and the systematic oppression that flows from that belief. Racism doesn't just manifest in overt acts of violence or slurs, though those are the most visible and vile expressions. It thrives in the subtle, insidious ways in which people are treated differently because of the color of their skin or the cultural heritage they come from. At its core, racism is the dehumanization of people based on their race or ethnicity, reducing them to mere stereotypes or caricatures, stripping them of their individuality. It's the assumption that skin color, genetic traits, or ancestral origins define a person's worth, intelligence, or character. And it's rooted in fear and ignorance, fear of what is different, and ignorance of the shared humanity that transcends race. Racism operates on both a micro and macro scale. On the micro scale, it can show up as a cruel remark, a judgmental glance, or an assumption about someone's abilities. On a macro scale, it takes the form of systemic inequality, where entire groups of people are denied equal access to opportunities, resources, or basic human rights. It is ingrained in institutions, cultures, and even in the minds of individuals who may not even realize they are perpetuating it. Racism doesn't just harm the targets of hate, it corrodes society as a whole. It fosters division, resentment, and distrust. It breeds a cycle of hatred that is passed down from generation to generation, turning differences into reasons for violence, oppression, and exclusion. The punishment for racism is as multifaceted as the sin itself. On a societal level, racism perpetuates inequality and division, creating environments where fear and hatred reign. It turns communities against each other, fosters tensions between groups, and keeps society fragmented and divided. This doesn't just hurt the people who are directly oppressed, it makes everyone weaker. Societies plagued by racism are less innovative, less peaceful, and less prosperous. For the individual who harbors racist beliefs, the punishment is equally severe, though often internalized. It's the decay of the soul. Racism twists one's perspective of the world, making it a place filled with enemies rather than allies. The racist individual lives in a self-imposed prison of hatred, unable to truly connect with others. They remain trapped in their own narrow view of the world, seeing only the differences instead of the shared humanity that binds us all. Racism also creates a cycle of resentment and vengeance, where the oppressed turn their anger on the oppressors, fueling a cycle of violence and hatred that only deepens the divide. And for the oppressor, this dynamic leads to a society where people are constantly at odds, where peace and understanding are far from reach. The real punishment for racism is a kind of spiritual blindness. It blinds the racist to the beauty of diversity, to the richness of culture, and to the shared struggles of all people. It keeps them locked in a small, limited worldview where everyone who doesn't look like them is either an enemy or an inferior. And in doing so, they rob themselves of the ability to grow, to learn, and to experience the fullness of life. The atmosphere racism creates an atmosphere of tension and suspicion. It's an environment where people feel unsafe, unwelcome, or less than. It festers in places where people are judged by the color of their skin, where skin color becomes a weapon used to determine worth. In schools, workplaces, neighborhoods, and governments, racism manifests as an invisible barrier, one that keeps certain people on the outside, looking in. This atmosphere is toxic, it's suffocating for everyone involved. The victims of racism live in fear of being judged, excluded, or mistreated simply because of their heritage or the way they look. But even the perpetrators of racism are affected. They live in a world where they can never truly experience the richness of human connection, because they have chosen to see people as other, instead of recognizing their shared humanity. Racism poisons the very air people breathe. It creates an invisible wall between people, an obstacle that makes it harder to build trust, empathy, and solidarity. It makes it more difficult to cooperate, to build communities, to create spaces where all people are seen as equals. It is the dark cloud that hangs over societies, making it impossible for them to thrive and grow. Why it fits forever? Racism fits forever because it's ingrained in systems of power and control. It doesn't just vanish after a confrontation or a social movement, it becomes embedded in institutions, practices, and even cultural norms. The history of racism stretches back centuries, leaving a long trail of trauma and injustice. And because racism is based on an unfounded belief in superiority, it can be perpetuated by those who benefit from it, whether they are aware of it or not. What makes racism particularly insidious is that it is learned and passed down. It doesn't just happen in isolated incidents, it becomes part of the fabric of society, something that's inherited and perpetuated over generations. Children are taught to fear those who look different, and as they grow up, they may not even realize they are perpetuating the cycle of hatred. But just as racism is passed down, so too can the fight against it be passed on. The battle for equality and justice must be fought at every level, individually, within communities, and on a systemic scale. If racism is allowed to thrive, it will continue to poison generations to come. Can it get worse? Oh, it absolutely can. If racism is left unchecked, it grows in power and influence. It turns into something far more dangerous than isolated hate speech or prejudice, it becomes institutionalized. When those in power embrace racist ideologies, it leads to systemic inequality that affects every aspect of life, from the justice system to healthcare to education. It becomes codified into laws and policies that disadvantage entire groups of people, making it harder for them to succeed and thrive. The more ingrained racism becomes, the harder it is to root out. It turns into a self-perpetuating system of oppression, where even the smallest act of rebellion can be met with fierce resistance. And as it becomes more entrenched, the violence that follows, whether physical, psychological, or economic, grows more widespread. Tips for survival. Surviving in a world infected by racism requires courage, resilience, and an unshakable belief in the equality of all people. Educate yourself and others. Speak out when you see injustice, even when it's uncomfortable or unpopular. Stand in solidarity with those who are marginalized, and work to create spaces of equality and opportunity for all. Recognize that racism is not just their problem, it's everyone's problem. As long as racism exists, no one is truly free. By confronting racism head-on and dismantling it piece by piece, we can begin to heal the wounds it has created and build a world where all people, regardless of race, can truly live as equals. Final words: racism may seem like a one-sided sin, but it damages everyone. It creates divisions, perpetuates suffering, and keeps societies from realizing their true potential. Whether you're the victim or the perpetrator, racism only serves to blind us to the truth that we are all human, deserving of respect, dignity, and love. And it's up to each of us to recognize and fight against this sin, so that one day, we can break the chains it has forged. Chapter 28, Homophobia. The sin homophobia is the irrational fear, hatred, or prejudice against people who identify as LGBTQ+. It's the deeply rooted discomfort or animosity toward individuals who love differently, express themselves differently, or inhabit a gender identity that doesn't conform to the traditional, rigid binaries of male and female. This sin is not just about avoiding people who are different, it's about actively devaluing, demonizing, or outright harming them because of their identity. Homophobia isn't just a personal attitude, it seeps into societal structures, influencing laws, institutions, and cultural norms that push LGBTQ+ individuals to the margins. It manifests in everything from microaggressions, those tiny, often unspoken slights, to overt acts of violence. From calling someone fag to the denial of basic rights, homophobia is a blanket term for all the ways society has chosen to make life harder for a person simply because of whom they love. At its core, homophobia thrives on fear, fear of the unfamiliar, fear of change, and fear of losing control over deeply ingrained systems of power. It's the fear that letting others live authentically will somehow undermine the perceived sanctity of tradition, heteronormative relationships, or religious beliefs. And so, this fear is disguised as moral superiority, often cloaked in the language of religion, cultural preservation, or common sense. But, just like any form of hatred, homophobia is ultimately rooted in ignorance. It stems from a lack of understanding of the rich diversity of human experience and the belief that everyone must adhere to the same, narrow vision of how life should be lived. Homophobia strips away empathy, reducing individuals to their sexual orientation, and it erases the beauty of love in all its forms. The punishment for homophobia is twofold, on both the individual and societal levels. For the person who harbors homophobic views, the punishment is spiritual decay. These individuals live with a cloud of hate and fear over them, shutting themselves off from the vast diversity of human experience. Their world becomes smaller, more closed off, and devoid of the richness that comes from accepting others. Homophobia also punishes the oppressed. LGBTQ+ individuals suffer the direct consequences of a homophobic society: violence, discrimination, mental health struggles, and even death. They live in constant fear of being ostracized, harassed, or physically harmed. These individuals are forced to navigate a world where their identity is either ignored or persecuted, making it harder for them to live freely and authentically. And yet, the punishment doesn't end there. Homophobia perpetuates a toxic cycle of oppression, creating an environment where all people, gay, straight, or otherwise, are taught to fear, hate, or misunderstand others. It builds walls between people, keeping them from developing true relationships based on mutual respect and understanding. For a society, the punishment is a fractured culture, one that can never fully heal because it continues to perpetuate division and hate. In extreme cases, the punishment is deadly. Hate crimes against LGBTQ+ individuals are a stark reminder of just how dangerous homophobia can be. From bullying to state-sponsored violence, the impact of homophobia can be fatal. Even when it's not literal violence, the emotional and psychological toll can be devastating, especially when individuals are made to feel inferior or unworthy because of their sexual orientation. The atmosphere homophobia creates an atmosphere of fear, repression, and exclusion. It's the invisible barrier that keeps LGBTQ+ individuals from living freely. It makes public spaces unsafe for people to hold hands, to kiss, to express affection openly. In homes, schools, and workplaces, homophobia forces people to live in hiding, diminishing the joy of being seen and loved for who they are. The atmosphere is toxic because homophobia spreads like a virus, infecting people who might otherwise be open-minded or empathetic. It feeds on ignorance, stereotypes, and the belief that there is something inherently wrong or sinful about being LGBTQ+. It turns family gatherings, workplaces, and social circles into battlegrounds, where any mention of queerness is met with discomfort or, worse, outright hostility. But it's not just the individuals who are overtly homophobic who perpetuate this atmosphere. It's the silent enablers, the people who stand by and let homophobic jokes slide, the people who remain silent in the face of discrimination, the people who passively accept a culture that tolerates hate. This silence is its own form of complicity, creating a space where homophobia can thrive unchecked. And in this atmosphere of fear and shame, LGBTQ+ individuals are often forced to perform the painful act of hiding their true selves. This leads to a sense of isolation, loneliness, and depression. It's a world where authenticity is silenced, and people are expected to fit in rather than stand out. Why it fits forever? Homophobia fits forever because it's built on centuries of cultural and religious belief that enforce rigid gender roles and heterosexual norms. It is entrenched in institutions like religion, politics, and law, which have historically treated LGBTQ+ individuals as deviant, unnatural, or sinful. From colonialism to modern-day laws that criminalize same-sex relationships, homophobia has a long history, one that continues to leave deep scars on societies around the world. The reason homophobia persists is that it's more than just an opinion or a preference, it's a form of control. It's the fear of losing dominance over a system that privileges heterosexual, cisgendered identities over all others. The idea that someone's sexual orientation can challenge or even undermine these power structures is too much for some to accept, and so they cling to homophobia as a way to maintain order, at the cost of human lives, dignity, and freedom. But even as attitudes slowly change and progress is made, homophobia still fits into the fabric of society, woven into the subtle ways people are treated differently, subtly alienated, or silenced. This perpetuation of heteronormative ideals ensures that homophobia remains a deep-rooted problem in both personal lives and larger systems of power. Can it get worse? Can it get worse? Yes. The punishment of homophobia escalates as it feeds on societal silence. When laws are passed to strip away the rights of LGBTQ+ individuals, when public figures perpetuate hate through their speeches or actions, when violence against LGBTQ+ people becomes normalized, homophobia worsens. In its extreme form, homophobia leads to not just social rejection but state-sanctioned violence, an environment where being gay can be a death sentence, either literally or figuratively. Moreover, as LGBTQ+ rights are slowly recognized in some places, backlash from homophobic individuals and groups often intensifies, bringing even more hatred and fear. This cycle of escalating homophobia, particularly in countries where progress is met with regressive legislation or hate-driven politics, shows just how far-reaching and persistent this sin can be. Tips for survival for those who are fighting against homophobia: whether they're LGBTQ+ themselves or allies, survival requires resilience. It requires an unshakable commitment to one's identity and the strength to stand up for what's right, even when the world around you is filled with hate. Here are some tips for survival: surround yourself with supportive people, build a network of allies, friends, and family who accept and celebrate you for who you are. Support groups and LGBTQ+ communities are essential for emotional well-being. Educate others. Combat ignorance by educating people on the realities of being LGBTQ+. Share stories, engage in dialogue, and challenge homophobic remarks or behaviors when you see them. Practice self-care. Homophobia can take a toll on mental health, so take time for yourself. Engage in activities that promote mental well-being, exercise, meditation, or hobbies that make you feel at peace. Be visible. Visibility is power. By being unapologetically yourself, you help normalize LGBTQ+ identities and reduce the stigma that surrounds them. Final words: homophobia is a poison that harms not only those it targets but also the society that tolerates it. It is a sin that thrives on ignorance and fear, leaving a trail of pain and division in its wake. But it's also a sin that can be challenged, that can be eradicated through education, empathy, and love. The fight against homophobia is not just a fight for LGBTQ+ rights, it's a fight for the soul of humanity itself. It's a fight to build a world where everyone can live openly, love freely, and be themselves without fear. It's time to confront homophobia head-on and eradicate it once and for all, because no one should have to live in a world where love is the problem. Chapter 29, Abuse. The sin. Abuse is a broad, insidious sin that can take many forms: physical, emotional, sexual, verbal, and psychological. It is the deliberate mistreatment of another person with the intent to cause harm, control, or manipulate. Abuse is not a single incident, but a pattern of behavior that wears down an individual's sense of worth, autonomy, and identity. It's the wielding of power to break someone down for selfish or sadistic pleasure, or the need to dominate another to feel superior. This sin is present in all walks of life: relationships, families, workplaces, and even institutions. It can take the form of a partner who belittles and manipulates, a parent who physically or emotionally damages a child, or a boss who uses their power to intimidate and silence. No person or group is immune from being either a perpetrator or a victim of abuse, and the effects are often long-lasting, leaving scars that are visible and invisible. Abuse thrives in silence, its victims often too scared, too ashamed, or too broken to speak out. It feeds on fear and isolation, and it is perpetuated by a society that too often ignores or justifies its existence. Whether it's the emotional toll of constant belittling, the physical damage of a beating, the sexual violation of one's body, or the psychological torment of gaslighting, abuse leaves deep, irreversible wounds that never truly heal. The punishment for abuse is multifaceted, but it's primarily the destruction of the human spirit. For the abuser, the punishment is not just the act of abuse itself, but the internal corrosion that comes with it. Abusers are trapped in a cycle of their own making, perpetually feeding off power, control, and cruelty. They never get to experience true love or connection because their existence is based on domination, fear, and insecurity. The loneliness of being an abuser is profound, surrounded by people who fear or hate them, yet incapable of realizing that their actions are what isolate them. Their punishment is spiritual decay, emotional isolation, and the inevitable consequences of their actions, which could range from legal repercussions to societal rejection. For the victim, the punishment is often lifelong. The effects of abuse are far-reaching, and the scars may last much longer than the physical evidence. Victims may carry anxiety, depression, PTSD, or a deep sense of worthlessness for the rest of their lives. Relationships may be damaged, as the victim struggles to trust or feel safe in the world. Their self-esteem is shattered, and they are often left questioning their own value. They may even internalize the abuse, believing that they somehow deserved it or that they are incapable of love or happiness. The punishment is also generational. Abuse often gets passed down through families, perpetuating the cycle of harm. An abusive parent raises an abused child, who grows up to either become an abuser themselves or fall into an abusive relationship. The long-term social costs of abuse are profound: the damage done to the victim, the continued harm inflicted on their children, and the perpetuation of fear and trauma throughout society. The atmosphere of abuse is one of tension, fear, and manipulation. In an abusive relationship, whether personal or professional, nothing feels safe. Every moment is fraught with the possibility of an outburst, a criticism, or a cruel act that shakes the very core of the victim. The victim never knows when the next attack will come, and as a result, they constantly live in a state of hypervigilance, bracing for the worst. The atmosphere is toxic, breeding feelings of guilt, shame, and powerlessness in the victim. It's the slow erasure of their sense of self, as they are made to feel that their worth is entirely dependent on pleasing the abuser, meeting their demands, or conforming to their whims. Abuse stifles joy, diminishes hope, and clouds the ability to see the world as a safe place. Instead of experiencing life as an open possibility, the victim sees it as a minefield where one wrong move can trigger an explosion of pain. In abusive environments, the victim often learns to walk on eggshells, never speaking out, never expressing an opinion, never daring to defy. The atmosphere is one of perpetual control, where the victim's autonomy is chipped away until they are just a shadow of their former self. They might not even realize the extent of their entrapment until it's too late. And for those who witness abuse, whether friends, family, or colleagues, the atmosphere is equally poisonous, marked by discomfort, guilt, and sometimes complicity, as they choose not to intervene, allowing the cycle of abuse to continue. Why it fits forever? Abuse fits forever because it's not just a singular sin, it's a methodical, calculated pattern that builds over time. It's a disease that erodes the fabric of human connection and decimates trust, love, and empathy. The long-term impact of abuse shapes not only the present but also the future, creating a web of destruction that ensnares generations. The reason abuse fits forever is because it has the potential to remain hidden for so long. Victims often feel trapped in silence, convinced that they are powerless to change their circumstances. As time passes, the cycle becomes ingrained, and the victim starts to believe that this is the only reality they will ever know. They come to internalize the abuser's lies and distortions, which makes it all the more difficult to break free. For the abuser, this sin becomes a permanent part of their identity. They live in a perpetual state of denial and fear, unable to truly connect with others in an authentic way. They may face temporary consequences, but the deeper punishment, the erosion of their humanity, lasts far longer. Abuse is a sin that digs its claws deep into the soul, marking its victims and perpetrators alike with scars that don't fade easily. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. The only way abuse can't get worse is if the cycle is broken. The abuse itself might escalate. What starts as emotional manipulation may evolve into physical violence, and what begins as a controlling relationship could evolve into full-blown captivity. The isolation that abuse creates can get worse over time, leaving the victim feeling even more disconnected, afraid, and desperate. For the abuser, it can also spiral further. A person who manipulates and controls might end up isolating their victim from all family and friends, so that the victim has nowhere to go. The abuse can become more dangerous, more frequent, and more destructive, until the victim no longer has the strength to leave, or worse, no longer believes they deserve better. And for society? The more abuse becomes normalized, the harder it is to stop. If the systems in place allow abuse to continue unchecked, it becomes a part of the culture, something that's seen as acceptable, even in certain circles. Worse, victims of abuse who are never given the chance to heal often become perpetrators themselves, perpetuating the cycle. Tips for survival: recognize the signs. The first step in surviving abuse is recognizing it. If someone tries to control, belittle, or hurt you in any way, physically or emotionally, understand that it's not normal. Healthy relationships are built on respect, not fear. Reach out, don't suffer in silence. Find a trusted friend, family member, or support group. Isolation is the abuser's best friend, so fight it with human connection. Set boundaries. Don't allow anyone to diminish your self-worth. Set clear boundaries and stand firm. You are not required to tolerate mistreatment. Seek professional help. Therapy is invaluable for both victims and perpetrators. Healing requires deep, sometimes painful work, but it's necessary to break the cycle. Plan an exit strategy. If you're in a dangerous or life-threatening situation, seek help from professionals who can assist in creating a safe escape plan. Your safety is paramount. Final words: abuse is one of those sins that seeps into the very core of what it means to be human. It corrupts love, shatters dignity, and erodes the possibility of healthy, respectful relationships. Whether it's the victim or the abuser, no one walks away from abuse unscathed. But remember, there is hope. Break the cycle. Speak out. Heal. The future doesn't have to be defined by the scars of the past. But first, you have to recognize the sin, face it head-on, and refuse to let it control your life any longer. Chapter 30, Violence. The sin. Violence is the direct and intentional use of force to harm, control, or intimidate others. It is the antithesis of compassion, the cold eradication of empathy. Whether physical or emotional, violence is the eruption of rage, frustration, or power that seeks to subjugate or destroy another. It can be as overt as a punch to the face, or as insidious as a violent tirade meant to break someone down emotionally. Violence is a way of claiming dominance, exerting control, or seeking revenge, and it shows no mercy. Whether it's the chaos of a street fight, the brutalization of an innocent person, or the hidden violence of words that tear at a person's self-worth, the nature of violence is to diminish, degrade, and obliterate. It thrives on fear, misunderstanding, and hate, and it spreads quickly, infecting all it touches. Violence doesn't just hurt the victim, it dehumanizes the perpetrator, turning them into something less than human, someone who can justify harm as a means to an end. At its core, violence is rooted in an inability to cope, to communicate, or to resolve conflict without inflicting pain. It's a weakness disguised as strength, a crutch for the emotionally and mentally stunted. When violence takes hold, it obliterates any opportunity for healing, for reconciliation, for understanding. It's a one-way street to destruction. The punishment for violence is both immediate and long-term. On the surface, there are the obvious consequences: physical injury, legal action, the potential for imprisonment. These are the easily identifiable punishments, the ones we can point to as justice served. However, the real punishment of violence is much more profound. For the victim, the punishment is trauma. The pain may not always be visible, but it's felt. Every blow, every scream, every threat, etches itself into the soul. Even when the physical wounds heal, the emotional scars remain. It's the fear of the next assault, the anxiety, the sleepless nights, the hypervigilance. It's a lifelong battle with trust and self-worth, where the person may constantly question if they are deserving of love, respect, or kindness. They may develop a deep-seated fear of vulnerability or become emotionally numb, struggling to process their emotions in healthy ways. The abuser, too, faces punishment, though in a much more hidden form. While they might escape immediate retribution or judgment, they're still marked by their actions. Violence is a corrosive force that consumes the abuser from within. The more they use violence to control or harm, the less capable they become of experiencing authentic connections with others. The inability to resolve conflict without resorting to aggression leads to isolation. Relationships fall apart, and trust evaporates. Even if they never face a legal penalty, they endure the punishment of a lonely, soulless existence, their connections fractured, their reputation forever tarnished. The ultimate punishment for violence is the irreversible damage it does to society. It undermines the very foundation of cooperation and mutual respect. It promotes fear over understanding, control over dialogue, and hatred over love. It's a cancer that spreads, and while it might not show in every interaction, its impact is seen in the ways communities break down, in the cycles of violence that are passed from one generation to the next, in the casual desensitization to cruelty and harm. The atmosphere. Violence creates an atmosphere of fear, uncertainty, and chaos. It doesn't just leave behind physical damage, it warps the space it occupies, turning it into something dark and oppressive. Whether it's the stark silence that follows an argument turned violent or the shockwave of a brutal assault, violence leaves a residue in the air. It's a presence that hangs, heavy and uncomfortable, in any room, any conversation, any relationship it touches. In the aftermath of violence, people often live in a constant state of unease. They may feel like they're walking on eggshells, uncertain of what will set off the next outburst. There's a loss of safety, a sense that nothing can be trusted. Children raised in violent households often feel this way, their young lives marked by the tension in the home and the unpredictable behavior of their caregivers. In public spaces, violence creates an environment of hostility, where people are more likely to defend themselves than connect with one another. This social fracturing turns neighborhoods into battlefields, families into war zones, and workplaces into mines waiting to explode. The atmosphere of violence also breeds a kind of apathy or numbness. When violence is normalized, when it becomes a go-to response for conflict, it fosters a culture where people are no longer shocked by brutality. They become desensitized, less empathetic. They may even internalize the violence, adopting it as their own way of coping or asserting themselves. The more violence exists unchecked, the more it becomes an accepted part of life. Why it fits forever? Violence fits forever because, like all forms of sin, it leaves behind a permanent trace. It's not a transient act that fades away, it scars the soul, the body, and the fabric of society. Its impact is deeply rooted in the psyche of both the victim and the perpetrator, often leaving them unable to escape its grip. For the victim, violence becomes a constant companion, haunting their thoughts and actions long after the physical damage has healed. They may find themselves in toxic relationships or struggling with anger or depression, unable to outrun the shadow of their past. For the abuser, violence becomes a mechanism of control, a warped solution to their own inner turmoil, which they may never fully address. At a societal level, the impact of violence lingers in the broken communities, the fractured families, and the generational cycles of abuse. Each act of violence perpetuates the conditions that allow it to thrive, making it harder to break free from its grip. As long as violence remains unchecked, it festers and grows, affecting more and more people, spreading its poison across generations. Can it get worse? Yes, it can always get worse. Violence can escalate from verbal abuse to physical assault, from spousal abuse to full-blown murder. In societies where violence is already prevalent, it can become institutionalized, like state-sponsored violence or systemic brutality. It can spread from isolated incidents to mass violence, wars, genocide, terrorism, until it's no longer confined to individual actions, but has become the very essence of how society operates. The more violence is normalized, the more likely it is to proliferate. It may become embedded in the laws, the institutions, or the very way people relate to one another. What starts as a personal vendetta or an isolated act of rage can grow into something far more destructive, touching countless lives and laying waste to entire communities. Tips for survival: distance yourself from violent environments. The first step in survival is recognizing that you don't have to tolerate violence. Get out of the situation as soon as you can. If you can't physically escape, find ways to protect yourself emotionally and mentally. Seek support, whether it's friends, family, or professional help. Don't face violence alone. There are people and organizations that can help you get out of violent situations. Recognize the signs. Violence doesn't always come in the form of a punch. Emotional manipulation, verbal abuse, and controlling behavior are all forms of violence that can escalate. Be aware of the red flags. Build resilience. The more you can fortify yourself emotionally and mentally, the less susceptible you'll be to the effects of violence. Therapy, self-care, and building a strong support network are crucial in recovery. Final words: violence is not just an act, it's a way of life for some. It's the quick and easy solution for those who don't know how to deal with their emotions, their powerlessness, or their hatred. But violence always leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. The road to violence is paved with suffering and pain, and even if the consequences aren't immediate, they will eventually catch up with everyone involved. If you think violence is the answer, remember this: it's never the answer. It only creates more problems, more harm, and more people who suffer. There's no triumph in violence, only devastation. Choose to break the cycle. Choose peace, dialogue, and understanding, even when it feels hard. Because violence doesn't just hurt others, it hurts you too, and it's a punishment that will follow you, always. Chapter 31, slavery. The sin slavery is the forced subjugation of individuals through coercion, violence, or manipulation. It is a system built on the complete denial of freedom, where human beings are reduced to mere property, commodities to be bought, sold, and exploited. It thrives on the dehumanization of its victims, treating them as less than human, stripping away their autonomy, dignity, and basic rights. Whether it is physical labor, sexual exploitation, or psychological torment, slavery is an insidious evil that permeates every aspect of a person's life, leaving them no choice but to comply or face unspeakable consequences. Slavery's roots lie in the belief that one person can claim ownership over another. It's built on the idea that some lives are worth more than others, an ideology that justifies the use of force, the denial of personal agency, and the destruction of the soul. In societies where slavery is accepted, the victims are often rendered invisible, their suffering disregarded in favor of those who profit from their labor. The sin of slavery is multifaceted. It is about control, it is about greed, and it is about the utter disregard for the humanity of others. It feeds on fear and power, and like many great sins, it doesn't just hurt the victim, it poisons the perpetrator as well, turning them into a parasite, feeding off of someone else's suffering. The punishment. Slavery's punishment isn't just about the immediate suffering of its victims. It's about the long-term trauma that continues long after the chains are broken. For the enslaved, the punishment is a life of agony and degradation. It is the perpetual breaking of the spirit, the transformation of a human being into an object, a tool to be used at the whim of others. The scars left by slavery, be they physical, emotional, or psychological, are often lifelong, with generations bearing the weight of their ancestors' enslavement. Victims of slavery live in a constant state of fear, knowing that even small acts of defiance can result in brutal punishment or death. Even when they escape, they are often left with deep-rooted trauma, struggling with trust, self-worth, and post-traumatic stress. The abuse they endure alters their perception of the world, and rebuilding after slavery can feel like an insurmountable task. But the punishment of slavery doesn't just rest on the shoulders of the enslaved. The perpetrators, too, suffer a profound consequence, a loss of their humanity. Slavers, regardless of their status, are not untouched by their actions. In seeking to dominate and control others, they lose any sense of true power. They become hollow, incapable of real relationships, devoid of empathy, compassion, or respect for life. Slavery corrupts the soul, it dehumanizes the oppressor just as much as it degrades the oppressed. On a societal level, the punishment of slavery is its ability to divide and fracture communities, to create hierarchies based on race, class, or ethnicity. Even after the practice of slavery ends, the wounds it inflicts on a society are deep and lasting. It leaves behind a legacy of inequality, systemic oppression, and generational trauma that persists for centuries. In a sense, the punishment for slavery is the perpetuation of the broken systems that support it, long after its official abolition. The atmosphere of slavery is one of oppression, fear, and violence. It is a stifling environment where hope is crushed, where freedom is a distant dream, and where every day is a battle for survival. Those who live under slavery feel the constant weight of subjugation, their every move, every word, every glance, controlled by the whims of their masters. The air is thick with tension, with the knowledge that at any moment, one might be punished for a simple mistake, or worse, for defying the system that oppresses them. For the enslaved, the atmosphere is devoid of autonomy. There is no space to breathe, no room to dream, no time to heal. Their lives are dictated by the needs and desires of others, their worth determined by their ability to perform labor or satisfy their master's wishes. Even the smallest act of resistance, a defiant look, a whisper of rebellion, can result in punishment so severe that the very thought of standing up for oneself feels like a dangerous fantasy. The atmosphere of slavery also has a corrupting influence on those who wield the power. The masters live in a bubble of supremacy, isolated from the reality of their victims' lives. They exist in an echo chamber where their power is affirmed by the suffering of others. The space around them is one of entitlement and superiority, a place where they are untouchable, where they believe their own needs, desires, and whims are more important than the lives of those they oppress. In a society built on slavery, this atmosphere seeps into everything. From politics to culture to economics, slavery creates an environment of inequality, resentment, and violence. People are divided along lines of race, class, and power, each group forced to navigate the system in ways that either support or challenge the status quo. It's a bitter, toxic atmosphere that warps everything it touches, breeding resentment and deepening the divides between people. Why it fits forever? Slavery fits forever because it is the ultimate violation of human dignity. It strips people of their personhood, reducing them to commodities that can be bought, sold, and exploited at will. It transcends time because it taps into the darkest aspects of human nature, the desire for power, control, and domination. It is a sin that is difficult to erase, for it is rooted in the very structures of society, often disguised as cultural norms, economic systems, or laws. The legacy of slavery is not something that can simply be forgotten or washed away. It lingers in the ways societies are built, in the inequalities that persist, in the systemic injustices that continue to haunt marginalized communities. It's a sin that is passed down through generations, its effects rippling through time and space, never truly disappearing. Slavery fits forever because its impact is not just about the physical chains that bind people, but the mental and emotional chains that continue to hold them long after they've been set free. The scars of slavery are woven into the very fabric of society, creating a cycle of oppression that is difficult to break. Can it get worse? Yes, it can always get worse. Slavery, at its core, is a reflection of humanity's capacity for cruelty and indifference. In a world where slavery is allowed to persist, the worst is always just around the corner. As long as people can be commodified, as long as there are systems that profit from human suffering, slavery will continue to evolve, taking on new forms. It can get worse when slavery becomes invisible, when it's hidden behind closed doors or disguised as something else, like human trafficking, debt bondage, or modern-day servitude. When slavery is institutionalized, when people stop seeing it as a sin and start seeing it as a normal part of life, it only gets worse. Tips for survival. Surviving slavery, whether physically or emotionally, requires strength beyond measure. It means finding a way to retain your sense of humanity, even when everything around you is designed to strip it away. Survival may mean escaping, fighting back, or simply enduring, knowing that one day, the chains will break. It means resisting dehumanization, and finding ways to reclaim your worth, even in the darkest of circumstances. For those not enslaved, survival means remaining vigilant, fighting against systems of power that perpetuate slavery, and working toward creating a world where freedom, equality, and dignity are not just ideals but realities. It requires standing up for the oppressed, speaking out against injustice, and challenging the systems that allow slavery to persist. Final word. Slavery is a stain on humanity, a sin that continues to echo through history. Its punishment is felt by everyone, victims, perpetrators, and societies alike. It poisons everything it touches, leaving behind a world that is fractured, divided, and broken. But even in the face of this dark sin, there is hope. By recognizing slavery for what it is, by acknowledging its existence and its impact, we can begin the difficult work of healing. Freedom, after all, is not just the absence of chains, it's the presence of compassion, respect, and equality for all. Chapter 32, Exploitation. The sin. Exploitation is the systematic taking advantage of others for personal gain, often at the expense of their well-being, freedom, or rights. It is a sin rooted in power imbalance, where one party uses another's vulnerability, be it social, economic, or personal, to extract labor, resources, or benefits that the exploited person would otherwise not offer willingly. Whether it's a corporate giant extracting sweatshop labor, an individual manipulating someone's emotional needs, or the rich taking advantage of the poor, exploitation thrives where greed and indifference collide. The exploitative mindset views people not as individuals with dignity and autonomy, but as tools to be used for one's gain. It sees others not as human beings deserving of respect and fairness, but as commodities to be bought, sold, and discarded when no longer useful. Exploitation dehumanizes both the perpetrator and the victim, creating a toxic environment where empathy is replaced with manipulation, and trust is traded for control. Exploitation can take many forms. It might be in the labor market, where workers are paid far less than the value of their work while employers profit handsomely. It could be the sexual exploitation of vulnerable individuals, using their desperation for personal pleasure or financial gain. It could even be the emotional exploitation of relationships, where one person manipulates another's affection for their own benefit. What all forms of exploitation share is the deep imbalance of power, one party holding control over another, with no regard for fairness, justice, or morality. The punishment of exploitation is manifold. For the exploited, the consequences are severe. It leaves emotional and psychological scars that can persist long after the immediate exploitation ends. The victim feels diminished, often struggling with feelings of worthlessness, shame, and betrayal. They may also suffer financially, socially, or even physically, depending on the nature of the exploitation. The impact of being used by another person can alter how the victim sees the world and their place within it, creating lasting wounds that affect future relationships, career choices, and mental health. But the punishment of exploitation doesn't end with the exploited. The exploiters themselves experience a kind of corruption that erodes their character. Exploiting others for personal gain may grant them temporary power, wealth, or satisfaction, but it eats away at their soul. They become desensitized to the suffering they cause, and over time, they lose any sense of empathy or moral compass. The greed that drives them to exploit others becomes insatiable, leading to a never-ending hunger for more control and power. Exploitation is also a punishment to society. In communities where exploitation is rampant, inequality flourishes. The gap between the rich and poor grows, creating divisions that tear at the fabric of social cohesion. Trust is eroded, and resentment brews. When exploitation becomes systemic, it undermines the very idea of fairness and justice, replacing them with a cynical view of human relationships as transactions where everyone is either a player or a pawn. Ultimately, exploitation punishes the perpetrator by making them morally bankrupt. It dehumanizes the exploited, but in doing so, it also strips the exploiters of their own humanity, reducing them to parasites, draining the life from others while feeding off their misery. The atmosphere of exploitation is one of distrust, manipulation, and inequality. In environments where exploitation reigns, there's an overwhelming sense of tension, people constantly fear being taken advantage of, and those in positions of power feel no need to consider others' needs or well-being. The exploited live in constant vulnerability, aware that their worth is not based on who they are, but on what they can provide. There is no genuine community, no mutual respect, only transactional relationships built on one-sided benefit. In workplaces where exploitation is prevalent, the atmosphere is one of burnout and disillusionment. Workers are pushed beyond their limits, often without recognition or reward. They feel like cogs in a machine, easily replaced and discarded when no longer useful. In relationships, the air is thick with manipulation, one person always calculating their next move, using the other for personal gain, without any regard for their feelings or well-being. The exploiters, on the other hand, live in an atmosphere of entitlement. They view others as expendable, as tools to be used and discarded when necessary. The exploitation itself can create a warped sense of superiority, where the perpetrator believes they are somehow entitled to control others for their benefit. In many cases, they may even justify their actions, telling themselves that the victim is weak, undeserving, or inferior. This creates a toxic atmosphere of arrogance, where the exploiter becomes more entrenched in their own sense of power, losing touch with the very concept of empathy or compassion. On a larger societal level, the atmosphere of exploitation permeates the social structures themselves. In an exploitative system, power is concentrated in the hands of a few, while the majority is left to struggle. There is an overarching sense of unfairness, and those with power often go to great lengths to preserve it, enacting policies, creating laws, and perpetuating cultural norms that ensure the status quo remains. In this atmosphere, those who are being exploited may not even recognize the injustice they face, as the exploitation is normalized or disguised as a natural part of life. Why it fits forever. Exploitation is a timeless sin because it taps into one of the darkest aspects of human nature, greed. Throughout history, societies have been built on exploitation, from the slave trade to sweatshops to modern-day human trafficking. It fits forever because it speaks to the imbalance of power and the tendency for some to take advantage of those with less power. As long as there are systems that allow one person or group to dominate another, exploitation will persist. Moreover, exploitation thrives in environments where empathy is weak, and indifference is rampant. In such societies, the vulnerable are left open to manipulation, and the powerful often find ways to justify their actions, turning exploitation into a normalized part of everyday life. As long as inequality exists, exploitation will always find a way to worm its way into the cracks. Can it get worse? Unfortunately, yes. Exploitation can always get worse. It can grow more insidious and more entrenched, evolving into systems where people are born into exploitation and have no way out. For example, slavery in the 18th and 19th centuries reached a horrifying scale, and modern-day exploitation, such as human trafficking, continues to thrive in many parts of the world. When exploitation becomes institutionalized, woven into the fabric of economies and societies, it can become nearly impossible for the exploited to escape. As exploitation becomes normalized, it becomes harder to recognize. What was once an open abuse of power may turn into a subtle, almost imperceptible form of manipulation that is more difficult to fight. Governments, corporations, and individuals who benefit from exploitation may actively work to perpetuate it, and the victims may come to believe that they deserve no better, becoming complicit in their own suffering. Tips for survival: recognize the signs. Awareness is the first step. Know when you're being exploited, whether it's through emotional manipulation, unfair wages, or being used for someone else's gain. Understanding your worth and the dynamics at play is essential to protect yourself. Set boundaries, whether in the workplace or in relationships. Setting clear boundaries is critical. Don't allow others to take advantage of your time, resources, or emotions without offering something in return. Speak up. Exploitation thrives in silence. Don't be afraid to speak out when you see it happening, whether to your peers, superiors, or even legal authorities. Sometimes, exposing exploitation is the only way to bring it to an end. Support each other. The exploited often find strength in numbers. Work together to support one another, whether by forming unions, speaking out collectively, or simply offering emotional support. Solidarity can help create the pressure needed to challenge exploitation. Final words: exploitation may seem like a convenient way to get ahead, but it's a path that leads only to destruction. It dehumanizes both the exploited and the exploiter, and in the end, it erodes the very foundation of society. In the long run, the damage caused by exploitation is always greater than the temporary gains it promises. Everyone deserves dignity, respect, and the freedom to live without fear of being used. And in a world that refuses to tolerate exploitation, true prosperity is possible for all. Chapter 33, Intolerance. The sin intolerance is the active rejection of ideas, beliefs, cultures, or people that differ from one's own. It is rooted in a narrow worldview that refuses to acknowledge the validity of anything outside of one's personal or cultural norms. Intolerance can manifest in various ways, from discrimination and prejudice to outright violence and persecution. It's an attitude of my way or the highway, and it poisons the very foundation of human connection, creating an environment where mutual respect and understanding are impossible. At its core, intolerance is born from fear and ignorance. The fearful mind sees differences as threats rather than opportunities for growth. The ignorant mind, on the other hand, simply lacks the understanding to appreciate the richness of diversity. In either case, intolerance seeks to suppress, stigmatize, or eliminate anything that challenges its limited perspective. It's a sin that thrives on division and separation, creating barriers between individuals and entire groups of people. Whether it's racial intolerance, religious intolerance, or the refusal to accept differing opinions, this sin poisons relationships and communities alike. It strips away the humanity of those it targets, reducing them to their differences rather than recognizing their common humanity. In its extreme form, intolerance leads to violence, genocide, and war. History is littered with the scars of conflicts fueled by the refusal to accept others as equals. But even in its more subtle forms, intolerance damages the soul. It closes off hearts and minds to the possibility of connection, understanding, and empathy. The punishment for intolerance is a spiral of hatred and isolation. Those who harbor intolerance live in a constant state of division, surrounded by walls they've built to keep out the other. This self-imposed separation means that they are also isolated from the richness of diversity, be it in thought, culture, or experience. Their world becomes smaller and smaller, until they are trapped in an echo chamber where only their own beliefs and biases are reflected back at them. The consequences of intolerance extend beyond the individual. Communities divided by intolerance become breeding grounds for conflict and unrest. Tensions run high, and trust is in short supply. It becomes nearly impossible to build meaningful relationships or collaborate with others. Where intolerance festers, so too does fear, and fear breeds misunderstanding and hatred. Those on the receiving end of intolerance suffer deeply. They are marginalized, often dehumanized, and made to feel less than or invisible. The psychological toll can be immense. Living in a world where you are constantly rejected or attacked for simply being who you are can lead to trauma, depression, and a loss of self-worth. The persistent denial of one's humanity has lasting effects, diminishing one's sense of belonging and the desire to contribute meaningfully to society. On a global scale, intolerance can lead to devastating consequences. Wars, genocides, and systemic discrimination are often the direct result of deeply ingrained intolerance. History has shown time and time again that those who refuse to tolerate difference are willing to commit unspeakable acts in the name of their beliefs. But the punishment for this sin is not only suffered by the victims, the perpetrators, too, are condemned. They live in a state of perpetual conflict and fear, unable to experience true peace or harmony because they have chosen to build walls rather than bridges. The atmosphere of intolerance is thick with animosity and suspicion. It is a world where differences are feared, and the other is always seen as a threat. In environments steeped in intolerance, there's an underlying tension in the air, a sense that something is wrong, that people are on edge, and that conflict is just waiting to erupt. Conversations are fraught with judgment, and every exchange is colored by preconceived notions and biases. In a society where intolerance reigns, the atmosphere becomes suffocating. People stop listening to one another, not because they are uninterested, but because they've already decided that the other's opinions, beliefs, or identities are not worth considering. There's no room for nuance or understanding. Labels are quickly applied, and anyone who dares to challenge the status quo is seen as a threat. At its most extreme, intolerance breeds violence. The atmosphere becomes charged with hatred, and that hatred spills over into acts of aggression. Whether through racial profiling, religious persecution, or hate crimes, intolerance manifests in destructive, often deadly ways. But even in less overt forms, intolerance creates an atmosphere of fear and tension that can feel just as oppressive. The victims of intolerance often feel isolated and vulnerable. They live in an environment where they are constantly reminded of their otherness, and where their worth is measured not by their character but by their differences. This stifling atmosphere can be deeply damaging, leading to a sense of powerlessness and despair. For the intolerant, the atmosphere is equally toxic. Their worldview is shaped by a rigid, narrow lens, and they are trapped in a constant state of conflict. They are incapable of seeing beyond their own limited perspective, which means that they miss out on the richness that comes with diversity, different ideas, cultures, and experiences that could expand their minds and hearts. Instead, they live in a world of resentment and fear, where they are unable to connect with others on a meaningful level. Why it fits forever. Intolerance has persisted throughout human history because it speaks to our deepest, most primal fears. The fear of the unknown, the fear of losing control, and the fear of being other, are hardwired into us as survival mechanisms. In ancient times, these fears kept us safe from danger. But in the modern world, these same fears are used to justify exclusion, discrimination, and violence. Intolerance, therefore, fits forever because it taps into these deep-seated instincts that can be manipulated and exploited. Moreover, intolerance is often perpetuated by social and political systems that benefit from division. The powerful have long understood that keeping people divided makes it easier to control them. By fostering intolerance, they create a society where the us versus them mentality flourishes, keeping people focused on their differences rather than their common interests. As long as these systems persist, intolerance will continue to thrive. And because intolerance is often passed down through generations, whether through family, culture, or society, it becomes ingrained in the fabric of our lives. It becomes so normalized that many people don't even question it. The cycle of intolerance perpetuates itself, often without any conscious effort or awareness on the part of those involved. Can it get worse? Oh, you bet it can. Intolerance, left unchecked, can lead to full-blown hatred and violence. Think of all the times in history when intolerance escalated into bloodshed, wars, genocides, and mass discrimination. That's the next step. When people stop tolerating others, they start hating them. And once hatred takes root, anything becomes possible. Look at how intolerance manifests today in the form of hate crimes, systemic racism, and religious persecution. It doesn't just stop at name-calling or discrimination, it turns into physical violence and social marginalization. It moves from words to actions, and often, those actions are irreversible. So yes, it can get much worse. The longer intolerance is allowed to simmer, the more explosive it becomes. Tips for survival. To survive in a world plagued by intolerance, one must first and foremost be true to themselves. Don't allow the hatred of others to define your worth. Build a strong sense of self and cultivate empathy. Recognize that those who are intolerant are often the most insecure, and their hatred is a reflection of their own fears and ignorance. Find your allies. Surround yourself with those who celebrate diversity and who stand up for the rights and dignity of others. These people will be your support network when times get tough. Educate yourself and others. The more we understand different cultures, belief systems, and perspectives, the less room there is for intolerance to grow. Most importantly, refuse to be silent. If you stand by and do nothing while others are oppressed, you're complicit in the sin of intolerance. Speak out, advocate for justice, and strive to create a world where differences are embraced, not feared. Final words. Intolerance is a sin that destroys both individuals and societies. It feeds off fear and ignorance, and it thrives in environments where division is encouraged. But it can be resisted. It can be challenged, and it can be overcome. The fight against intolerance is not just a moral obligation, it's a necessity for our survival as a species. In the end, the only way to conquer intolerance is through understanding, empathy, and love for those who are different from us. Because when we embrace our differences, we find strength, and when we reject them, we lose everything. Chapter 34, Oppression. The sin. Oppression is the systematic, sustained subjugation of individuals or groups, based on their identity, be it race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, or any other trait deemed different or inferior by those in power. It's the forceful, deliberate denial of basic human rights, autonomy, and dignity. Oppression is rooted in inequality and is often upheld by structures of power, whether they be governmental, social, or institutional. It is a sin not just of actions but of intentions, the desire to keep certain groups of people down, to exploit their labor, resources, and even their very existence for the benefit of the oppressors. Oppression can manifest in many forms, ranging from legal discrimination and physical violence to psychological manipulation and economic deprivation. At its core, oppression is an abuse of power, a coercive force used to maintain control and keep others in a state of helplessness. It robs individuals of their freedom, forcing them into roles they did not choose, subjecting them to conditions that strip away their humanity. While oppression has existed in various forms throughout history, whether through slavery, apartheid, colonization, or caste systems, it remains a deeply ingrained issue in many societies. Even in the absence of overt physical violence, the systemic oppression of marginalized groups continues in subtle yet insidious ways, through economic disparities, limited access to education, healthcare, and social mobility, and through the perpetuation of harmful stereotypes. The oppressor is often motivated by a belief in their own superiority, viewing the oppressed as lesser or undeserving of equal rights and opportunities. In this way, oppression feeds off prejudice, bigotry, and discrimination, turning human beings into objects to be exploited, controlled, or disregarded. It thrives on silence, compliance, and indifference. Those who choose not to intervene or resist become complicit in the continuation of the injustice. The punishment for oppression is a vicious cycle of resentment, anger, and violence. Oppression creates generations of individuals who are denied the opportunity to live freely and equally, which fosters bitterness and defiance. The oppressed become increasingly aware of their mistreatment, leading to a sense of injustice that refuses to be silenced. They may attempt to resist, but they are often met with force or legal consequences, which perpetuates the cycle of hatred. For the oppressor, the punishment comes in the form of moral decay. While they may enjoy material or social advantages in the short term, they are forever burdened by the corruption of their character. The oppressor becomes detached from their own humanity, viewing others as tools or objects to be used. They live in a world of fear and guilt, knowing that their power is built on the suffering of others. They may attempt to justify their actions through lies, but deep down, they know the truth: their oppression is not a virtue, but a vice. The social and cultural impact of oppression is long-lasting. Whole societies are affected by systemic inequality, with generations of people growing up in environments where oppression is normalized. The long-term effects of this are profound, leading to a perpetual cycle of poverty, violence, and disenfranchisement that can take centuries to undo. While individuals may escape the physical consequences of oppression, the scars it leaves on their collective psyche can persist for lifetimes. For the oppressed, the punishment is an internalized sense of inferiority. Constantly told that they are less than others, they may begin to believe it themselves. Their opportunities are limited, their choices restricted, and their potential stifled by the conditions imposed upon them. Even if they manage to rise above their circumstances, they carry with them the emotional and psychological weight of a society that has denied them the full expression of their humanity. The atmosphere of oppression is one of fear, distrust, and tension. It is a world where people walk on eggshells, afraid to speak out or take action for fear of retribution. In a society built on oppression, the oppressed live in constant vigilance, knowing that their actions and words may be scrutinized, judged, or punished. Meanwhile, the oppressors exist in a state of paranoia, worried that their control will be overthrown or challenged. In this atmosphere, there is little room for dialogue, empathy, or understanding. The oppressor is consumed with maintaining their power, while the oppressed are consumed with survival. Opportunities for connection and cooperation are scarce, as both sides are trapped in a zero-sum game, where one group's gain is perceived as the other's loss. The gap between the privileged and the marginalized grows wider, creating divisions that seem insurmountable. There is also a pervasive sense of hopelessness. For those in positions of power, the knowledge that their rule is built on injustice breeds insecurity. For those being oppressed, the knowledge that they are seen as inferior or expendable leads to despair. This toxic atmosphere spreads like a disease, infecting every corner of society. Why it fits forever. Oppression is a sin that fits forever because its impact endures across generations. It doesn't simply fade away once the oppressor is no longer in power, its effects are baked into the very fabric of society. Oppression creates systems of inequality that perpetuate themselves, often becoming so deeply entrenched that they are almost invisible to those who benefit from them. For those who are oppressed, the scars of injustice don't disappear just because the laws change. They live on in economic disparities, social stigmas, and psychological wounds. Moreover, oppression thrives on silence and compliance. It's a sin that becomes normalized, accepted, and even defended. As long as the cycle of oppression continues unchallenged, it becomes part of the social fabric, as natural as breathing. For the sin to be eradicated, it requires collective action and a willingness to confront deeply ingrained power structures, something that has proven difficult throughout history. Oppression fits forever because it destroys the very idea of equality. Once one group is deemed less than, it becomes increasingly difficult to repair the damage done. The bonds of trust and empathy that are necessary for a healthy society are broken, replaced by suspicion, resentment, and division. The oppressed are forced to fight for their basic rights, while the oppressors fight to maintain the status quo. This imbalance sustains itself, ensuring that oppression is a sin that can persist indefinitely. Can it get worse? Yes, oppression can always get worse. What begins as systemic inequality can escalate into state-sanctioned violence, persecution, and genocide. As oppression deepens, it breeds more hatred, fear, and violence. The oppressors may begin to justify their actions with more extreme rhetoric, portraying the oppressed as subhuman or dangerous. When this kind of thinking becomes widespread, it can lead to even more brutal and dehumanizing practices. The more oppressed people are, the more likely they are to rise up in resistance, which can be met with even harsher punishment by those in power. This creates a vicious cycle of escalation, with both sides becoming more entrenched in their positions. And as the divide widens, the social fabric starts to tear apart, making it harder to repair the damage and restore peace. Tips for survival. Surviving oppression requires resilience, solidarity, and an unwavering belief in one's worth as a human being. It's vital to remember that while systems of oppression may try to define you, they do not define who you are. The oppressed must fight for their rights, but they must also preserve their humanity, never allowing the dehumanization imposed upon them to take root within themselves. Building solidarity with others who are oppressed is essential. Strength lies in unity, and together, marginalized groups can push back against the forces that seek to silence them. It's also critical to challenge the systems that uphold oppression at every level, through activism, education, and resistance. For those who are complicit in or beneficiaries of oppression, the path forward requires self-reflection and a willingness to challenge the status quo. It's important to acknowledge the ways in which oppression manifests in society and to take personal responsibility for undoing it. This may involve amplifying marginalized voices, supporting equal rights, and actively fighting against systems of inequality. Final words. Oppression is one of the darkest sins humanity can commit. It strips people of their dignity, their freedom, and their humanity. It is a sin that has scarred human history and continues to do so in countless ways today. But it is also a sin that can be undone through collective action, empathy, and a deep commitment to justice. While oppression may seem like an insurmountable force, it is not invincible. It can be challenged, fought against, and ultimately defeated. The key is to never stop fighting for equality and human dignity, because as long as oppression exists, we all suffer. Chapter 35, Antagonization. The sin. Antagonization is the deliberate act of provoking, irritating, or stirring up conflict, often for the sake of personal gain, amusement, or to assert dominance. It is a sin that thrives on division and chaos, seeking to create discomfort and discord in any given situation. Antagonization may manifest as verbal abuse, passive-aggressive behavior, or an intentional undermining of others. It's the act of pushing people into conflict for the simple joy of seeing them squirm, or to create a sense of superiority over those being attacked. This sin is particularly insidious because it often hides behind the facade of humor, tough love, or truth-telling. The antagonist may convince themselves that they're simply calling out others, when in reality, they are intentionally stirring the pot, making life more difficult for those around them. It can appear as harmless teasing or criticism, but at its core, antagonization is about gaining pleasure from the suffering, discomfort, or anger of others. Antagonization takes many forms: online trolling, bullying, political polarization, inflammatory speech, and stirring up group conflicts are all examples of this toxic behavior. It feeds on people's insecurities and weaknesses, often exploiting those who are already vulnerable or marginalized. The antagonist will prey on perceived differences, poking at emotional vulnerabilities to create instability and unrest. They might also seek to cause a breakdown in relationships, friendships, and alliances, fostering an atmosphere of distrust and suspicion. At its worst, antagonization escalates into personal attacks or violence, but even on a smaller scale, it wears people down, chipping away at their peace of mind and well-being. It's a strategy of division that seeks to push people away from each other, breaking bonds and sowing discord in communities, workplaces, and families. The punishment for antagonization is as ugly as the sin itself. It results in alienation, mistrust, and a deepening of conflict. Those who consistently antagonize others find themselves increasingly isolated, not just from their targets, but from society at large. While the antagonist may get temporary satisfaction from causing strife, in the long term, they end up with little more than broken relationships, tarnished reputations, and a general sense of bitterness and dissatisfaction. For the victims, the punishment is emotional exhaustion and a loss of peace. Those who are consistently antagonized may develop heightened anxiety, depression, and even feelings of worthlessness. Over time, the constant strain of being the target of someone's hostility or manipulation can erode a person's confidence and mental health. The cycle of conflict becomes addictive, and the wounded may begin to internalize the insults and provocations, carrying the damage with them long after the instigator has moved on to the next victim. In communities or groups, antagonization leads to fragmentation and breakdown. Trust becomes scarce, and people start to question the motives of those around them. Alliances and friendships unravel as everyone becomes suspicious of each other. In the workplace, it may result in a toxic culture where productivity drops and morale plummets, as everyone is too busy defending themselves or engaging in petty disputes to focus on their tasks. For the antagonist, the punishment is an inevitable sense of hollowness. They might achieve their goal of creating chaos, but in doing so, they have effectively alienated themselves from genuine human connection. What's left is a shallow existence where every conversation is a potential battleground and every interaction is colored by the anticipation of conflict. The antagonist becomes trapped in their own cycle of bitterness and antagonism, unable to enjoy real peace or meaningful relationships. The atmosphere of antagonization is toxic, thick with tension and distrust. Conversations become fraught with hidden barbs, jabs, and veiled criticisms. It's a place where everyone is on edge, waiting for the next provocation to come. Smiles may hide resentment, and laughter may mask deeper wounds. In an environment where antagonization is constant, people stop trusting each other, their words and actions becoming guarded. This is an environment where joy is fleeting, and moments of peace are overshadowed by the underlying tension of conflict. Even the most mundane interactions can become battlegrounds, as the antagonist tests the limits of others, seeing just how far they can push before the next argument, meltdown, or confrontation erupts. In the workplace or social settings, the atmosphere can become one of rivalry and suspicion. People begin to second-guess each other's intentions, worrying that every comment or decision might be a setup for ridicule or criticism. Instead of teamwork, there is constant competition, not based on merit, but on trying to outdo or one-up each other for the sake of personal validation. In personal relationships, this creates an ongoing cycle of arguments, misunderstandings, and hurt feelings, eroding trust until it is all but gone. The atmosphere also breeds a kind of emotional exhaustion. Everyone feels like they are walking on eggshells, unsure of where the next attack will come from. The focus shifts from growth, cooperation, and peace to self-protection, defense, and retaliation. Why it fits forever. Antagonization fits forever because it is a cycle that perpetuates itself. Once someone begins to indulge in the act of provoking others, it's difficult to stop. It becomes a habitual way of interacting with the world. The antagonist seeks to inject drama, to keep the wheels of conflict spinning, finding satisfaction in creating discomfort in others. Additionally, antagonization is deeply intertwined with other negative behaviors like pride, jealousy, and insecurity. Those who antagonize often do so to mask their own weaknesses, fears, or need for control. It becomes an outlet for their own frustrations, a way to feel powerful by diminishing others. As long as these underlying issues remain unresolved, the cycle of antagonization continues. The longer the sin persists, the harder it is to break free. The antagonist grows accustomed to the toxicity, even becoming addicted to the chaos they create. Their self-worth becomes linked to their ability to provoke, and they begin to lose sight of the value of empathy, kindness, and cooperation. The victims, too, become trapped. The constant state of conflict takes a toll, and they may begin to internalize the stress and anger, ultimately becoming desensitized or accepting the drama as a normal part of life. It becomes a toxic environment that everyone learns to live with, even if it destroys them in the process. Can it get worse? Oh, you bet it can. Once antagonization takes root, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more someone stirs the pot, the more the pot boils over, until things escalate into full-blown warfare. Small annoyances turn into massive feuds. Simple jabs become all-out verbal battles. What started as teasing can quickly spiral into bullying, harassment, or even violence. Once antagonization gets to this level, it's no longer about winning the argument, it's about survival. Relationships shatter, families break apart, and communities crumble under the weight of the constant emotional abuse. What was once a small sin of stirring up trouble becomes a monumental tragedy, as those involved lose their sense of self and humanity in the pursuit of one-upping the other. Tips for survival. Surviving an environment filled with antagonization requires a strong sense of self and a commitment to empathy. Don't engage with the antagonist on their terms. When provoked, rise above and remain calm. Resist the urge to retaliate, as this only fuels the fire. Focus on creating positive, supportive relationships with others, and distance yourself from those who thrive on negativity. Set boundaries, and don't be afraid to walk away from situations that bring out the worst in you. Recognize when you're being baited and take a step back before reacting. Above all, remember that you cannot control the actions of others, but you can control your response. Choose peace over conflict, kindness over cruelty, and understanding over judgment. Final words. Antagonization might seem harmless at first, but it grows like a cancer, eating away at relationships and societies. It thrives on division, conflict, and the suffering of others. Whether you're the one instigating the drama or the one caught in the crossfire, the consequences are inevitable. Like all sins, it festers in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to explode. The best way to prevent its spread is to refuse to participate in the toxic dance of conflict. Break the cycle. 6. Sins of neglect and irresponsibility. Chapter 36, Insubordination. The sin insubordination is the act of willfully defying authority, disregarding rules, and refusing to follow lawful orders or instructions. It's a blatant disrespect for structure, hierarchy, and those in positions of power. While it can sometimes be justified and authority is misused or when standing up against injustice, insubordination, in its purest form, is the act of rejecting control just for the sake of rebellion or personal gain. At its core, insubordination is rooted in pride and defiance. The insubordinate individual does not just disagree with authority, they challenge it, often in a way that is disruptive or aggressive. It can manifest in a variety of ways, such as openly refusing to do a task, talking back to superiors, ignoring rules and regulations, or undermining leadership in subtle or overt ways. This type of behavior erodes the foundation of discipline and order, which is necessary for any group, organization, or society to function smoothly. Insubordination can occur in any context: the workplace, the military, schools, or even in family structures. It's the kid who ignores their parents' rules just because they think they know better. It's the employee who dismisses their boss's directives, thinking they know a better way to do things. It's the soldier who disregards their commanding officer's orders, or the student who consistently defies their teacher's instructions. The pattern remains the same: there's an underlying belief that they are superior or more important than those who hold power, and that their will must take precedence. The consequences of insubordination can range from minor disciplinary actions to more severe punishments, depending on the context. Regardless of severity, it always leaves a mark on the insubordinate individual and on the relationships with those in positions of authority. The act of defying authority, especially without good cause, can lead to distrust, breakdowns in communication, and a ripple effect of chaos throughout the system. The punishment for insubordination is often swift, severe, and escalating. The immediate consequence is typically a loss of credibility and trust. When a person continually defies authority, they are seen as unreliable, difficult to work with, and ultimately a threat to the stability of the group or organization. Over time, this behavior can lead to demotion, termination, or even legal action in extreme cases. The insubordinate individual becomes a liability. Their actions make them less employable and less trusted by peers and superiors. Their reputation is tarnished, and while they may have enjoyed the rush of defiance in the moment, they soon find themselves isolated and unsupported. In organizations, insubordination can trigger a ripple effect, leading to resentment from colleagues who are forced to deal with the fallout of the individual's actions. For the insubordinate person, the punishment can be a constant cycle of confrontation, with no real resolution. They may think they are standing up for themselves, but in reality, they're digging their own grave. Their relationships with others become strained as they continue to buck the system, and their once promising career or future prospects begin to slip away. In extreme cases, the punishment can be personal. An insubordinate individual may face legal action or even criminal charges, especially in settings like the military or certain workplaces. They may be ostracized or even blacklisted in their industry, making it difficult for them to regain trust and find new opportunities. The real kicker is that the punishment doesn't just affect the insubordinate individual, it can also affect the larger system, as their disruptive behavior causes internal instability. It makes the whole process of governance, leadership, and cooperation more difficult and exhausting for everyone involved. The atmosphere created by insubordination is tense, chaotic, and distrustful. When individuals continuously refuse to follow authority, it creates an environment of constant rebellion and conflict. In workplaces, schools, or even in families, insubordination leads to frustration and breakdowns in communication. It disrupts the natural flow of responsibility and complicates decision-making processes, often creating division and conflict between the insubordinate and those in charge. In the workplace, insubordination breeds a toxic environment where employees are constantly questioning leadership and the efficacy of the system. People stop respecting the chain of command, and instead, they feel entitled to do things their own way, which leads to a lack of discipline and accountability. If the insubordinate behavior goes unchecked, others might feel emboldened to do the same, further eroding the authority of those in charge. This creates a cycle of disobedience that is hard to break. In families, insubordination often leads to resentment, frustration, and a breakdown of familial bonds. Parents who are continuously defied by their children, or spouses who are constantly challenged, find it harder to maintain the respect and cooperation of their family members. Over time, the defiance breeds a negative atmosphere, where everyone feels like they are walking on eggshells, just waiting for the next confrontation. In institutions like schools, insubordination from students disrupts the learning environment, leading to chaos and disengagement. Teachers may find it harder to control the classroom, students may stop listening to authority figures, and the overall environment becomes one of constant rebellion and disorder. The atmosphere created by insubordination is one where no one is really on the same page. Everyone is fighting for control, and no one is truly listening to each other. It's a space filled with tension, frustration, and distrust, where progress is difficult to make, and personal growth becomes stunted. Why it fits forever. Insubordination is a timeless sin because it goes against the very principles of order, respect, and cooperation that are necessary for any functioning society. It strikes at the heart of what makes human relationships work: mutual respect and trust. Without these, any group, whether a family, a workplace, a government, or a community, begins to fragment. The result is disorder, chaos, and conflict, which can be self-perpetuating. It fits forever because, at its core, insubordination is rooted in arrogance and a desire to dominate or reject the authority of others. It is often driven by a sense of entitlement or a belief that the insubordinate individual knows better than those in power. But in reality, this is rarely the case. Insubordination often comes from a place of ego and pride, and it damages relationships, productivity, and personal growth for all parties involved. The consequences of insubordination can last long after the immediate act of defiance. Once someone's behavior is deemed insubordinate, it's difficult to restore their credibility or trust. Even if they apologize or try to make amends, the memory of their defiance will linger, leaving a scar on their reputation and relationships. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Insubordination can escalate in numerous ways. If unchecked, it can lead to full-blown rebellion. What starts as a simple refusal to follow instructions can spiral into a complete breakdown of order and structure. If the insubordinate behavior is ignored or tolerated, it only encourages more extreme forms of defiance. It might start with one person, but soon it could turn into a full-scale revolt, be it at work, in a family, or in a society. The individual may escalate from defiance to sabotage, undermining authority in more damaging ways. It could lead to a toxic culture of disrespect that spreads like wildfire, infecting everyone and making cooperation and collaboration impossible. In some extreme cases, insubordination can lead to violence or destruction. The insubordinate individual might take their defiance to dangerous levels, escalating into acts of aggression or even terrorism. But even on a smaller scale, the long-term effects of insubordination can wreak havoc on relationships, work dynamics, and personal development. Tips for survival: know your role. Understanding where you fit within the structure of authority can help you decide when it's appropriate to push back and when it's better to follow orders. Respect for authority should be balanced with the ability to question when needed. Choose your battles. Not every rule is worth breaking. Make sure that your defiance is for a cause that truly matters, rather than simply trying to prove a point. Effective communication: if you disagree with authority, find a respectful way to voice your concerns. Open communication can prevent you from resorting to insubordination. Empathy: consider why authority is in place and try to see things from the perspective of those in charge. Often, authority figures are simply trying to maintain order and fairness, even if they don't always get it right. Self-reflection: insubordination often comes from a place of ego. Take a step back and ask yourself whether your defiance is driven by a genuine need to improve things or by personal pride. Final words: insubordination might seem like a quick fix, a way to rebel against an unjust system or to assert your individuality, but in the long run, it only leads to chaos and isolation. Authority isn't perfect, but constant defiance weakens the very fabric of trust and cooperation. It's better to challenge authority in constructive ways than to simply tear down the system. But when you can't respect authority, it's better to keep your head down and find a way out, rather than drag everyone else down with you. Chapter 37, Neglection. The sin neglection, the act of willfully ignoring responsibilities, duties, or the needs of others, is a sin that thrives in the shadows of indifference. It is not the absence of intention but the deliberate avoidance of what should be done, whether out of laziness, selfishness, or simple disregard. While negligence might be unintentional or accidental, neglect is a conscious choice to look the other way, to let things fall apart because the person responsible can't be bothered to care. Neglect manifests in many ways: parents who ignore their children's emotional needs, friends who forget to check in during hard times, or leaders who neglect their followers' welfare. It can also show up in day-to-day life, when people neglect their health, their relationships, or their obligations. A neglected home, a neglected job, or even a neglected soul, each one crumbles in its own time, but the cause is always the same: someone decided not to give a damn. The most chilling aspect of neglect is that it is often invisible. You don't see the broken parts until they've fallen apart completely. Neglect happens quietly, like water eroding a rock over time. It's that email you didn't respond to, that friend you stopped calling, that task you kept postponing. At first, it seems like no big deal. But after a while, the consequences of your neglect become undeniable. And by then, it's too late to undo the damage. Neglect doesn't require active cruelty, it's often the passive act of doing nothing when something should be done. That's what makes it so sinister. Neglect is a killer. It doesn't scream, it doesn't slap you in the face, it waits, quietly, until it's too late to fix the damage. The punishment for neglect is both inevitable and devastating. The first consequence is the loss of trust. People don't trust those who neglect them, and when trust is broken, relationships begin to decay. Whether in friendships, families, or work environments, once the pattern of neglect is established, it's hard to repair the damage done. The neglected individual, or group, begins to feel invisible, unimportant, and ultimately abandoned. This emotional toll is often the hardest punishment, leaving lasting scars on those who were neglected. But that's just the beginning. Neglect leads to an overall decline. When responsibilities are ignored, chaos begins to spread. It could start small, like missing a deadline or forgetting a birthday, but it quickly escalates. In work settings, the neglected tasks pile up, deadlines are missed, and productivity suffers. In personal relationships, the neglected person begins to feel like an afterthought, eventually growing bitter and resentful. As neglect continues, its consequences deepen. In some cases, the impact can lead to irreparable damage. A neglected relationship may end in divorce or estrangement. A neglected job may result in firing. A neglected home can become uninhabitable. The insidious thing about neglect is that, unlike other sins, you often don't see the impact until it's too late to make amends. Ultimately, the punishment for neglect is isolation. When people realize you've been neglecting them, whether it's your job, your health, or your loved ones, they begin to distance themselves from you. And when everyone walks away, you're left alone, surrounded by the consequences of your own inaction. The hollow feeling of regret settles in, knowing that nothing can fix what's been neglected. The atmosphere neglection creates an atmosphere of decay and desolation. It is the slow withering of something once whole. The neglected home feels cold and empty, the neglected relationship feels distant and strained, the neglected workplace feels unproductive and uninspired. Over time, the ignored responsibilities begin to pile up, and the weight of them becomes unbearable. The air is thick with unspoken tension, and every corner you look at is a reminder of something that was left behind, unattended. In relationships, neglect creates a distance that no words can bridge. It's the uncomfortable silence between a parent and child who have stopped trying to communicate, or the uncomfortable stares exchanged between a married couple who have neglected each other's needs for too long. The more something is neglected, the harder it becomes to rebuild the connection. It's as if the foundation has crumbled, and no matter how much you try to patch it up, the cracks will always show. In a workplace, neglect creates an atmosphere of frustration and bitterness. Colleagues who are forced to pick up the slack begin to resent the neglectful person. Deadlines slip, projects falter, and productivity dies. The lack of accountability is palpable, and soon everyone begins to wonder why they even bother. The morale of the entire group starts to dwindle, and the atmosphere turns toxic, all because one person couldn't be bothered to do their part. In personal lives, the effects are even more profound. Neglect in friendships, families, or self-care leads to a deep emotional hole. The neglected person starts to feel invisible, as if their existence doesn't matter. They become more withdrawn, more despondent, and more resigned to their fate. This leaves an atmosphere of emotional stagnation, where no one grows, no one moves forward, and no one reaches out. Why it fits forever. Neglection is one of those sins that can fit forever because its effects never truly go away. Like a scar that fades but never disappears, the consequences of neglecting something or someone linger far longer than the initial moment of inaction. Even when you move on or pretend it doesn't matter, the emotional aftermath sticks with you. You can't undo the damage caused by neglect, no matter how much you wish you could. When trust is broken by neglect, it's nearly impossible to rebuild. People don't forget when you consistently ignore their needs, whether it's emotional, physical, or professional. Even when apologies are made, the damage has already been done. You may be forgiven, but you won't be able to erase the emptiness caused by your neglect. It creates a permanent mark on the relationship, whether it's a romantic partner, a friend, a colleague, or even yourself. The sense of abandonment never truly goes away, it's just buried under layers of time and pretense. Can it get worse? Oh, yes. Neglect can absolutely get worse. In fact, it tends to snowball. The longer you neglect something, the worse the consequences become. What starts as a small missed responsibility or forgotten gesture can escalate into a full-blown catastrophe. A neglected project becomes a failed venture. A neglected relationship becomes an estranged one. A neglected life becomes a hollow shell of its former self. Neglecting your health could lead to serious illness, which then requires more time, energy, and resources to fix. Neglecting your finances could lead to bankruptcy. Neglecting your family could lead to irreparable distance or even estrangement. Every moment of neglect feeds into a greater and more complex web of consequences. It's the kind of thing that snowballs until you're buried in your own disregard for what matters. Tips for survival: take responsibility. The first step to surviving the consequences of neglect is to own up to your actions, or lack thereof. Acknowledge the areas where you've neglected your duties and make a plan to fix them. This isn't about blaming yourself, it's about recognizing the damage and beginning to heal. Prioritize: you cannot do everything at once. Start by addressing the most pressing matters first. Whether it's repairing relationships, tackling unfinished tasks, or simply taking better care of yourself, focus on the areas that need immediate attention. Rebuild trust: if you've neglected someone else, it's going to take time to rebuild that trust. Show up. Apologize sincerely. Prove through actions, not just words, that you care and are willing to do better. Learn to care. Neglect often stems from a lack of interest or effort. It's time to develop empathy and a genuine interest in the well-being of others and your responsibilities. Start small and build from there. Final words: neglection is a silent killer. It's easy to ignore, easier to justify, and harder to undo once it's done. But its consequences are undeniable. It's a sin that stains everything it touches, leaving behind a trail of decayed relationships, broken promises, and missed opportunities. So, don't let it sneak up on you. If you see something that needs attention, give it the care it deserves. Because neglecting the small things now will only lead to bigger disasters down the road. Chapter 38, Dereliction. The sin dereliction is the willful abandonment of duty, responsibility, or obligation. Unlike neglect, which can stem from carelessness or indifference, dereliction is deliberate. It's the act of knowingly leaving something important to fall apart because you simply don't care enough to keep it going. Whether it's a leader abandoning their role, a parent abandoning their child, or an employee abandoning their duties, dereliction is an unforgivable breach of trust and a selfish disregard for the consequences of one's actions, or lack thereof. The word dereliction evokes images of something once strong and purposeful, now reduced to ruins because of negligence. Imagine a ship adrift at sea, abandoned by its crew. That's what dereliction feels like, the complete abandonment of something that should be cared for, watched over, and maintained. It's not an accident, it's a conscious decision to turn away and let it all burn. Dereliction can manifest in all aspects of life. A soldier who deserts their post in the middle of battle, leaving their comrades to fend for themselves. A business owner who abandons their company in the middle of a crisis, leaving employees to face the consequences. A friend who, in the midst of your darkest hour, turns their back and walks away. Each case of dereliction has one thing in common: the person responsible consciously chose to forsake their duty, knowing full well the damage it would cause. Dereliction isn't always dramatic or outwardly noticeable. It can appear in quiet forms as well, such as when someone consistently fails to follow through on their promises or abandons a project halfway through. It's the slow burn of unraveling, like watching someone abandon a beautiful garden to the weeds, day by day, until all that's left is overgrowth and decay. The true sin of dereliction lies in the conscious decision to abandon something once valuable and to leave it to ruin. The punishment for dereliction is severe and far-reaching. When someone abandons their duty, the consequences often affect not just the person who committed the sin, but others as well. In relationships, the punishment is betrayal and resentment. When someone abandons their responsibility to their partner, child, or family, the emotional scars left behind are deep and lasting. Trust is shattered, and no amount of apologizing can fully repair what's been broken. In professional settings, dereliction leads to a complete collapse of trust and teamwork. Employees, colleagues, and even clients will no longer trust someone who has abandoned their obligations. Whether it's missing deadlines, leaving projects unfinished, or failing to meet basic expectations, the derelict person will find themselves increasingly isolated and marginalized. Eventually, the consequences will catch up with them, whether it's through losing their job, damaging their reputation, or watching their career collapse under the weight of their neglect. The social punishment of dereliction is equally harsh. When you abandon others in their time of need, you lose your support network. Friends and family grow weary of the constant failure to show up, and soon they stop trying to reach out. The abandoned person becomes isolated, viewed as unreliable, and unworthy of trust. And when that happens, you can't hide behind excuses. The consequences of your dereliction are impossible to ignore. But perhaps the greatest punishment is the internal one. The sense of guilt that comes from knowing that you let down those who depended on you, that you knowingly chose to abandon your post, can eat away at the soul. The self-loathing that comes from dereliction is suffocating. You can run from it for a while, but it's always there, lurking in the background. And when the reality of what you've done finally hits, the weight of that guilt can be crushing. You're left with the undeniable truth: you abandoned the very people or things that mattered, and there's no way to undo it. The atmosphere dereliction creates an atmosphere of distrust, disappointment, and instability. When someone abandons their duties, the environment around them becomes tense and unsure. Those left behind are forced to pick up the slack, often with resentment and frustration. The energy in a team or family shifts from collaborative to defensive, as people start to wonder whether they can rely on anyone at all. The air is thick with unsaid words, lingering bitterness, and growing disillusionment. In the workplace, dereliction fosters an atmosphere of chaos and disarray. Tasks pile up, deadlines are missed, and goals are left unmet. Colleagues grow frustrated with each other, and the team dynamic begins to fall apart. The sense of camaraderie that once existed is replaced by a competitive, survivalist atmosphere, as everyone scrambles to compensate for the deficiencies of the derelict individual. The overall morale drops, and what was once a thriving environment begins to wither. In a family or personal relationship, the atmosphere becomes heavy with resentment. The derelict person may offer excuses, but the damage is done. Those left to deal with the fallout begin to lose faith in the person who abandoned them. The emotional tone shifts from one of love and support to one of resentment and disappointment. The space once filled with trust and connection now feels cold and distant, a constant reminder of what's been lost. Dereliction doesn't just affect the immediate environment, it spreads. Its impact is felt in every corner of life, from the workplace to the home to the individual. The atmosphere becomes one of survival, not thriving. The damage is cumulative, and as time passes, the effects of dereliction become harder to undo. Why it fits forever? Dereliction fits forever because it is a direct violation of one of the most sacred principles of human existence, responsibility. To abandon responsibility, whether for another person or a task, is to deny the very foundation of trust and connection that binds individuals together. Once the sin is committed, it becomes part of who you are. It doesn't go away, it lingers, festers, and alters the way others see you. In the long run, dereliction is something that can never truly be fixed. People may forgive, but they will never forget. The sin leaves a permanent mark on your reputation, on the way others view you, and on the relationships you've abandoned. Once you've walked away from your duties, the cracks in your character will always be visible, no matter how much you try to patch them up. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Dereliction can get much worse. If the person committing the sin continues to abandon their responsibilities, things will spiral out of control. The trust that's been shattered may never be repaired, and the damage done can become irreversible. The longer you abandon your obligations, the more people will realize they can't count on you. Relationships will crumble, careers will end, and you will become a walking symbol of failure. But it can get worse than just a lost job or ruined friendships. Dereliction, when left unchecked, can create a cascade of negative consequences, making it harder and harder to recover. The emotional toll on both you and those you've abandoned grows heavier with time. Eventually, you may find yourself alone, surrounded by the wreckage of your own choices. Tips for survival: take responsibility now. The longer you ignore your duties, the worse it will get. Own up to your actions before things get out of hand. Communicate. If you can't meet an obligation, let people know. Communication is key to managing the fallout from dereliction. Seek redemption. Start rebuilding trust by showing consistent responsibility and reliability. It will take time, but it's possible. Don't run away. Abandoning your post doesn't make the problem go away. Facing it head-on, no matter how painful, is the only way to move forward. Final words: dereliction is the coward's sin. It's a choice to run away from the hard work, to leave others in the lurch, and to turn your back on what truly matters. It's a betrayal that leaves behind scars, both on others and on your own soul. So before you abandon your responsibilities, think twice, because once you've committed this sin, it's not easy to escape. Chapter 39, Squandering the Sin. Squandering is the reckless and irresponsible waste of resources, whether time, money, energy, or opportunity. It's the sin of throwing away something valuable for no good reason, as if the resources were endless and would always be available. Squandering is rooted in a deep-seated sense of entitlement and a refusal to appreciate what one has. It's like throwing away a meal in front of someone who is starving, simply because you're too distracted or indifferent to realize the value of what you're wasting. We've all seen it, the person who spends all their money on frivolous luxuries, without any thought for the future, or the individual who fritters away time as if it's some expendable commodity. There's a certain arrogance to squandering, like the person who assumes that things will always be as they are, that they will always have more time, more money, more chances. But life doesn't work that way. Resources are finite, and once they're gone, there's no getting them back. Squandering takes many forms. It can be financial, spending money on meaningless things while neglecting to save for future needs or emergencies. It can be emotional, pouring all your love and energy into a relationship or person who doesn't appreciate it, only to find yourself empty and drained. It can also be intellectual, wasting your talents and potential by avoiding challenges or refusing to grow. In all these cases, squandering is the result of a mindset that doesn't fully grasp the value of what's being wasted. It's a sin that reflects not only thoughtlessness but also a profound lack of gratitude for the abundance you've been given. The problem with squandering is that it doesn't just impact the person doing the wasting. It has a ripple effect. Resources are finite, and every time you waste something, you're robbing someone else of the opportunity to benefit from it. Time spent chasing fleeting pleasures, money spent on useless trinkets, these could have been used for something far more meaningful, but instead, they vanish into thin air. The person who squanders is not only harming themselves but also the people around them. The punishment for squandering is the harsh realization that you've thrown away something irreplaceable. You cannot undo the wasted time, the wasted energy, or the wasted opportunities. Once they're gone, they're gone. And the consequences of that recklessness can be devastating. In the material world, squandering can lead to financial ruin. Think of the person who spends every paycheck on unnecessary luxuries, not saving a dime for emergencies. When the inevitable hard times come, they find themselves without the resources they need to survive. They can't pay bills, they can't take care of their health, and they're left scrambling to pick up the pieces. The punishment is not just the loss of material wealth, it's the loss of security, stability, and peace of mind. Once you've squandered your savings, there's no quick fix. The consequences linger, often long after the impulsive spending spree is over. The emotional toll of squandering is equally harsh. Pouring love and attention into a relationship that doesn't return the favor results in nothing but emptiness. When you give your heart to someone who doesn't value it, the reward is often emotional bankruptcy. The punishment comes in the form of emotional scars, disappointment, bitterness, and the painful realization that you gave too much, too freely, and too carelessly. The most insidious punishment of squandering, however, is the loss of time. Time is a resource that cannot be replenished, and once it's gone, there's no getting it back. Think of all the hours spent on mindless distractions, the days spent doing things that don't move you forward in life. When you squander time, you lose out on the potential to grow, learn, or achieve. And when you look back on those wasted moments, the punishment is a sense of regret that gnaws at your soul. The pain of wasted potential is a cruel reminder that you had chances, opportunities, and time, only to throw them away. The atmosphere squandering creates an atmosphere of chaos and instability. Whether it's a person squandering their own resources or a group collectively squandering their potential, the environment becomes unpredictable, unreliable, and tense. In the workplace, a team that squanders time and talent will find itself underperforming, with morale plummeting. The lack of focus and direction is palpable, and productivity takes a hit as a result. In personal relationships, the atmosphere can become one of resentment and dissatisfaction. The person who feels taken for granted or used will eventually withdraw, and the dynamic will shift from cooperation to conflict. The constant sense of waste and loss erodes trust and goodwill, and soon, what was once a thriving relationship becomes a hollow shell. In broader societal or organizational settings, squandering can lead to a sense of disillusionment. When a company, a government, or a community consistently squanders resources, whether financial, human, or natural, the result is an atmosphere of frustration and mistrust. People begin to wonder where all the effort went, why they're working so hard when the results are so fleeting. As resources become scarcer and harder to come by, the tension between those who are wasting and those who are struggling to make ends meet becomes more pronounced. The energy in the air turns sour, and the very foundations of the system begin to crumble. Why it fits forever? Squandering fits forever because it reflects a deep and inherent flaw in human nature, the inability to appreciate the value of what we have until it's gone. It's an eternal temptation, rooted in the false belief that resources will always be available, that we have endless time, energy, or money. But nothing lasts forever. Everything has a shelf life, and the more we squander, the more we find ourselves in a constant state of loss. The act of squandering speaks to a selfish, short-sighted mindset, one that values instant gratification over long-term stability and growth. It's an addiction to the moment, a refusal to think ahead and plan for the future. The tragic irony of squandering is that it often doesn't come with immediate consequences. You can spend years living carelessly, burning through resources, without realizing the full extent of the damage. But eventually, the bill comes due, and when it does, it can wipe out everything in its path. Squandering is eternal because it mirrors the fleeting nature of human life. We all have limited time and resources. The choices we make with those resources will define our lives, and those who choose to squander them will never find peace, because they'll always be haunted by the things they could have done, the things they could have had, and the opportunities they carelessly threw away. Can it get worse? Yes. Squandering can always get worse. It can start small, wasting an hour here or there, making a bad investment, or giving a little too much of yourself to a relationship that isn't reciprocal. But over time, those small decisions compound, and what once seemed like harmless waste becomes a catastrophic failure. A few hours of lost time turn into years of missed opportunities. A few bad financial decisions turn into mountains of debt. A little emotional neglect turns into broken relationships and a lifetime of regret. The deeper you go into the habit of squandering, the harder it is to stop. It becomes a cycle of waste, leading to greater and greater consequences. And the worst part? The longer you wait to recognize the damage, the worse it gets. Squandering is like a cancer, it starts small, but if left unchecked, it destroys everything in its path. Tips for survival: value what you have. The first step in avoiding squandering is recognizing the value of the resources you have, whether it's time, money, or relationships. Take stock of what you have and ask yourself if you're using it wisely. Plan ahead, think long-term. It's easy to get caught up in short-term pleasures, but making decisions that have lasting benefits is key to avoiding squandering. Set boundaries, know when enough is enough. It's easy to fall into the trap of always wanting more, but learning to be content with what you have is essential for survival. Make smart choices, every decision counts. Don't let small indulgences lead to bigger problems. Make intentional choices that align with your long-term goals. Appreciate the present, don't wait until it's too late to appreciate what you have. Don't let your resources slip through your fingers before you realize their true value. Final word: squandering is the sin that reminds us just how fleeting and precious our resources really are. Time, money, love, opportunities, they are all limited, and when they're gone for good. If we're not careful, we can find ourselves looking back, filled with regret over what we wasted, and wondering if it's too late to fix it. The answer? It's never too late to stop squandering, but once you realize the cost of it, you may find that you've already paid a price far greater than you could ever afford. Chapter 40, Opportunism. The sin opportunism is the art of seizing an advantage, not because it's the right thing to do, but because it benefits you, regardless of the cost to others. It's the ability to detect a vulnerability, whether personal, professional, or societal, and exploit it for personal gain without regard for ethics, morality, or consequences. Opportunism thrives on the notion that others are merely stepping stones to elevate your own status, wealth, or power. It's the parasite of human interaction, always searching for a host to latch onto and drain. At its core, opportunism is a betrayal of trust. It takes advantage of situations that others see as part of the common good or mutual respect and turns them into a platform for self-advancement. The opportunist doesn't care about fairness or the well-being of others, they only see the dollar signs, the connections, or the prestige that could be theirs if they play the game right. Picture the corporate shark who climbs the corporate ladder, stepping over colleagues, pretending to be friendly while secretly undermining everyone to secure a promotion. Or the political figure who allies themselves with whatever side seems to be winning, changing their stance with each gust of wind to maintain power. Opportunism is like a weasel that sneaks in during times of uncertainty or transition and capitalizes on others' misfortune. The opportunist doesn't necessarily create the problem they exploit. In fact, they often don't cause harm directly. But their actions contribute to the deepening of chaos, conflict, or misfortune for others. Opportunism isn't about creating something new or valuable. It's about taking what's already there and twisting it for personal benefit. The punishment for opportunism might not be immediate, but it's inevitable. The opportunist may ride high for a while, climbing the ladder of success, wealth, or power by using others. However, the darker side of opportunism always catches up. While the opportunist may temporarily benefit from their selfish actions, they ultimately lose something far more valuable than the short-term gain: trust. Opportunism breeds suspicion. People will start to notice the pattern. The opportunist always seems to have their hand out when things are going well and is nowhere to be found when things are tough. Trust erodes, and without trust, relationships, whether personal, professional, or political, deteriorate. The opportunist may find themselves alone in the end, with no real allies and no one willing to stick by them when the tide turns. Even in the short term, the opportunist risks their own reputation. People see through the facade. They see the self-serving actions, the sly maneuvers, and the lack of genuine connection. And once someone's reputation as an opportunist is cemented, it's hard to shake. No one wants to do business with someone who is only looking out for themselves. No one wants to trust a person who's willing to throw anyone under the bus for their own benefit. But the worst punishment? It's the emptiness that comes with it. The opportunist may gain material wealth or status, but they do so at the expense of their integrity. They might have everything they could ever want, but they'll never have true respect or loyalty from others. The opportunist spends their life playing games with others, but in the end, they find themselves surrounded by people who aren't loyal, who don't care for them genuinely, and who see them as nothing more than a stepping stone. The price of opportunism is isolation, the hollow victory of having everything but nothing that truly matters. The atmosphere surrounding opportunism is one of tension and distrust. When someone operates with opportunistic tendencies, their environment becomes charged with suspicion. People become wary, constantly second-guessing motives, unsure whether they're being genuinely supported or just being used. The opportunist creates a toxic atmosphere where no one can truly relax, because everyone is on edge, wondering what the opportunist's next move will be. In workplaces or groups, the opportunist spreads a sense of instability. Colleagues may be afraid to share information, make decisions, or form alliances, because they know there's someone who will pounce on any weakness or opening for their own benefit. This paranoia stifles collaboration, productivity, and morale. The opportunist doesn't just harm individual relationships, they poison the group dynamic, creating an environment where people don't trust each other or feel safe. In social settings, the opportunist might be the person who plays both sides, always trying to make the most out of every situation, without truly engaging in meaningful connections. People start to feel like pawns, always wondering when the opportunist will move in for the next advantage. This atmosphere of manipulation and deception can create social alienation, and eventually, the opportunist may find themselves with few genuine friends and allies. Everyone is just waiting for them to trip up. Why it fits forever? Opportunism fits forever because it's deeply ingrained in human nature. At some level, we're all tempted by the idea of seizing an advantage when it presents itself. However, when this desire becomes unchecked and self-serving, it can lead to permanent damage. Opportunism may appear attractive in the short term, as it allows someone to bypass hard work and effort in favor of taking advantage of others. It fits into a world where instant gratification and selfishness are often rewarded. The allure of opportunism doesn't fade. It's easy to rationalize: why work hard when I can simply take advantage of this situation? In a society that frequently rewards those who are willing to push boundaries and exploit loopholes, opportunism can be a sustainable, if morally bankrupt, approach. It is, however, one that leaves behind a trail of collateral damage, broken relationships, tarnished reputations, and a lack of genuine fulfillment. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Opportunism doesn't just have to stay at the personal level, it can metastasize into full-blown sociopathy. A person who starts by taking advantage of small, harmless situations could eventually escalate into manipulating entire systems, exploiting large groups of people, or even betraying loved ones to climb to greater heights. Once the taste of success through exploitation is acquired, the stakes rise, and the opportunist becomes willing to do whatever it takes to keep the momentum going, no matter how unethical the actions become. Opportunism can lead to more than just personal ruin. It can affect entire communities, organizations, or nations. Imagine political or corporate leaders who use their positions of power solely for personal gain, disregarding the well-being of others. This kind of large-scale opportunism can result in social instability, economic collapse, or widespread suffering. Tips for survival: trust but verify, always keep a healthy level of skepticism. Watch for patterns of behavior, especially when someone seems too eager to help without a clear motive. Maintain boundaries, don't let others exploit your goodwill. Set clear, firm boundaries and stick to them. Question motives, ask yourself why someone is doing something. Are they acting out of genuine concern or self-interest? Stay authentic, don't fall into the trap of being opportunistic yourself. Success built on exploitation is hollow. Don't compromise your values, no matter how tempting the opportunity. Don't sacrifice your integrity for short-term gain. Final words: opportunism may seem like an easy path to success, but it's a road paved with distrust, loneliness, and moral decay. The fleeting highs of selfish gain come at the expense of something far more valuable: authenticity, respect, and long-term happiness. You can't take shortcuts forever. Eventually, the opportunist will find themselves at the end of the line, surrounded by a pile of wasted relationships, empty promises, and regret. So next time you're presented with an opportunity, ask yourself, is this the path of integrity, or am I just another opportunist looking for the next easy win? 7. Sins of the Heart and Mind. Chapter 41, Covetousness. The sin covetousness is the unrelenting desire to possess what belongs to someone else, whether it's their wealth, their possessions, their lifestyle, or even their relationships. Unlike envy, which simply wishes for what others have, covetousness goes beyond desire. It fosters an obsessive craving, a belief that you are entitled to someone else's things. It's not just about wanting more, it's about feeling that you should have what others have, even at their expense. The covetous person can never be satisfied. No matter how much they accumulate, it's never enough. Their eyes are always scanning for the next shiny object, the next piece of property, the next success. But it's not just about things, it's about status, power, and the need to feel superior. It's the toxic belief that what someone else has should be yours, and the feeling that you're somehow missing out or being cheated if you can't have it. Covetousness often leads to a sense of entitlement. You might hear it in the thoughts of someone constantly looking at their neighbor's new cars, comparing their modest apartment to a friend's luxurious mansion. Why can't I have that? What makes them so special? The comparison game begins, and the seed of dissatisfaction is planted, ultimately growing into an unhealthy obsession with wanting more and more, at any cost. It's a sin that breeds resentment, undermining relationships and self-worth. The covetous person doesn't just desire, they believe they deserve what others have. The world becomes a collection of things to be taken, and any effort to get there is justified. This craving can push people to justify immoral behavior, including theft, deceit, and betrayal, all in the name of getting what's rightfully theirs. The punishment: covetousness brings punishment in two forms, spiritual and emotional. In the short term, it leads to internal turmoil. The covetous person is never satisfied. No matter how much they get, there's always someone with something better. They become trapped in a cycle of constant dissatisfaction, constantly measuring their success against others, never feeling like they've made it. It's like being on a hamster wheel, running faster and faster but never getting anywhere. Emotionally, this constant craving creates feelings of inadequacy and frustration. The person becomes bitter, resentful of anyone who seems to have more than they do. And it doesn't just stop with envy, it escalates into hatred, because the covetous individual doesn't just want what others have, they want to see the people who have it suffer. If they can't have it, no one should. This resentment often leads to broken relationships, family, friendships, and even marriages, because the covetous person's unhealthy obsession with possessions and status will never leave room for genuine love or connection. On a spiritual level, covetousness robs the individual of inner peace. It creates a void that cannot be filled with material things. No matter how many trinkets, cars, or bank accounts they acquire, their soul remains hollow, because true contentment doesn't come from possessions, it comes from self-acceptance, love, and purpose. The covetous person will forever be chasing a mirage, unable to find true happiness because they are so focused on what they don't have, rather than appreciating what they already possess. In the end, covetousness always destroys the relationships that matter most. The people who once cared about the covetous person will begin to notice the toxicity, the insatiable demands, the constant comparisons, and the manipulation to get what they want. The longer the covetous person's behavior continues unchecked, the further they push others away, leaving them alone with nothing but their insatiable desires. The atmosphere around a covetous person is heavy with discontent. There's an air of comparison, judgment, and resentment. They might constantly talk about the things they wish they had, the lifestyle they wish they could afford, or the people they wish they could be like. Their interactions with others are laced with envy, sometimes masked by false praise or insincere compliments, because they can't help but be obsessed with what others have. In group settings, this atmosphere creates an undercurrent of tension. People are wary of sharing their successes, achievements, or possessions around the covetous person, fearing judgment or unwanted criticism. The covetous person's constant need for more breeds a culture of competition rather than camaraderie. It's impossible for them to just be happy for someone else's success because, in their mind, every success that isn't theirs is a reminder of their own perceived inadequacy. This atmosphere also spills into their own home life. A spouse or family member of a covetous person may feel neglected, unloved, or even manipulated, as the covetous individual's obsessive need for more makes it impossible to simply enjoy life or find contentment in their current circumstances. Every argument, every disagreement, can be traced back to their insatiable hunger for more, whether it's more wealth, status, or validation. Ultimately, the atmosphere of covetousness is suffocating. It's a cycle of never-ending desire that pollutes the environment, poisoning relationships and making it impossible to truly enjoy life in the moment. Why it fits forever? Covetousness fits forever because it's a sin that feeds on itself. It's a self-perpetuating cycle that will never end until the person either decides to change or loses everything. The more the covetous person gets, the more they want. They might momentarily satisfy their cravings with a new acquisition, but that satisfaction is fleeting. The emptiness is never filled, and so they chase the next thing. Unlike other sins, covetousness doesn't have an obvious end. It doesn't have a clear-cut consequence or a moment of reckoning where the person can say, "That's enough." It's the sin that keeps evolving, growing, and expanding, like a cancer that metastasizes into every corner of a person's life. If left unchecked, covetousness can take over the individual, shaping their identity, relationships, and worldview into one centered on materialism, comparison, and the pursuit of things over people. This sin fits forever because it isn't just about wanting what others have, it's about the belief that you deserve it. It changes the way you see the world, making everything about competition and ownership. This warped mindset doesn't go away until the person faces the consequences of their behavior, and by then, it might be too late. Can it get worse? Oh, you bet it can. Covetousness can always get worse. It starts small, perhaps with a little jealousy of someone's new car or house. But if nurtured, it grows into resentment. From there, it escalates into manipulation or outright theft. The covetous person might even go so far as to destroy someone else's life to obtain what they want, especially when they feel that they deserve it more than the person who currently possesses it. And let's not forget the emotional destruction. The person who feeds their covetous nature might eventually find themselves completely alone, surrounded by nothing but their accumulated wealth or possessions, with no one to share it with. The pursuit of things has replaced the pursuit of genuine connection, and the covetous person will find themselves trapped in a cycle of constant dissatisfaction. It's a downward spiral. What begins as a simple desire can turn into an obsession that consumes everything. Tips for survival: if you find yourself slipping into covetousness, it's time for a serious reality check. Recognize that true happiness doesn't come from what others have or from owning the latest gadgets. Instead, it comes from inner peace and gratitude. Start by learning to appreciate what you already have. Practice gratitude for the small things in life, the people who care about you, the experiences you've had, and the opportunities that are within your grasp. Next, learn to live within your means. It's easy to feel inadequate when you compare yourself to others, but the truth is, everyone is facing their own battles. No one's life is perfect, no matter how it might seem on social media. Focus on your own journey, your own goals, and stop looking over your shoulder at what others are doing. Finally, embrace self-worth that isn't tied to material possessions. Work on cultivating your inner qualities, kindness, honesty, and integrity, rather than focusing on the accumulation of things. People will respect and admire you for who you are, not what you have. Final words: covetousness is like a poison that slowly seeps into your soul, eating away at your happiness and your relationships. The more you feed it, the more it grows, until it consumes you. But it doesn't have to be this way. You have the power to break free from the cycle of wanting and start appreciating what's in front of you. If you don't, you'll end up with everything you thought you wanted, and nothing that truly matters. Chapter 42, Jealousy. The sin jealousy is the silent thief that sneaks into the mind, subtly poisoning the thoughts with irrational doubts and resentments. At its core, jealousy is a reaction to the perceived threat of losing something of value to someone else. It's not just about feeling envious of what others have, it's a full-on emotional meltdown, a sense of insecurity, and a fear of being replaced, overlooked, or left behind. The jealous person doesn't just want what others have, they fear losing their own sense of worth. Whether it's a partner, a job, a friendship, or an achievement, jealousy arises when the jealous person feels like someone else might be taking their place or surpassing them in some way. It's an intense, often irrational fear that what they have, what they hold dear, isn't as secure as they thought. And rather than confronting the underlying insecurities, they focus on others, fixating on what they have or could have. In relationships, jealousy is like a cancer. It's not just about a person wanting to be more loved, or valued, it's a desire to own and control the emotional space of someone else. The jealous person sees their partner's friendships, interests, and even personal growth as threats. Jealousy twists affection into possessiveness, love into fear, and trust into suspicion. Every smile, every text message, every shared moment with someone else becomes a reminder of the potential loss. And the more they indulge in these feelings, the more insecure and possessive they become. Jealousy is also sneaky in that it often masquerades as love or protection, but deep down, it's rooted in fear, anxiety, and a fragile sense of self-worth. It's a poisonous cocktail of insecurity and entitlement, often fed by comparing oneself to others. Why does she get all the attention? Why do they succeed while I remain stuck? These comparisons foster a sense of inadequacy that only the vicious cycle of jealousy can exacerbate. The punishment for jealousy is both emotional and relational, with long-term consequences that erode peace of mind and self-worth. Emotionally, jealousy is exhausting. The jealous person is constantly on edge, scanning for signs of betrayal or neglect. They find themselves trapped in a never-ending loop of negative thinking, where every situation, conversation, or gesture is scrutinized and distorted by their insecurity. This emotional turmoil creates an ever-present weight that can drain them of energy and joy. Relationships suffer too, because no one likes to feel like they're walking on eggshells, constantly being judged, or subjected to unwarranted accusations. Friends, family members, and romantic partners begin to feel suffocated, and the more the jealous person clings to their insecurities, the more they push people away. What was once a supportive and loving relationship devolves into distrust, suspicion, and resentment. Eventually, the jealous person finds themselves alone, isolated by their own unfounded fears. On a spiritual level, jealousy alienates the person from peace and contentment. It fosters a mindset of scarcity rather than abundance. Instead of celebrating the success and happiness of others, jealousy breeds bitterness and resentment, feeding into a belief that happiness is finite, that if someone else has it, there's less of it available for them. This mindset blocks growth, gratitude, and the ability to be genuinely happy for others. In the end, it keeps the jealous person from experiencing true joy and fulfillment. Physically, chronic jealousy can even manifest as stress and anxiety. The constant worry about losing what one has, or what one might not have, takes a toll on the body, causing tension, sleepless nights, and general exhaustion. The body can only handle so much emotional strain before it begins to break down. The atmosphere created by jealousy is thick with tension. It's a space where love is corrupted by suspicion, and trust is warped into control. In a relationship, this atmosphere feels suffocating. There's no room for openness or honest communication because the jealous person constantly tests their partner's loyalty, looks for hidden motives, and anticipates betrayal. In friendships or social settings, the jealous person is often the one who compares themselves to others, even when it isn't necessary. They may belittle someone else's achievements or subtly undermine others to make themselves feel better. They may engage in gossip, not just out of malice but as a way of reassuring themselves that they're not losing ground. The atmosphere in these situations is heavy, filled with passive-aggressive remarks or sly comments aimed at putting others down in order to elevate themselves. At work, jealousy manifests as competition where there should be collaboration. The jealous coworker can't stand to see someone else praised, and they may undermine their colleagues' efforts to prevent them from getting ahead. This creates a toxic workplace culture where trust is scarce, and everyone feels like they're in a constant race to outshine the other. The worst part is that jealousy spreads. Like a disease, it can infect entire social circles, workplaces, and even families. One jealous person can poison the atmosphere, making everyone else feel insecure and suspicious. What was once a place of joy and cooperation becomes a battleground where no one trusts anyone else, all because of one person's unaddressed jealousy. Why it fits forever? Jealousy fits forever because it's rooted in a fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of happiness and success. The jealous person believes that happiness and success are finite, that someone else's gain means their loss. But the truth is that joy is not a pie, someone else's achievement doesn't take away from your own potential. Yet, jealousy blinds people to this truth, and as long as they cling to the belief that life is a zero-sum game, they will continue to suffer. It's a cyclical trap that feeds itself, endlessly spiraling. The desire to win at life or prove one's worth never goes away in the jealous person's heart. It's a distorted view of competition and comparison that perpetuates feelings of inadequacy. As long as they compare themselves to others, they will never find peace or satisfaction. Moreover, jealousy is part of the human condition. It's a primal emotion, one that humans have struggled with for centuries. The myth of Cain and Abel, the jealousy of Esau toward Jacob, the tensions of royal families throughout history, jealousy has always been there, and it always will be. As long as people see others as threats to their happiness or success, jealousy will continue to flourish. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Jealousy is the gateway sin to many others. A jealous person might become vindictive, spreading rumors to ruin someone else's reputation. They might take it further by sabotaging their rival's career, relationships, or opportunities. In extreme cases, jealousy can even lead to violence, out of desperation, fear, or a need to take back what was never truly theirs to begin with. When unchecked, jealousy can destroy entire relationships. People become so paranoid and distrustful that they lose sight of what truly matters: love, trust, and support. Jealousy can even escalate into full-blown obsession, where the jealous person starts stalking, spying, and controlling every aspect of the person they feel threatened by. It's a slippery slope from a passing feeling to a full-on emotional meltdown that consumes everything in its path. Tips for survival: recognize the source. Understand that jealousy often comes from a place of insecurity. Start by addressing your own self-worth. Work on building confidence in your abilities and achievements. Stop the comparison game. Recognize that comparing yourself to others is futile and damaging. Everyone's journey is different. Focus on your own path. Communicate openly. In relationships, communicate openly about your feelings. Be honest without being accusatory, and address issues before they snowball. Practice gratitude. Focus on what you have, rather than what you lack. The more you appreciate what's good in your life, the less room there will be for jealousy. Learn to celebrate others. When someone succeeds, be genuinely happy for them. This shifts your mindset from scarcity to abundance. Final words: jealousy is a silent killer, slowly corroding relationships and happiness. If you allow it to fester, it will only get worse. But with self-awareness and a commitment to personal growth, you can break free from its grip. Let go of the need to compare and embrace the beauty of your own unique journey. Chapter 43, Arrogance. The sin arrogance is like that guy at the party who has absolutely no self-awareness and thinks everyone is impressed by the fact that he can talk about himself for hours without even taking a breath. It's the belief that one's worth is so immeasurably greater than everyone else's that they don't just walk into a room, they strut, stomp, and demand attention, as if the world were their personal stage. Arrogance is self-importance gone off the rails, a bloated ego that distorts the person's perception of themselves and everyone around them. At its core, arrogance is insecurity wearing a mask of confidence. The arrogant person is terrified of being seen as ordinary or insignificant, so they go to great lengths to make sure everyone knows they are special. It's not enough to be competent or capable, no, they need to be better than everyone else. And if they can't be better in a meaningful way, they'll just act like they are. They'll talk louder, interrupt more often, and make sure you know that their opinion is the only one that matters. What makes arrogance particularly insidious is that it often hides behind a thin veneer of self-assurance. It's easy to confuse arrogance with confidence, especially if the arrogant person is skilled at giving off an air of superiority. But confidence is quiet and earned, arrogance is loud and self-appointed. Arrogance is the person who constantly name-drops, the one who thinks their opinion on anything and everything is of such monumental importance that everyone should just shut up and listen. The arrogant person is also the one who belittles others in order to prop themselves up. Whether it's making fun of someone's appearance, mocking their achievements, or putting them down for daring to express an opinion, the arrogant person feels superior simply by diminishing those around them. They don't see other people as equals, but rather as tools to elevate their own status. They believe that if they can make you feel small, they'll feel bigger in comparison. And oh, how they revel in that perceived power. The punishment for arrogance is a self-inflicted wound. Sure, it might seem like the arrogant person is on top of the world, but beneath all that bravado lies a fragile, insecure soul desperately trying to keep up appearances. Arrogance burns bridges. It isolates the person from genuine relationships because no one wants to spend time around someone who thinks they're better than everyone else. People may pretend to listen, laugh at their jokes, or nod at their opinions, but deep down, they know the arrogant person is full of hot air. And once the mask slips, once someone calls out the arrogance for what it is, it's like a deflation of their entire persona. Arrogance leads to downfall, because no one can stay on top of the self-made pedestal for long. Eventually, the arrogant person's actions catch up with them. Whether it's failure, humiliation, or the realization that people are tired of their nonsense, arrogance sets the stage for a spectacular fall from grace. It's the classic case of, you can only inflate your ego for so long before it bursts in your face. And when that happens, the fall is always harder than it would have been if they had stayed humble. In relationships, arrogance suffocates love and respect. It replaces genuine connection with a constant power struggle. The arrogant partner will always need to win, to be right, to be in control. This dynamic destroys trust and intimacy because there's no room for vulnerability or compromise. The arrogant person can't admit when they're wrong, and they sure as hell won't listen to anyone else's point of view, so the relationship becomes a battlefield instead of a partnership. On a personal level, the arrogant person is locked in a constant state of self-validation. They can't enjoy accomplishments unless they have an audience to applaud them. They can't make decisions without reassurance from others that they are, indeed, the smartest person in the room. The more they seek external validation, the more they build their own misery. Arrogance cuts them off from real happiness because, deep down, they know it's all an act. And once the applause fades, all that's left is a hollow emptiness. The atmosphere of arrogance is one of tension and unease. It's like that feeling you get when you walk into a room and someone immediately starts talking louder than everyone else, as if to assert dominance. It's the subtle discomfort you feel when someone monopolizes a conversation, constantly shifting it back to their own achievements or opinions. Everyone else in the room knows what's going on, they can see the arrogance plain as day, but no one wants to be the one to call it out. Instead, there's an invisible wall that forms, keeping people at a distance. Arrogance breeds resentment. People may outwardly smile and nod, but inside, they're counting the seconds until they can leave. The arrogant person isn't seen as a leader or a strong individual, they're seen as an overbearing, self-obsessed show-off. Their presence dominates, and any semblance of teamwork, collaboration, or friendship is drowned out by their need to be the center of attention. In a workplace, the atmosphere is toxic. The arrogant colleague is the one who always has to have the last word, who cuts off others before they can make a point, who hoards credit for shared successes. They never consider the value of others' contributions, because their ego is too fragile to allow anyone else to shine. The arrogance might earn them temporary recognition or a superficial sense of success, but the long-term consequence is always the same: colleagues grow tired of the condescension, and eventually, their reputation becomes one of disdain rather than admiration. In social situations, the arrogant person becomes the party's wet blanket. They're the one who insists on talking about their latest accomplishments, interrupting conversations to brag about something they bought or some new venture they're involved in. The arrogant person's need to prove themselves overpowers any attempt at genuine connection. Everyone else ends up playing the role of passive audience, and eventually, they start tuning them out. Why it fits forever? Arrogance fits forever because, at its heart, it's a defense mechanism against vulnerability. The arrogant person will never learn true self-acceptance as long as they continue to overcompensate for their insecurities. Arrogance keeps them locked in a cycle of needing to prove themselves constantly. Every new success is just an opportunity to announce their greatness to the world, but no amount of external validation will ever silence the internal voice that whispers, "You're not good enough." The arrogance, if left unchecked, becomes a permanent part of their identity. It starts out as a shield to protect their fragile self-esteem, but eventually, it becomes so ingrained in their personality that they can't see beyond it. They start to believe the illusion of superiority they've created. The trap of arrogance is that it isolates the person from real, meaningful relationships, and even from their own sense of self-worth. It becomes a prison they build around themselves, only to realize too late that they've been the one holding the key all along. Can it get worse? Yes, it absolutely can. Arrogance doesn't just stop at making one person unbearable. As the arrogant person continues to assert their superiority, they begin to alienate themselves from everyone they interact with. In the workplace, they'll lose the respect of colleagues. In friendships, they'll push people away. In relationships, they'll drive their partner to the point of no return. Arrogance turns people into objects, pawns in a game of self-glorification. When everyone around them has had enough, the arrogant person is left with nothing but a cold, lonely existence, surrounded only by the emptiness they created. Tips for survival: check your ego at the door, take a deep breath and remember that there's always someone who knows more, has done more, and is better at something. And that's okay. Listen more than you talk. People don't want to hear you talk about yourself all the time. In fact, they may stop listening altogether. Practice being genuinely interested in others. Embrace humility. It's okay to admit that you don't know everything. Humility is powerful. Avoid comparisons. Constantly comparing yourself to others is a one-way ticket to arrogance. Focus on your own growth and achievements, and be happy for others when they succeed. Final words: arrogance may feel good for a while, but it's the fastest way to lose everything that truly matters. It builds walls between you and the world, pushing away people who could otherwise enrich your life. So, next time you feel the urge to inflate your ego, ask yourself, is it worth it? Or is it time to let that ego shrink back to a healthy size? Because if arrogance is the sin, humility is the antidote. Chapter 44, Selfishness. The sin. Selfishness is the art of making the world revolve around you, no matter the consequences to those around you. It's the idea that your needs, desires, and comfort are the only things that truly matter, and everyone else can deal with their own issues. Forget empathy, forget compromise. Selfishness is all about taking, hoarding, and consuming without a second thought for the impact on others. It's the person who expects you to drop everything for them, yet can never seem to return the favor. It's the one who uses people like tools, only to discard them when they're no longer needed. At its core, selfishness is a deep-rooted belief that the universe exists to serve your every whim. The selfish person might justify their behavior by claiming they're just looking out for number one, but deep down, they know it's more about a lack of care for anyone else. They take from relationships, jobs, friendships, and even family, demanding attention and affection without ever giving back. Their motto: why should I help others when I'm the one who needs it the most? It's a black hole of need that devours anything in its path, leaving behind a trail of frustrated and exhausted people who are constantly drained by the selfish person's demands. Selfishness also thrives on manipulation. The selfish person isn't content with taking for themselves, they want others to feel guilty for not giving enough. They may say, I did this for you, can't you do the same for me, as if any kindness or favor is a transactional act. They twist acts of love and support into an obligation, reinforcing the idea that they are the center of the universe, and everyone else is just part of the supporting cast. But the true hallmark of selfishness is the utter lack of consideration for the feelings and well-being of others. It doesn't matter if someone else is suffering or struggling, the selfish person will do what's best for themselves without hesitation. It's a deeply isolating sin, because over time, people begin to see through the act. They recognize the selfish person's behavior for what it is, an insatiable hunger for validation and resources that will never be satisfied, no matter how much is given. The punishment for selfishness is isolation, but it's a special kind of loneliness. The selfish person may have everything they want, but they'll never have the meaningful relationships that come from genuine love, connection, and shared effort. People may be around them, sure, they'll stick around for a while, but the moment the selfish person needs anything, those same people will disappear. Relationships built on selfishness are always fragile because they're built on an unbalanced scale. The selfish person takes and takes, but never gives, and eventually, the well runs dry. The punishment extends into the soul of the selfish person. Over time, they become consumed by their own self-absorption, unable to find true happiness in anything. They chase after material possessions, fleeting pleasures, and shallow recognition, but nothing fills the void. Even when they get everything they think they want, they feel empty. This is the paradox of selfishness: the more they take, the less they have. They might have the perfect job, the best clothes, and the newest gadgets, but they'll always feel alone in a crowd. Selfishness eats at the very fabric of their being, creating a deep well of dissatisfaction that nothing in the physical world can fill. And then there's the inevitable result of burning bridges. The selfish person may find that, as they climb their self-made mountain, everyone around them starts slipping away. Friends, family, colleagues, all of them eventually tire of being treated as stepping stones. The selfish person may look around one day and realize that they've built a world full of hollow relationships. People will start to avoid them, and they'll find themselves on the outside looking in. The selfish person will be surrounded by a fake version of success, but deep down, they'll know they've lost everything that truly matters. The atmosphere of selfishness is one of tension and imbalance. It's a heavy presence, one that demands attention without offering anything in return. You can feel it when someone enters the room, and immediately, the air feels thicker. The selfish person takes up more than their fair share of space, both physically and emotionally. They dominate conversations, demand favors without reciprocating, and always make sure that their needs are placed above everyone else's. It's exhausting. You're walking on eggshells, trying to appease their never-ending needs, but you can never do enough. Even in groups, selfishness sticks out like a sore thumb. While everyone else is pulling together, the selfish person is sitting back, taking credit for others' work, or waiting for someone to give them something. You might not realize it at first, but over time, you'll begin to notice the lack of effort from the selfish person. They don't help, they don't offer support, they only take. They've mastered the art of appearing like a helpful player, but the moment they're asked to give something back, they vanish into thin air. The atmosphere is also tinged with resentment. People become frustrated with the selfish person because they know they're being used, but they're too polite or too scared to call them out on it. The selfish person thrives in this environment, where they can get away with taking and taking, all while maintaining a veneer of charm and likability. They'll manipulate their way into your life, then leave you wondering why you're always left holding the bag while they walk off with the spoils. Why it fits forever. Selfishness is a sin that never goes out of style. It's timeless, ageless, and always relevant. No matter the era, no matter the social structure, selfishness will always be there, lurking in the hearts of those who want to take more than they give. The world encourages selfish behavior in so many ways, from looking out for number one to treat yourself mentality. In a society that prizes individualism, selfishness thrives because it's the natural result of a world that tells us we deserve more money, more fame, more success, more everything. There's always something to strive for, and the more we strive, the more selfish we become. But selfishness doesn't just exist in the extreme cases. It can be found in small, everyday actions. It's in the person who eats the last piece of pizza and doesn't think to offer it to anyone else. It's in the friend who constantly cancels plans when it's inconvenient for them. It's in the coworker who takes credit for someone else's idea. These small acts may seem insignificant at first, but they pile up over time. And soon, the person who has always put themselves first will find themselves surrounded by people who don't care, because those people have learned to stop caring. Can it get worse? Oh, it can get worse. Selfishness has an insidious way of spreading like a virus. What starts as small acts of me first can evolve into full-blown narcissism. Once the selfish person has reached a point where they believe the world revolves entirely around them, they begin to manipulate, control, and exploit others with even greater precision. They'll start using guilt trips, threats, and emotional manipulation to get what they want. If you really loved me, you'd do this for me, they'll say, twisting your feelings and making you feel responsible for their happiness. The more selfish they become, the more they demand. And the worst part is, they'll never be satisfied. No matter how much they take, it will never be enough. It's like a black hole that grows larger with every selfish act, and eventually, nothing remains except an empty shell of a person who is always alone, no matter how many people they manipulate into their life. Tips for survival: recognize the signs. If someone is constantly taking without giving, it's a red flag. Pay attention to the relationships around you and notice when the balance is off. Set boundaries, don't let people walk all over you. Be clear about what you're willing to give and when you've had enough. Don't enable. Sometimes, people will keep taking from you because you let them. Stop giving in to their demands and start taking care of yourself. Walk away, if a relationship is more about their needs than a mutual exchange, it's time to leave. Don't waste your life being used. Final word: selfishness is a soul-crushing sin. It isolates, it dehumanizes, and it leaves nothing but empty relationships and unfilled desires in its wake. The truly happy people are those who give, not those who take. In a world where selfishness seems to be celebrated, don't fall into the trap. Avoid making yourself the center of the universe because, in the end, that universe will be an empty, lonely place. Chapter 45, Vanity. The sin vanity is the inflated self-image of someone who believes they are the center of the universe. It is the constant and desperate need for admiration, validation, and praise. It's not just about thinking you're good-looking or talented, it's the obsessive desire to be recognized and adored by anyone and everyone around you. The vain person thrives on external approval, needing the reassurance of others to feel worthwhile. They're more concerned with how they appear to the world than with who they truly are, and any blemish, imperfection, or perceived flaw becomes an existential crisis. Vanity goes beyond just liking how you look. It's about crafting an identity entirely around superficial qualities, like a mask that hides any real substance. The vain person will often curate their life in such a way that it looks perfect on social media, while their actual existence is a hollow shell of empty pursuits. They live for the validation that comes from others, measuring their worth by likes, comments, and the approval of their followers. This is where vanity merges with insecurity, because despite all the attention, the vain person never feels like they're enough. There's a gnawing need for more, like an itch that can't be scratched. The vain person spends hours in front of the mirror, analyzing every detail, correcting every imperfection, and crafting the illusion of perfection. They surround themselves with objects of beauty, expensive clothes, shiny cars, and lavish homes, but none of it is enough. It's always about the next upgrade, the next new accessory, the next status symbol. Because, deep down, vanity is born from the belief that if you don't appear perfect to the world, you're nothing. Vanity also manifests in relationships. The vain person wants admiration from others, not genuine connection. They may seek out friendships that boost their own status, using others as tools to feel important. Compliments are not just nice words, they're fuel to their fragile ego. And when they don't get enough of it, they lash out. It's a constant cycle of needing and taking, never truly giving, because the vain person is too absorbed in themselves to see others as anything but a reflection of their own glory. The punishment for vanity is the realization that everything they've built is as fragile as glass. The endless need for praise and admiration leads to an unhealthy cycle of chasing after external validation, and in doing so, the vain person loses sight of what truly matters: inner worth, personal growth, and authentic relationships. Vanity doesn't just alienate others, it destroys the self from the inside out. The more they seek validation, the more their insecurity grows. The praise they get will never be enough, and they'll forever be trapped in a cycle of need. Their relationships suffer the most. People will eventually tire of feeding the vanity beast. They'll see through the shallow acts and stop providing the constant adoration the vain person craves. This can lead to deep loneliness, as they're left surrounded by people who are either fake or distant. The vain person may find themselves unable to form any true, meaningful connection because they've spent their entire life focused on what others think of them, rather than developing who they really are. Then, there's the brutal truth that the world changes, and so do people's tastes. What was once considered beautiful or impressive can quickly become outdated. The vain person may spend a lifetime building an identity around something fleeting: beauty, fame, wealth, and when those things inevitably fade, they are left with nothing but the hollow shell of who they once were. Their entire self-worth is tied to external factors, which means when those things disappear, so does their sense of identity. Finally, vanity will trap its victim in a never-ending pursuit of perfection. The vain person will never be able to relax or accept who they truly are because they're always chasing something unattainable. They'll find themselves stuck in a constant state of dissatisfaction and frustration, because perfection is an illusion. The more they try to maintain their perfect facade, the more they lose touch with their authentic self, creating a life full of exhaustion and disillusionment. The atmosphere surrounding vanity is one of constant performance. The vain person is always on, always aware of how they appear to others. When they enter a room, it's not just to socialize, it's a moment to showcase their greatness, to ensure that everyone notices their beauty, intelligence, or success. It's like a theater performance where the audience is always watching, and the vain person is forever trying to outdo themselves. In conversations, the vain person constantly steers the topic toward themselves, subtly or not so subtly dropping mentions of their achievements, their appearance, or their latest indulgence. They seek attention in ways that are often exhausting for those around them. It's as if they believe that the world revolves around them, and everyone else should be in awe of their existence. There's also a sense of desperation in the atmosphere. While the vain person might appear confident, there's an underlying anxiety that something is missing. They're constantly fishing for compliments, hoping that someone will notice how great they are, but never truly feeling satisfied when they receive it. They're always seeking more validation because, deep down, they know it's never enough. Why it fits forever? Vanity fits forever because it is tied to the fleeting nature of external factors. The world around us changes, and so do standards of beauty, success, and popularity. The vain person, however, clings to these things as if they're eternal, forgetting that they're just temporary. Time wears down beauty, fame fades, and wealth can be lost in the blink of an eye, but the vain person's need to be admired remains constant, even as the world shifts. It's the curse of tying your self-worth to something that can never stay the same. What's worse is that vanity doesn't just rob the individual of true self-love, it spreads to others. People who surround themselves with vain individuals often find their self-esteem tied to external recognition, too. The vain person acts like a mirror, reflecting only superficial values and creating a toxic cycle of validation seeking that feeds everyone's egos. In this way, vanity is contagious, it spreads through society like a virus, infecting the very culture in which it lives. Can it get worse? Oh, yes. Vanity can always get worse. Imagine a life where you're so consumed by the need to be seen as perfect that you start altering your reality. People start to inject themselves with all kinds of substances, plastic surgery, cosmetic enhancements, even altering their personalities just to get a compliment. They'll sacrifice their health, relationships, and even their soul in the name of vanity. The self-deception grows, too. The vain person may convince themselves that they're the best at everything, despite mounting evidence to the contrary. They'll make a fool of themselves in a desperate attempt to be recognized, sometimes embarrassing themselves in front of everyone, but still never learning the lesson. They'll continue to chase after a mirage, always believing that the next compliment will be the one that fills the hole inside. Tips for survival: focus on inner beauty. If you want to survive the deadly trap of vanity, learn to appreciate what's inside. Looks fade, but a strong character, kindness, and integrity last forever. Focus on becoming a better person, not a better version of yourself on Instagram. Don't live for validation, get comfortable with yourself without needing others to validate your worth. Spend time alone without the constant need for external praise. Appreciate others, instead of fishing for compliments, learn to appreciate and compliment others. It will help you shift the focus away from yourself and reduce the pressure to be perfect. Remember, perfection doesn't exist. If you spend your life chasing it, you'll never be happy. Let go of the obsession with perfection, and learn to embrace your flaws. They make you human. Final words: vanity is a slow-burning fire that consumes everything in its path, and like all things that burn brightly, it leaves only ashes behind. If you ever feel the pull of vanity creeping in, take a step back. Remind yourself that beauty and success are fleeting. True value comes from within. If you allow yourself to be defined by your looks, your possessions, or your status, you'll find that when those things fade, so will you. Chapter 46, Despair. The sin. Despair is the complete absence of hope, a state of mind where one sees no escape from their suffering or distress. It's the emotional equivalent of being stuck in a bottomless pit, where every attempt to climb out only sinks you deeper. When despair takes hold, it does more than just make you feel down, it convinces you that nothing will ever improve, and nothing ever will be worth it again. It strips you of your ability to see the light at the end of the tunnel, leaving you convinced that the darkness is eternal. Despair doesn't discriminate, it can strike anyone at any time. It could come after the loss of a loved one, the failure of a dream, or the crushing realization that your life isn't what you thought it would be. For some, it starts as a small seed of doubt, but once it's planted, it festers and grows into something more poisonous. It eats away at your spirit, makes every little task feel insurmountable, and eventually convinces you that there's no point in even trying. It's the feeling you get when you've been knocked down so many times that you can no longer summon the energy to get back up. It's the moment when you give up on hope, when you believe that your efforts are pointless, and that things will never change. Despair makes you believe that everyone around you is better off without you, that you're a burden, a weight on the world, and the only solution is to disappear. At its core, despair is a lie. It convinces you that your current pain is permanent, when in fact, all emotions, good and bad, are temporary. Yet, in the throes of it, you're convinced you'll never feel joy again. Despair tricks you into thinking that things can't get better. It wraps you in an iron grip and slowly crushes your will to continue, making every breath feel like an effort. It fills your mind with thoughts of futility, and before long, it begins to consume every aspect of your life. The punishment for despair is the very thing it feeds upon, hopelessness. The more you succumb to it, the harder it is to break free. Despair traps you in a cycle, telling you that there's no way out, which only reinforces its power over you. It's a death of sorts, not a physical death, but an emotional and spiritual one. It locks you into a state of resignation, where you lose all enthusiasm, drive, and sense of purpose. Those who wallow in despair often become withdrawn, avoiding the world and others. They cut themselves off from the support and love that could help pull them out of the darkness. Despair isolates you, making you feel as though no one understands, no one can help, and no one cares. And the more you believe that, the more the punishment deepens. The true punishment, however, is not just the sadness it brings but the loss of time. Despair robs you of precious moments in your life, those you could have spent working towards solutions, building relationships, or experiencing the small joys of everyday life. Instead, you spend days, weeks, or even years trapped in a fog of self-pity, unable to move forward. You stop chasing your dreams, stop striving for anything, and just exist in a state of numbness. The punishment is wasted potential, the death of your true self, before you even realize it. Despair doesn't just leave you stuck in a present misery, it also creates a future filled with missed opportunities. You might find yourself looking back on your life one day and realizing how much you could have done, how much you missed, and how much joy you denied yourself because you couldn't shake the overwhelming weight of despair. You see, the real punishment of despair is that it doesn't just hurt you in the moment, it keeps you from ever really living. It locks you in a prison of your own making, where the only sentence is a life half-lived. The atmosphere of despair is suffocating. It's like walking through life with a constant, invisible weight pressing down on your chest. The world around you may continue spinning, people might laugh, the sun might rise and set, but none of that seems to matter anymore. The air feels thick, as if you're drowning in an emotional ocean, struggling to keep your head above water, only to be pulled under again and again. In this state, everything seems dull. Colors are less vibrant, sounds are muted, and life itself feels like it's moving in slow motion. Even the simplest tasks become monumental obstacles. Getting out of bed. A chore. Eating. A necessity you could do without. You stop caring about anything because nothing feels worth caring about. People around you might notice your withdrawal, but you're too far gone to feel their concern. You can't see their empathy because despair has built walls so high that you can no longer see over them. It creates a deep chasm between you and everyone else, where you believe no one can understand your pain, not even the people who love you. If you are forced to interact with the world, you do it like an actor in a play, going through the motions but feeling disconnected from everything. There's no joy in conversation, no excitement in plans. You're simply existing, day by day, minute by minute, waiting for the moment when the pain will finally stop, even if that means the end of everything. And yet, paradoxically, you're also terrified that it won't. It's a twisted dance of wanting an escape, but not knowing how to take the first step. Why it fits forever. Despair fits forever because it clings to the belief that nothing will ever get better. It's a lie that resonates deeply because it feels true in the moment. When you're trapped in despair, it feels like a constant companion, something you can't escape no matter how hard you try. It's the poison that you drink repeatedly, hoping it will help, but it only gets worse. The reason it fits forever is that it becomes ingrained in your worldview. Once you start believing that nothing matters, it's hard to shake. Despair doesn't just affect your present moment, it shapes how you see the past and the future. You start thinking that all your mistakes were inevitable, that your failures are permanent, and that you're incapable of change. It distorts your perception, making everything seem like a reminder of your inadequacy. Even the happiest moments in life can be tainted by the shadow of despair. What's worse is that despair feeds on itself. The longer it stays, the harder it is to break free. It convinces you that even trying to escape is a waste of time. You might reach out for help, but despair whispers that it won't make a difference. It's like quicksand, you sink deeper the more you struggle. And once it's settled in, it feels like a permanent fixture, haunting you through every high and low. Can it get worse? Yes, it can. Despair often leads to a spiral where one negative thought feeds another, until you're trapped in a cycle of self-loathing and hopelessness. It can lead to depression, self-harm, or even suicidal thoughts. The absence of hope leaves no room for healing, no room for progress, and no room for growth. What starts as despair can become a mental prison with no way out. In its darkest form, despair leads you to believe that escape is the only option, that everything would be better if you were no longer around. The terrifying truth is that the more you give in to despair, the more likely you are to reach a point of no return. It's not just a temporary feeling, if left unchecked, it can destroy everything that is meaningful to you, relationships, self-worth, and eventually, your will to live. Tips for survival: reach out, don't let despair isolate you. Talk to someone, anyone. Even just sharing your feelings with a friend or a therapist can help break the suffocating grip of despair. Challenge negative thoughts. Despair convinces you that nothing will ever get better, but that's a lie. Try to challenge those thoughts. Ask yourself, is this true? Is there evidence for this? Take small steps. When despair paralyzes you, focus on tiny victories. Make your bed. Take a shower. Take a walk. These small actions can give you a sense of accomplishment and help you regain control. Practice mindfulness, grounding techniques, like focusing on your breath or what you can see, hear, or feel, can bring you back to the present moment and away from the overwhelming feelings of despair. Seek professional help. A therapist or counselor can offer strategies and support that you can't find on your own. There's no shame in asking for help. Final words: despair is a liar and a thief. It steals your joy, your hope, and your will to live. It convinces you that you're broken beyond repair, when, in truth, you are capable of healing. The key to overcoming despair is to remember that it is temporary, and with the right support, it can be conquered. You are not alone, and you are not hopeless. The darkness may seem endless, but there is always a way out. Chapter 47, Apathy. The sin apathy is the art of not giving a damn. It's the quiet assassin of the soul that creeps in when you no longer have the will to care, feel, or even react to the world around you. It's not about being overwhelmed with emotion like despair, nor is it the extreme frustration of anger, it's the chilling void where all emotion evaporates. Apathy is the smug indifference that makes you shrug at the suffering of others and yawn at your own personal crisis. In essence, it's a state of emotional and intellectual paralysis. It's not just ignoring the world, it's the refusal to even acknowledge that it exists. Where once you might have been excited, compassionate, or driven, apathy convinces you that nothing matters. Who cares about the world's problems? Who cares if you get up today? Who cares if you try to better yourself or help others? Apathy makes you feel like a spectator in your own life, watching everything unfold from a distance as though you were sitting in a theater rather than playing an active role. The worst part? Apathy feels comfortable. At first, it might seem like a relief. When everything feels too much, it's tempting to just stop caring. To give up trying, to stop feeling the weight of your responsibilities, or the anxiety of unfulfilled dreams. It's easy to embrace. But that's exactly where apathy sneaks in its sharpest blow. It convinces you that it's the best option, when, in fact, it is the quickest route to spiritual death. Apathy is like a slow leak in the tires of your ambition, wearing you down until you can barely muster the energy to move forward. It promises peace and detachment, but it delivers stagnation and decay. You go through the motions of life without passion or enthusiasm, moving from one day to the next as if you're simply waiting for something to stir you, but nothing ever does. And as you sink deeper into this emotional sloth, your own sense of identity begins to erode. The punishment for apathy isn't loud, dramatic, or even immediately obvious. It's a slow, creeping decline. You don't wake up one day and suddenly realize that you're apathetic. No, it's a gradual thing. One day you just stop caring, and the next, it becomes normal. You lose the ability to feel joy, to get angry, to be excited, or to be sad. The colors of life fade to black and white. The longer you let apathy settle in, the more it becomes a prison. You no longer invest in relationships, career aspirations, or self-improvement. You start to drift, carelessly. Friends fall away because you can't muster the energy to engage, partners get frustrated because you're not emotionally available, and passions wither because there's no enthusiasm to nurture them. The more you withdraw, the more isolated you become, and the punishment is not just the boredom, it's the realization that you've become a ghost in your own life. Apathy robs you of agency. It makes you a passive participant in a world that is constantly moving forward, while you remain stagnant. The punishment of apathy is the loss of self-control. You don't make choices, they happen to you. You don't live, you merely exist. The cruelty lies in how you accept it, believing that nothing matters enough to put in effort, when in fact, everything requires effort to thrive. It's also the death of dreams. Apathy has a way of taking something vibrant and suffocating it with indifference. Remember those goals you once had? The things you wanted to accomplish? They get tossed aside, not because you can't achieve them, but because you don't care enough to try. You see, the punishment isn't just the absence of emotion, it's the absence of purpose. Without purpose, you can't hope, you can't grow, and ultimately, you can't truly live. The atmosphere of apathy is thick, like a fog that clouds every thought and drags down every action. It's the flat line of the human experience, where everything is equally dull, equally unimportant. The energy of the world around you is like static on a radio, garbled and unappealing. Colors seem muted, voices blend into a drone, and the sharp contrast of life is lost in the haze of indifference. The room you're in becomes less about the objects in it and more about how everything feels. Pointless. The things that once inspired you now just sit there, silent, gathering dust. That dream you had of becoming something, achieving something, it's no longer something you think about. The effort required to strive for it feels insurmountable, like climbing Mount Everest with no desire to reach the top. Conversations become tedious, activities feel like chores, and even eating or sleeping no longer holds any joy. Apathetic people don't celebrate victories, they don't mourn failures. They simply shrug their shoulders and continue on in the most lackluster way possible. It's like walking through life with a pair of blinders on, seeing everything but caring about none of it. In a room full of people, apathy might feel even more suffocating. You could be surrounded by friends, family, or strangers, but there's an invisible barrier between you and everyone else. There's no connection, no spark of interest, no reason to make an effort to interact. You look at them, they look at you, but there's no energy, no exchange. And worst of all, you don't mind. Why it fits forever. Apathy, unlike a brief burst of anger or a momentary lapse into jealousy, is insidious in its long-term grip. It's the thing that sticks with you quietly. While other sins may have an explosive, obvious impact, apathy is content to hang around forever, slowly eroding your will to live a meaningful life. It convinces you that there's no urgency, no need to strive, to feel, to care. And that's why it fits forever. It's comfortable in its numbness. When you stop caring, it doesn't feel like a major decision. It doesn't feel like a choice. It feels like you've simply stopped. And in that moment of giving up, apathy makes itself at home in your mind and heart. It takes root and spreads, becoming the new norm. Over time, it rewires you, making passion and excitement seem like unnecessary complications. It teaches you that staying in your bubble is safer than ever venturing outside it. But in truth, it's a life half-lived. Apathy also has a way of turning into a coping mechanism for deeper emotional pain, creating a feedback loop of self-doubt and avoidance. The more you refuse to engage, the more you lose the ability to connect, and the more disconnected you become. It's like a never-ending cycle that feeds on itself, slowly grinding away at your vitality until you're nothing but an empty shell of who you used to be. Can it get worse? Yes, it can. Apathy can spiral into deeper isolation, turning you into a ghost in your own life. It can erode relationships to the point where you're left with no one, no support, no connection, and no reason to keep going. With no passion, no drive, you begin to slip away from your own humanity. It's not just that you stop caring, it's that you forget how to care. Worse still, apathy may eventually push you into complete resignation, where you abandon all hope for any future at all. At its worst, apathy can lead to despair, which is its ugly, more toxic cousin. But even if it doesn't, it still has a long-lasting impact. The longer you stay apathetic, the more you lose the ability to feel anything deeply. Your emotions grow duller. Your sense of self slips away. And as you become numb to the world slowly becomes numb to you. Tips for survival: acknowledge it. The first step to combating apathy is admitting that you're not as engaged with life as you should be. Recognize that you've lost interest in things that once mattered. Set small goals, don't try to change everything at once. Start small, make your bed, take a walk, reply to a message. These small acts will begin to slowly reignite a sense of agency in you. Engage with others. While it's tempting to isolate, the best way to break out of apathy is by connecting with people, sharing your feelings, listening to theirs, and participating in the world. Rediscover your passions, reflect on what used to excite you. What made you feel alive? Reignite that spark, even if it's just a flicker. Seek help, don't be afraid to ask for support. Therapy, support groups, or just talking to a trusted friend can make a huge difference. Final words: apathy isn't just a temporary lapse, it's the slow death of the soul. It convinces you that there's nothing worth feeling or doing, yet the truth is that life demands engagement, even if it feels exhausting. Breaking free from apathy requires effort, and while it may feel overwhelming, it is worth the fight. Just as plants need sunlight and water to thrive, so do humans need passion, love, and purpose. Don't let apathy rob you of these. There is more to life than drifting through it, and you have the power to stop just existing and start living again. 8. Sins of Revenge and Betrayal. Chapter 48, Betrayal. The sin betrayal is a sneaky son of a bitch. It's the kind of sin that makes you look someone in the eye and tell them everything's fine, all while you're plotting their emotional demise behind their back. It's like watching your best friend tiptoe into a room with a knife hidden behind their back, smiling the whole way, and then, bam, you're stabbed in the heart before you even knew you were in danger. Betrayal doesn't need to be some grandiose act of espionage, it can be as small as breaking a promise, telling a secret, or pretending to care when you've been plotting their downfall the whole time. At the core, betrayal is a violation of trust. Trust is fragile, built piece by piece over time, only to be shattered in a single moment of treachery. The person you thought you could rely on, the one you thought was your ride or die, has suddenly turned their back on you. It feels like a sucker punch, but worse, because it comes from someone you thought was on your team. Betrayal can be subtle, too. It doesn't always mean someone outright stabs you in the back, sometimes it's more like watching them let you drown while they stand on the shore, making sure they've got their own life vest on. They might not actively push you under the water, but they sure as hell aren't throwing you a rope. It's not just the act that cuts deep, it's the realization that someone you trusted enough to let into your personal space has now weaponized that trust. Every laugh, every hug, every kind word you exchanged suddenly feels hollow. Was it all a lie? Did they always have ulterior motives, or were you just too blind to see it? Betrayal is the ultimate violation of loyalty. It's the one thing that no one can really prepare for, because, at some point, everyone gets burned by it. Whether it's a lover, a friend, or even a family member, when they turn on you, they make you feel like a fool for ever having given them a piece of your heart. And the worst part? It's not even a matter of whether they meant to betray you, it's that they did, and now you're left to pick up the shattered pieces of your trust. The punishment, the sweet irony of betrayal. The punishment is twofold. Not only are you the victim, but the one who betrays you often ends up punishing themselves in the long run. Betrayal is a poison, and the more you sip from the cup of treachery, the more it corrodes you from the inside out. For the person who betrays, the punishment is self-inflicted guilt. They may not feel it right away, but it will gnaw at them. Betrayal doesn't come with an immediate reckoning, it waits. It stalks you in the dark corners of your conscience until it catches up with you. If the betrayer has any semblance of a soul left, it will eat them alive. The realization that they've done irreversible damage to the most sacred of bonds will simmer under their skin, making it impossible to forget. But for the victim, the punishment is even crueler. Trust, once broken, is not easily rebuilt. The wound left by betrayal doesn't heal with time, it only scars, and those scars don't just fade. Every new relationship, every new friendship, every new partnership is tainted by the knowledge that people can, and will, turn on you. It's the emotional equivalent of a PTSD-like reaction. You'll second-guess every nice gesture, every kind word, every promise made to you. You'll live in fear of being blindsided again. The real punishment is the erosion of innocence. You may never be able to fully trust again. Your guard goes up permanently, like a locked door that no one can breach, not even those who truly deserve your trust. Betrayal poisons the future, because it teaches you that kindness and loyalty are often met with deceit and self-interest. The atmosphere of betrayal is cold, heavy, and suffocating. It feels like a storm cloud hovering just above your head, constantly threatening to rain down, but never quite letting you prepare for the downpour. The air is thick with suspicion, doubt, and the crushing weight of a broken heart. When betrayal occurs, everything feels off. The world seems to tilt, just a little bit to the side, as though your sense of reality has been skewed. You question everything around you, the friendships, the relationships, the kindness you thought you were receiving. Was it ever real? Were they ever truly on your side, or were you just an unwitting pawn in their game? The subtle silence that accompanies betrayal is deafening. There's an uncomfortable quietness after the revelation. It's like a room full of people, but no one is talking, everyone's just pretending that everything is fine while the tension thickens like oil on water. The betrayal doesn't have to be shouted out loud to be felt, the unspoken knowledge of what's happened hangs in the air, suffocating everyone who comes near. There's no warmth in the atmosphere anymore. Just a cold emptiness that makes every conversation feel forced, every smile seem fake. You know, deep down, that the foundation of trust that you once thought was unshakable has been cracked and fractured beyond repair. The air around you grows stagnant with the stench of broken promises. Why it fits forever? Betrayal fits forever because it rewires the way you view the world. Once you've been burned by someone you trusted, you will never again look at relationships the same way. You might forgive, eventually, but you'll never forget. The scar it leaves will always be there, lurking beneath the surface, just waiting for something to trigger the memory of the betrayal. And once you've learned that betrayal is a possibility, you'll never be truly innocent again. Why does it fit forever? Because the damage done by betrayal is irreversible. Even if you forgive the person who hurt you, the emotional damage done to your trust can't just be erased. Betrayal shifts your perspective on humanity. It teaches you that people are capable of hurting you in the worst possible ways, and they will, given the right circumstances. That's what makes it fit forever. It doesn't just affect the relationship between you and the betrayer, it affects every future relationship you will ever have. You'll always wonder, in the back of your mind, if the person you're relying on will eventually betray you. That seed of doubt will never be completely eradicated. Can it get worse? Yes, it can absolutely get worse. Betrayal can escalate into even deeper levels of emotional destruction. It can spread like a virus, affecting not just the victim, but everyone around them. A single act of betrayal can cause a ripple effect that distorts entire social circles. The person who betrayed you may continue to deceive others, spreading their lies and manipulating more people. And if you thought betrayal was painful on a personal level, imagine the public humiliation. If the betrayal goes public, if it's exposed for all to see, the victim often becomes the subject of ridicule or sympathy, depending on how it's spun. And when you're the one left standing there, broken and exposed, you're left to pick up the pieces of your reputation, your dignity, and your trust in humanity. Betrayal has the potential to destroy everything. Not just the bond between two people, but the very trust that holds society together. Tips for survival: guard your heart. Once betrayed, you'll never be able to unknow that people are capable of it. Build boundaries. Don't give your full trust away too easily, no matter how much they beg for it. Don't let it define you. Sure, betrayal sucks, but don't let it be the lens through which you view everything. You can heal. Learn the lesson. Every betrayal is an opportunity to learn. What can you do differently next time? Who can you trust? Use the experience to grow. Surround yourself with real ones. It's easy to isolate yourself when you're hurt, but trust me, some people still get it. Find those who truly have your back and rebuild with them. Final words: betrayal is as old as humanity itself, and it will always exist in some form or another. The lesson here is clear: trust, but never forget that betrayal is always lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce. Don't let it ruin you, though. Learn, grow, and maybe, just maybe, give trust another shot. But keep your guard up, because betrayal, like a bad ex, will always find a way back into your life when you least expect it. Chapter 49, Revenge. The sin: revenge, sweet, addictive, and utterly destructive. It's the kind of sin that makes your blood simmer and your thoughts cloud with an all-consuming desire to get even. Picture this: someone wrongs you in the most heinous way, and instead of taking the high road, you channel your inner villain and plot the ultimate payback. It's like sitting down with a glass of wine and thinking, how can I make their life as miserable as mine? Revenge is more than just a grudge, it's the emotional equivalent of boiling water on the stove. You sit there, simmering with resentment, each bubble of anger building up until it reaches a point where you feel the need to release it. The unfortunate thing is, once the pot boils over, you burn yourself, your reputation, and your soul in the process. We often romanticize revenge, picturing it like a slow-motion, cinematic moment where the wronged party gets to watch their nemesis suffer. But here's the cold reality: revenge doesn't deliver the satisfaction it promises. Sure, it feels good at first, like a delicious release of all that pent-up frustration, but that feeling is fleeting. It's like a high that comes crashing down, leaving you empty, hollow, and often worse off than you were before. The problem with revenge is that it traps you in a cycle. You lash out, they retaliate, and before you know it, you're stuck in an endless game of tit for tat with no winners. It consumes your energy, your time, and your mental health, until one day, you realize you're not even angry at the person anymore, you're just consumed by the act of vengeance itself. And guess what? That's when you've lost the most. Not only are you no better off, but you've wasted a piece of yourself on something that had no real purpose other than to make you feel justified. Revenge might be sweet for a moment, but like a sugar high, it leaves you crashing into despair. The punishment of revenge. The irony is that, by seeking to hurt someone else, you end up harming yourself far more. It's like stepping into a pit of quicksand with every vengeful thought you entertain. Sure, you might get your hands dirty, you might make that person squirm for a brief second, but in the end, you'll sink deeper into the muck of your own hatred. First off, revenge makes you a prisoner of your own anger. The more you plot and scheme, the more you obsess. Your thoughts become consumed with fantasies of their downfall, and soon you can't think of anything else. You let them rent space in your mind for free, and every minute spent on them is a minute stolen from your own peace of mind. The emotional toll is unbearable. When you're driven by revenge, your happiness becomes contingent on the suffering of someone else. It's a toxic relationship with your own feelings, one where you start thinking that the only way you can feel good about yourself is by bringing someone else down. And guess what? That's not how happiness works. By trying to tear down someone else's life, you end up decimating your own sense of self-worth. The biggest punishment, though, is that revenge often ends up making the situation worse. When you seek vengeance, you're so focused on getting even that you lose sight of what really matters, your own well-being. You might lash out in anger, but when the dust settles, you'll realize that the person you sought revenge on hasn't been affected nearly as much as you have. You've wasted your energy, and they've moved on, while you're stuck in the wreckage of your own choices. Worse, the act of revenge can escalate quickly. What starts as a small retaliation can snowball into a full-blown vendetta. What you do to them will only inspire them to retaliate, and soon you're in a vicious, never-ending cycle of revenge. You become so blinded by the need for payback that you lose sight of everything else. The damage you've caused is irreversible, and in the end, the only person who suffers the most is you. The atmosphere of revenge is toxic. It's like a dark cloud hanging over everything you do, making every decision, every action feel heavy and fraught with ulterior motives. It's the feeling you get when you're no longer living for yourself, but instead, for the singular goal of seeing someone else fall. Everything in your life starts to feel like a chess match. You become obsessed with outmaneuvering them, one move ahead at all times. Every interaction feels loaded, like there's some hidden agenda beneath every conversation. You're constantly on edge, waiting for the next opportunity to strike, to get them back. But the problem is that this obsession starts to define you. You begin to lose sight of who you are in the process. Emotionally, the atmosphere is suffocating. Anger becomes your default setting, and happiness, if it ever arrives, feels shallow and fleeting. It's like living in a fog of resentment, and it's hard to see anything clearly when all you can think about is what they did to you. The bitterness seeps into your relationships, turning friends into allies in your war, and everyone around you becomes part of your battle plan. Mentally, revenge takes a toll too. Your thoughts are consumed with their betrayal, their cruelty, their mistakes. You plan and plot, and it feels like you can't escape the web of revenge you've tangled yourself in. You become paranoid, distrusting, and cynical, convinced that everyone is out to hurt you in the same way. And before long, you've built a whole worldview based on retribution, unable to shake the notion that vengeance is the only way to feel in control. Why it fits forever? Revenge fits forever because it's a universal, human reaction. No matter where you are, no matter what time period, the desire to get even has always existed. It's in our nature to want justice, but revenge doesn't serve justice, it serves the ego. The reason revenge fits forever is because it taps into the primal urge to restore balance, but in a way that ensures no real peace is ever achieved. By holding on to the need for vengeance, you perpetuate the pain that started it all. You keep the wound fresh, never allowing it to heal. And as long as you hold on to the desire for revenge, you can't let go of the past. You remain stuck in a cycle, always looking backward, never moving forward. In a twisted sense, revenge is a way of controlling the uncontrollable. You can't undo the wrong done to you, so you seek to take power by inflicting harm back. But what happens when you've taken your pound of flesh? Does it really make things better? Or do you just end up with a bigger, more festering wound? Revenge is a lie we tell ourselves, that it will bring us peace. It never does. Can it get worse? Oh, it can always get worse. The more you focus on revenge, the more consumed you become by the darkness it brings. It might feel good in the short term, but the long-term consequences can be devastating. Not only do you lose your peace of mind, but you also risk becoming exactly like the person who wronged you. You fall into the same toxic mindset, hurting others just to fill that void inside you. The more you engage in revenge, the more bitter, angry, and disconnected you become from your true self. Revenge doesn't just escalate with time, it changes you. It warps your worldview and distorts your sense of right and wrong. Eventually, you're no longer punishing the other person, you're punishing yourself. You're sacrificing your happiness and your soul for the sake of a fleeting victory. Tips for survival: walk away from the battlefield. Revenge can only survive if you keep feeding it. The moment you walk away from the conflict and let go of the anger, the power it has over you weakens. Focus on healing, not hurting. Revenge is about harm, but healing is about growth. Redirect your energy into improving yourself rather than destroying others. Find closure, not retribution. Sometimes the best way to get back at someone is by showing them that you're too strong to be broken by their actions. Walk away with your dignity intact. Forgiveness isn't for them, it's for you. Letting go of the desire for revenge is freeing. Forgiving doesn't mean forgetting or excusing the wrongdoing, it means choosing to take back control of your life. Final words: revenge seems sweet in the moment, but it always leaves a bitter aftertaste. It's a sin that promises much and delivers little. The only thing revenge truly accomplishes is keeping you tethered to the pain of the past, preventing you from moving forward into a healthier, happier future. Let it go. Let them go. Choose peace over retribution, because, in the end, the one who suffers most is the one who seeks revenge. Chapter 50, Disloyalty. The sin: disloyalty, the quickest way to wreck relationships and destroy any shred of trust you've ever built. Picture this: you're supposed to be a partner, a friend, a confidant. You vow to have each other's backs through thick and thin, right? But the moment things get tough, or a shinier opportunity presents itself, you throw all those promises out the window faster than you can say, betrayal. It's like you've been handed a golden ticket to loyalty, and you decide to flush it down the toilet for a chance at a quick, selfish thrill. Disloyalty is sneaky. It doesn't always look like a grand gesture or a dramatic moment of backstabbing. Sometimes, it's just a little slip, an unnoticed change in behavior, a moment when you take the easy way out instead of doing the right thing. It's a betrayal of trust in tiny, subtle ways, and it builds up over time. One small act of disloyalty leads to another, until you're standing there, wondering how you ever let it get this far. And the worst part? Disloyalty isn't always about what you do. Sometimes, it's about what you don't do. Not standing up for someone when they need you. Not sticking around when they need your support the most. It's all those little moments where you choose to take the safe route and avoid the hard, messy work of loyalty. You don't even have to be overtly malicious to be disloyal. You just have to decide that someone else's feelings and needs aren't worth your time. But hey, there's an upside to all this, right? Sure, you may get some short-term gains, whether that's temporary freedom, a new, better relationship, or a fleeting thrill, but don't fool yourself. Disloyalty is like playing with fire. You might burn someone else, but in the process, you'll scorch yourself. The consequences of disloyalty are far-reaching and often irreversible. The damage done to someone's trust is difficult to repair, and once it's broken, it's hard to rebuild. The punishment disloyalty, this one stings in ways you can't even imagine. Let's start with the basic punishment, losing people. No one wants to hang out with someone who can't be trusted. If you've betrayed someone's trust, they're not just going to forget about it. You've burned the bridge. And the thing about bridges is that you can't always rebuild them, no matter how hard you try. Sometimes the gap is just too wide, the trust shattered beyond repair. But wait, there's more. The real punishment of disloyalty isn't just the loss of relationships, it's the gnawing guilt that eats away at you. Every time you look back, you'll see that moment of disloyalty hanging over you like a dark cloud. That feeling of betrayal never quite goes away. It festers inside you, leaving you questioning every action, every decision, and every relationship you've ever had. And then there's the loneliness. When people find out you're disloyal, they're not going to want to stick around. You might find yourself on the outside, looking in as everyone else forms tighter, more trustworthy bonds. The irony of disloyalty is that in seeking your own gain, you end up alone, without anyone to back you up when the world comes crashing down. But that's not all. Disloyalty has this sneaky little habit of making you distrust others. Once you've been disloyal, it becomes harder to trust anyone. You start to question the motives of others, assuming that they too will turn on you. And guess what? This leads to even more isolation, more loneliness, and more broken relationships. You've set off a chain reaction that can leave you completely untethered, drifting in a sea of your own making. The atmosphere of disloyalty is toxic. It's a constant undercurrent of suspicion and doubt that fills every room you enter. You walk around, and every glance feels loaded, every word feels heavy. People stop trusting you, and you can feel it in the air. Conversations become laced with caution, as if no one knows whether you'll stick around or stab them in the back when it's least expected. The worst part? You start to feel the weight of your own actions. That feeling of unease, that sinking feeling in your gut, becomes a constant companion. You might try to cover it up with distractions or new alliances, but deep down, you know that your loyalty is a currency that's been spent, and there's no getting it back. Every smile, every handshake, feels hollow because you know you've broken something irreplaceable. Loyalty is the foundation of every relationship, whether it's with family, friends, or romantic partners. When that foundation crumbles, everything built on top of it starts to shake and eventually fall apart. The atmosphere is filled with distrust and unease, as you're no longer the person people can count on. You're the one who turned their back, and that's a stain that's hard to wash off. Why it fits forever? Disloyalty fits forever because trust is one of the most fragile things in life. Once it's broken, it's almost impossible to restore to its original form. Even if you apologize, even if you beg for forgiveness, the memory of your disloyalty lingers. People remember the way you made them feel, the sense of betrayal, the confusion, the hurt. It sticks with them, and it reshapes how they see you. It's not just the act of disloyalty that lingers, it's the new perception of you that remains in their minds forever. You're no longer the person they could rely on. You're the one who let them down, and no amount of apologies can erase that. The aftermath of disloyalty affects not only the people you've betrayed but also your own sense of self. You're left questioning your integrity, your morals, and your very ability to trust yourself. Disloyalty doesn't just affect relationships, it eats away at your soul. The shame of it never quite goes away, no matter how much time passes. Can it get worse? Oh, you bet it can. Disloyalty always has the potential to spiral out of control. Once you've broken one trust, it's easy to justify doing it again. You might start thinking, well, I did it once, what's one more time? Or worse, you might convince yourself that you're entitled to be disloyal because you've been wronged in some way. The problem is, once you cross that line, it becomes easier to cross it again, and soon you're trapped in a vicious cycle of betrayal. The real danger of disloyalty is that it breeds more disloyalty. Once you've shown that you're willing to throw someone under the bus, others may start doing the same to you. The consequences of disloyalty don't just affect your immediate relationships, they ripple out, touching every aspect of your life. You've set off a chain reaction that might just come back to bite you in ways you can't even imagine. Tips for survival: be honest. If you feel yourself wavering or thinking about making a disloyal decision, stop. Think about the long-term consequences, and remember that your actions will follow you. Communicate. If something is bothering you in a relationship, talk about it. Don't keep secrets or hide things, because that's where disloyalty starts. Stick to your values. Loyalty isn't just about keeping promises to others, it's about keeping promises to yourself. Stick to your principles, and you'll avoid the temptation of disloyalty. Final words: disloyalty is a sin that leaves a mark, not just on the person you betray, but on your own soul. It eats away at everything good, leaving nothing but regret in its wake. If you want to maintain your peace of mind, your relationships, and your integrity, loyalty isn't just a choice, it's a way of life. Because once it's gone for good, and you'll be left with nothing but the hollow echo of the trust you broke. Chapter 51, Hate. The sin hate is a poison. It's an ugly, corrosive force that eats away at your soul like an unchecked fire. The problem with hate is that it doesn't just affect the person you're directing it toward, it destroys you, too. It's like holding onto a piece of burning coal, thinking you're somehow punishing someone else. But in the end, you're the one with your hands scorched, burnt to the core. Hate doesn't start off as a massive explosion. It begins as a tiny seed, often planted by misunderstanding, jealousy, fear, or pain. Maybe someone wronged you, or maybe you were taught to hate. Slowly, over time, that seed grows, and it festers into something dark and monstrous. It builds on itself, feeding on every little slight, every little injustice. The more you feed it, the more it consumes you. Before you know it, you're bitter, angry, and completely incapable of seeing anything but the thing you despise. The worst part? Hate distorts your reality. It takes every situation and clouds it with a lens of negativity, so all you can see is what you don't like. The people you once loved or respected. Now they're targets. The things that used to bring you joy. Now they're tainted by the darkness you've allowed to settle in your heart. And let's be real, it's easy to hate. It's easy to point fingers, to find someone or something to blame. It's a natural, albeit destructive, human reaction. But it takes real strength to stop, to look beyond the surface, and to heal instead of hurting. Hate is the lazy route, the path of least resistance. But once you step onto it, it's a slippery slope, and before long, you find yourself spiraling down a hole of resentment that's hard to climb out of. The punishment: hate punishes you in ways that most people don't even realize. First off, it's a soul killer. The energy you expend hating someone could be better spent on literally anything else, like building something, loving someone, or, not being a miserable, angry person. The longer you hold on to hate, the more it drains you. It eats away at your energy, your peace of mind, and ultimately, your happiness. Let's not forget that hate turns you into a ticking time bomb. You can only hold in that much negative energy before it starts leaking out. You'll snap at the people who care about you, push away friends, and alienate your loved ones, all because you can't let go of the grudge you're holding. You'll start to see enemies everywhere, and anyone who disagrees with you will be met with the full force of your misplaced wrath. The punishment of hate is a self-inflicted wound. You hold the knife, and you keep twisting it, even though it's you who's bleeding out. And the scariest part? The people who feel your hate often don't even know why they're the target. They just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. They become victims of your emotional turmoil, even if they've done nothing wrong. Your hate spills over onto them, and in the process, you destroy any chance of meaningful connection, leaving a wake of broken relationships behind you. But here's the kicker: hate doesn't stay confined to just the people you hate. It spreads. It starts to affect the way you see the world. Every person, every situation, every interaction is now tinted with that same venom. Suddenly, nothing seems good enough, everyone seems like an enemy, and you're surrounded by negativity that you've created yourself. You've become the architect of your own prison. The atmosphere of hate is thick, suffocating, like breathing in toxic fumes. It seeps into every corner of your mind and soul, turning everything you touch into a battlefield. Every conversation feels like a war, every glance feels like a challenge. People around you start walking on eggshells, unsure if they'll say something that sets you off. But the worst part is that you're not even aware of it. You think you're justified in your anger, that the world is against you, that everyone deserves the venom you spew. But what you don't see is how it's slowly poisoning your interactions, your relationships, and ultimately, yourself. You know when someone is harboring hate. You can feel it in their presence, in the way they speak, in the way they look at others. It's like a cloud hanging over them, a warning sign that says, "I'm not at peace." And the longer you hold on to hate, the heavier that cloud becomes. Eventually, it's all you can see, all you can think about. At first, the hatred feels like power, like it's giving you control over something. But it's an illusion. The longer you hold on to it, the weaker you become, until it controls you, and not the other way around. It's a slippery, isolating feeling, like being locked in a cage of your own making, with no way out. Why it fits forever. Hate is like a bad tattoo that you can't scrub off, no matter how hard you try. It's permanent, scarring your soul and your mind, long after the object of your hate is gone. You can try to bury it, pretend it's not there, but it will always resurface. Hate has a way of lingering, and once it takes root, it can be nearly impossible to remove. The reason hate sticks around is simple: it feels justified. It feels like you're doing the right thing by holding on to it. It gives you a sense of control and purpose, but in reality, it just chains you to the past. The more you hold on to it, the more it will eat at you. You can't outrun it, and you can't escape it. It's as much a part of you as your own shadow. Hate doesn't just live in the present, it lingers in your future, too. It festers in your thoughts, shaping the way you approach the world, poisoning your potential for growth. Every time you choose hate over healing, you're locking yourself in a cycle that will forever keep you from moving forward. Can it get worse? Oh, you bet it can. Hate is a gateway sin. It's the gateway to so many other toxic emotions and actions. Once you let it in, it opens the door to resentment, violence, cruelty, and destruction. Hate can turn into rage, and when rage takes over, you lose all sense of reason. It can lead you to do things you never thought yourself capable of: hurt people, destroy lives, ruin everything in your path. And don't think for a second that it's just an emotional thing. The physical toll of hate is just as real. The stress, the anxiety, the anger, it all takes a toll on your body. You'll start feeling the effects physically: headaches, high blood pressure, heart problems, stomach issues. Your hatred is literally killing you, piece by piece, from the inside out. And the worst part is, you won't even notice it until it's too late. Tips for survival. So, how do you deal with this sin, this poison, this slow burner of destruction? First, stop feeding it. Every time you feel hate rising in you, ask yourself, is this worth it? Will holding on to this hate make me a better person, or just a more miserable one? Recognize that hate is a choice, not a necessity. It's an emotional response, yes, but it doesn't have to control you. Start practicing forgiveness, real forgiveness, not the "I forgive you but I still hate you" kind. Forgiveness doesn't mean you're excusing the wrong done to you, it just means you're choosing not to let it ruin your life anymore. It means letting go of the chains that hate has wrapped around you. Find ways to process your anger in healthy ways. Talk it out with someone you trust, write it down, go for a run, or punch a pillow. But for the love of all that's holy, don't let that hate fester. Don't let it grow inside you until it controls you. You have the power to stop it. Final words hate will never make you stronger. It won't bring justice, it won't bring peace, and it sure as hell won't bring you happiness. It will only bring destruction. Let go of hate before it consumes you entirely. Life's too short to spend it drowning in anger and bitterness. And in the end, the only thing that will remain is the damage you've done to yourself, and to everyone else who's ever tried to love you. Chapter 52, Sabotage. The sin sabotage is like a slow-motion car crash. You know it's happening, but for some reason, you just can't seem to stop it. You've got the wheel in your hands, the accelerator pushed to the floor, and the destination is disaster. Whether it's because of envy, insecurity, or just the simple need to watch the world burn, sabotage is a deliberate act of destruction, destroying something or someone just because you can. It's one thing to mess things up by accident, but sabotage? That's a whole other level of evil. It's not about mistakes, it's about malicious intent. It's about seeing something good, something successful, and wanting to tear it down simply because you can't stand to see others win. It's about dragging down the highflyers because you're too damn lazy or bitter to soar yourself. Whether it's undermining someone's work, spreading lies, or setting traps, sabotage is the weapon of the coward, someone too weak to fight head-on. But here's the sick truth about sabotage, it always backfires. Always. You might think you're taking someone else down, but in reality, all you're doing is digging your own grave. You're just too blinded by your petty rage to see it. Sabotage is the ultimate form of self-sabotage. And don't get it twisted, sabotage doesn't always have to be dramatic. It can be subtle, like quietly sowing seeds of doubt or pulling strings behind the scenes. But regardless of how small or large the act, the intent is the same: destroy for the sake of destruction. You're planting poison and hoping it spreads. But just like poison, it'll end up killing you in the process. The punishment for sabotage is swift and deliciously ironic. While you might think you're pulling the wool over everyone's eyes, you're actually sealing your own fate. The moment you begin to sabotage someone else's success, you begin your own downfall. It starts with the people around you. Word gets around fast. Everyone's got a radar for deceit, and once they pick up on it, you're no longer trusted. Your credibility? Gone. Your reputation? Shredded. People will distance themselves from you like you've got the plague. Trust is a fragile thing, and once you've broken it, it's almost impossible to repair. The real kicker? You've just made yourself the enemy. Once people realize you're a saboteur, you're marked. You've lost all respect, and even if you try to make amends, the damage is done. Every time you speak, there's that little voice in the back of people's heads saying, "Is this another one of their tricks?" But that's not the worst part. The worst part of sabotage is the way it destroys your own spirit. You can lie to everyone around you, but deep down, you know exactly what you've done. You can't escape the fact that you've intentionally hurt others. And once you start down the sabotage path, it doesn't stop. You sabotage your own peace of mind, your integrity, your self-worth. You'll end up alone, isolated, with nothing but the ghost of your own rotten decisions haunting you. The atmosphere of sabotage is one of toxicity and paranoia. It's like being stuck in a room filled with smoke, where everyone's looking over their shoulder, wondering who's going to stab them in the back next. It's heavy with distrust. It's awkward, suffocating, and the air is thick with suspicion. People around you become wary. They question your motives at every turn. Are you being genuine? Or is this another one of your games? Your every action, no matter how innocent, is scrutinized. That's the reality of living as a saboteur. You can't escape the fact that everyone's onto you. The longer you indulge in sabotage, the more isolated you become. No one wants to be around someone whose sole purpose is to tear others down. And the worst part? You can never truly enjoy any victory you achieve through sabotage. Sure, you might have torn someone else down for the moment, but that fleeting satisfaction is hollow. It's like eating stale bread, you're technically full, but you feel empty. The momentary win is never enough. You've compromised your integrity, and that's something you can't undo. Why it fits forever. Sabotage sticks with you. It clings to your reputation, lingers in your interactions, and follows you like a bad smell. Once you've crossed that line, it's hard to wash the stain out. It's easy to pretend to be above reproach, to wear the mask of civility, but deep down, everyone knows what you did. Sabotage leaves a mark, a permanent scar on your soul. But the truth is, sabotage always catches up with you. No matter how clever you think you are, no matter how many people you deceive, there's always someone who will figure you out. And when they do, you won't have a leg to stand on. The person you thought you were bringing down will rise again, often stronger, while you're left with nothing but the wreckage of your own actions. The thing with sabotage is that it's never truly a win. You might temporarily feel like you've won, but deep inside, you'll know you've lost. It's a false victory, one that always comes at the cost of your own humanity. You can't erase the damage you've caused, and you can't undo the harm you've inflicted. It's a sin that never lets you rest. Can it get worse? You bet it can. The consequences of sabotage can snowball. What starts as a small act of undermining can escalate quickly. You can find yourself in a web of lies, deceit, and betrayal so tangled that there's no escape. Once you've started sabotaging, it becomes an addiction. You need the rush of power, the satisfaction of watching someone else fall. But it's a dangerous game. And the longer you play, the more likely it is that someone will turn the tables on you. It can get worse if your sabotage goes public, if people begin to see you as the toxic force that you are. Friends will turn on you, colleagues will avoid you, and even strangers will sense the foulness of your intentions. The more you sabotage, the more the world closes in around you, and eventually, you'll be left with no one to turn to. Your reputation will be so damaged that even the best attempts at redemption will seem meaningless. Tips for survival: stop the sabotage cycle before it starts. The first step in breaking free from the trap of sabotage is recognizing it for what it is. If you're tempted to tear someone down for your own gain, take a deep breath. Step back. Ask yourself, is this really worth it? Most times, it won't be. Make peace with your insecurities. The root of sabotage often lies in jealousy or insecurity. Work on yourself. Cultivate confidence that doesn't depend on diminishing others. Find your own successes, rather than trying to destroy someone else's. Build genuine relationships, stop seeing everyone as a potential target. Instead, build real relationships based on respect, trust, and mutual support. Sabotage thrives in an atmosphere of competition and mistrust, but you can break the cycle by creating an environment of cooperation. Embrace failure and learn from it. Instead of sabotaging others when they succeed, learn from them. Take notes. Embrace the idea that others' success doesn't diminish your worth. It can be a stepping stone for your own growth if you allow it. Final word: sabotage might feel good in the moment, but the aftermath is always ugly. It's a sin that digs a hole so deep, you may never climb out of it. Don't make the mistake of believing that you can tear someone else down without tearing yourself apart in the process. In the end, sabotage is a short-sighted, self-destructive path that offers no real gain. Stop the sabotage cycle before it consumes you completely. 9. Sins of overindulgence and addiction. Chapter 53, Intoxication. The sin intoxication is the perfect cocktail of self-destruction, spiced with a pinch of ignorance, mixed with a heavy dose of regret, and served in a tall glass of bad decisions. It's the act of surrendering yourself to a bottle, the slow-motion train wreck where you let go of your faculties, your judgment, and your dignity all in one gulp. Some call it letting loose, others call it fun, but when you look behind the foggy haze of alcohol, you'll see what it truly is: a chaotic mess of poor decisions and broken promises. Intoxication doesn't just affect the body, it infects the mind, the soul, and the very core of your being. It's an escape, yes, but not the kind that takes you anywhere good. It's a way to avoid facing reality, to drown out the world around you, and to pretend that your problems don't exist, until the hangover hits and you realize that you've only added to them. You start by tipping the bottle to take the edge off, but before you know it, that bottle is your crutch, and the edge has turned into a cliff. Each drink is a step closer to the bottom. But hey, it's all fun and games until you're standing on the edge of a moral and emotional abyss, trying to remember how you got there. Spoiler alert, it started with that first sip. But here's the thing about intoxication, it's a lie wrapped in liquid form. Alcohol convinces you that you're invincible, that you can do whatever you want and say whatever you feel, without consequences. It makes you bold, reckless, and foolish, but not brave. The real you is still in there, buried under a few too many shots of tequila and a cocktail of poor choices. But the real kicker? Once you sober up, the consequences are still there, waiting for you like a freight train. The punishment for intoxication is as inevitable as the hangover that comes the morning after. It doesn't matter how many times you swear off alcohol, it always finds a way back into your life, like a toxic ex you can't shake. First, there's the immediate fallout, you wake up to the wreckage. It could be embarrassing texts, a regrettable hookup, or maybe even a fight with someone you love. Your mind is a blur of cringeworthy memories and fragmented moments. You might have had fun at the time, but now that fun is buried under a mountain of shame and self-loathing. The immediate consequences of intoxication are the ones that sting the most, the regret, the judgment, the ruined relationships, and the humiliation. Those bad decisions you made the night before are now knocking on your door, demanding to be dealt with. But the worst punishment isn't just the morning after. It's the long-term effects. The damage to your body, your liver slowly deteriorating like a plant with no water, the damage to your brain cells, and the toll on your mental health. Alcohol wears you down, both physically and emotionally. You might not notice it right away, but with every drink, you're eroding the foundation of your well-being. And let's not forget the destruction of trust. People around you begin to see the pattern. They watch you lose control, make bad choices, and hurt others, and they start pulling away. It's hard to respect someone who can't respect themselves, and once you've crossed that line too many times, even your closest allies will give up on you. They won't want to clean up your mess anymore, and who can blame them? The atmosphere when intoxication enters the room, the atmosphere changes. It's no longer about clarity or reality, it's about chaos and confusion. It's a storm in a glass. The energy becomes erratic. Conversations go off the rails. People stop thinking clearly. If you're sober in the presence of intoxication, it's like being surrounded by a group of toddlers playing with matches. It's funny for a minute, but then you realize it's not a joke anymore. Intoxication creates an atmosphere of unpredictability. You never know what's going to happen next. One moment, you're laughing, the next moment you're crying, and before you know it, you're getting kicked out of a bar because you tried to start a fight with a random stranger for no reason at all. It's an environment where control is lost, where your decisions are no longer your own. You're being puppeteered by whatever bottle you've been sipping from, and the strings are only getting tighter. The problem is that intoxication doesn't just affect the person who's drinking. It spreads. It creates a ripple effect on everyone around you, like a bad cold that no one can escape. The atmosphere becomes heavy, unpredictable, and fraught with tension. It's as though you've walked into a room where everyone's acting like they're in a sitcom, but the punchlines are all at your expense. Why it fits forever? Intoxication fits forever because, at its core, it's a refusal to face the consequences of life. It's a temporary escape from reality, but the escape never lasts. The hangover, the guilt, the physical and emotional toll, it all comes back, and the more you drink, the harder it is to run away from. The very nature of intoxication is to chase something unattainable, happiness, freedom, relief. But it's a false promise. No amount of alcohol can fix what's wrong inside. And once you've tasted that escape, once you've given yourself over to that rush of numbness, it's hard to go back. Intoxication becomes a crutch, a coping mechanism, a way to avoid facing the reality you've been running from. It's a lifelong battle of fighting your demons while trying to stay sober enough to care about fighting them in the first place. But even if you manage to get clean, the shadow of intoxication never fully disappears. The memories of your mistakes, the damage you've caused, and the people you've hurt will always linger. It's not something you can erase. It's something you have to live with. Intoxication doesn't just leave a stain on your soul, it brands you. Can it get worse? Oh, it definitely can. The thing about intoxication is that there's always a lower point. Every drink you take is a step closer to the edge, and every time you hit the bottom, it feels like there's another level you didn't know existed. It can go from embarrassing to destructive in a heartbeat. You can find yourself in a hospital bed, nursing a liver that's one drink away from giving up on you. You can find yourself pushing away loved ones until they're gone for good. The worst part is that it's a slippery slope. Intoxication doesn't have a clear line. One more drink never seems like a problem until you realize you've crossed it. And once you've gone too far, it can feel impossible to stop. The consequences compound until you're trapped in a vicious cycle that's nearly impossible to escape. Tips for survival: know your limits. The first step to surviving intoxication is knowing when to say no. It's okay to not join in the fun. It's okay to be the sober one in the room. You'll save yourself and everyone around you a hell of a lot of pain. Avoid temptation. If you know alcohol is your kryptonite, don't put yourself in situations where it's available. You wouldn't stick a chocolate cake in front of someone with a sugar addiction, so don't put booze in front of someone who's prone to falling off the wagon. Find healthy coping mechanisms. Drinking to forget only works until you sober up. Find a hobby, a passion, or a way to deal with your emotions that doesn't involve self-destructive behavior. You'll thank yourself later. Seek help. If you find yourself unable to control your drinking, reach out for help. It's not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength. Final words: intoxication is the illusion of freedom. It promises you release, but all it delivers is a cage. It's a temporary escape, but the consequences last forever. In the end, it's not worth the hangover. The only thing alcohol really gives you is a mirror, and when you look into it, all you'll see is a person you don't even recognize. The price of intoxication isn't worth paying. It's time to put the bottle down and start living for real. Chapter 54, Overindulgence. The sin overindulgence is the art of excess, of throwing every ounce of restraint out the window and diving into a pit of more is better, without a second thought. It's like that one friend who orders dessert before dinner, orders the largest possible portion, and then goes for seconds while pretending they can handle it. Spoiler, they can't. Overindulgence is that friend, and it's never a good look. It could be food, it could be drink, it could even be attention or approval, anything you can get your hands on and consume without considering the consequences. Why settle for a little when you can have it all? The problem with this mentality is that it always ends in disaster. You might start with a few chips, a few drinks, or a few compliments, but before you know it, you're eating an entire pizza in one sitting, or binging an entire season of a show you'll forget by tomorrow. Overindulgence isn't about enjoying the things you love, it's about chasing satisfaction through the same things over and over again, hoping that if you just consume more, you'll find happiness. But you never do. Every indulgence, no matter how big or small, is only a temporary distraction. It's the addiction to more, and it never fills the void. You're like a bottomless pit, eating, drinking, and consuming everything in sight, but still feeling empty inside. It's the kind of sin that looks harmless at first. What's wrong with enjoying a few extra bites, or a second helping of your favorite food? But the moment you cross the line from enjoyment into excess, you're caught in a trap. And the worst part? You don't even realize how deep you're in until it's too late. The punishment for overindulgence doesn't come all at once, it sneaks up on you like a silent but deadly hangover after a night of just one more drink. At first, it feels like bliss. Everything is fine, until your body decides it's had enough. Overindulgence brings with it the slow burn of regret and self-loathing. The immediate consequence might be a stomach ache, or a full-on food coma that leaves you incapacitated and lying on your couch like a slug. It could be the feeling of dread when you realize you've scarfed down a whole pizza, only to realize you didn't even taste it. Or maybe you're struggling to keep it together the morning after a binge drinking session, your head pounding and your dignity in tatters. But those are just the small potatoes. The real punishment of overindulgence comes later. It's the slow but steady toll it takes on your body, your waistline expanding, your health deteriorating, your energy levels nosediving into a pit of sluggishness. You've spent so much time overindulging, you don't even notice when you stop caring about the things that actually matter. It's not just about the immediate physical consequences, it's the fact that overindulgence becomes a mental trap. You lose sight of your boundaries, and before you know it, you're not just overindulging in food, but in everything. Work, relationships, self-care, everything gets eaten up by the insatiable hunger for more. Eventually, overindulgence leads to isolation. People start to notice. Maybe they get sick of seeing you gorge yourself at every opportunity, or they tire of your constant need for attention, your endless quest for approval. You've become a walking caricature of excess, and people stop inviting you to social gatherings. Relationships fall apart because overindulgence breeds selfishness. The world revolves around you, but only in the worst way. But the ultimate punishment? It's the emptiness that comes from all that overindulgence. After all the indulgence, the food, the alcohol, the attention, the distractions, you'll find that none of it fills the void. You're still left with that gnawing feeling deep inside that no amount of indulgence can ever satisfy. And that's when the real punishment hits, the realization that you're still chasing something that doesn't exist. The atmosphere when overindulgence enters the picture, the atmosphere becomes heavy. It's as though the air itself becomes thick and suffocating. There's a sense of exhaustion and a lack of fulfillment that hovers like a dark cloud. When you overindulge, there's no longer room for balance or harmony. It's as if the world is off kilter and out of sync. The people around you may start to feel like they're walking on eggshells, not sure if they should offer a plate of food or just pretend they don't see you devouring the last of the cookies. The atmosphere shifts from casual enjoyment to uncomfortable excess. Everyone around you feels it too. There's an unspoken tension in the room, a collective, should we stop this, moment, but no one wants to be the first to say it. The food or drink starts to feel less like a pleasure and more like a competition. It's no longer about satisfying a need, it's about fulfilling a want that can never truly be satisfied. The atmosphere is sticky, like a swamp of greed and excess, and no one can escape it. It's the same with overindulgence in other areas. Overindulgence in attention or praise creates an atmosphere of tension and inauthenticity. People may start to distance themselves because the constant need for validation becomes too much to bear. The people around you feel as though they are being drained by your need for more. It's exhausting. The atmosphere around overindulgence is one of imbalance. It is the antithesis of moderation. And in that imbalance, nothing is ever truly enjoyed because the line between pleasure and excess is blurred beyond recognition. Why it fits forever? Overindulgence fits forever because it speaks to a fundamental flaw in human nature, the inability to know when to stop. It's the failure to recognize that we are not infinite, that we cannot simply keep consuming and consuming without consequences. Overindulgence is rooted in a lie, that if we just get more, we will be happy, fulfilled, or complete. But over time, it becomes clear that the more you consume, the less you truly appreciate. The human condition is fragile. We are prone to excess because we don't know how to measure our desires. We believe that the next bite, the next drink, or the next thrill will bring us satisfaction. But overindulgence reminds us that no matter how much we consume, it's never enough. It's a cycle of want that has no end, and that's why it sticks with us forever. It's the never-ending craving for more, and even when we've had it all, it never feels like enough. Can it get worse? Oh, it can definitely get worse. In fact, overindulgence is one of those sins that only spirals downward. What starts with a little indulgence quickly turns into a need, then an addiction. It doesn't just stay in the realm of food or drink. Overindulgence can bleed into every area of your life. Suddenly, you're not just indulging in food, you're indulging in distraction, in work, in spending, in drama, in people's attention. You can't stop. And the more you indulge, the more you lose touch with what really matters. The worst part? You'll still be left with that empty feeling at the end of it all. The bottom of the glass is never the end, it's just the beginning of the next glass, the next bite, the next fix. And the cycle continues, sucking you deeper into the abyss of excess. Tips for survival: know your limits. If you can't see where you're going, you'll end up somewhere you didn't want to be. Set boundaries. And for the love of everything sacred, stick to them. Practice mindfulness. Pay attention to what you're consuming, whether it's food, attention, or anything else. Ask yourself, is this actually satisfying, or am I just trying to fill a void? Find joy in moderation. It's hard to enjoy something if it's shoved down your throat until you're sick of it. Take your time. Appreciate what you have. You'll find it's more satisfying than the constant need for more. Seek balance. Life isn't about extremes. Learn to live in the middle ground. Enjoy things without letting them control you. Final words: overindulgence might seem like the answer to life's problems, but it's really just a distraction from them. The more you consume, the less you appreciate, and the emptier you'll feel. It's not about how much you have, it's about how well you can enjoy what you've got. If you can master moderation, you'll find the world is far more satisfying than any plate, drink, or compliment can offer. And when you stop chasing more, you'll realize that what you really needed was already right in front of you. But hey, go ahead, have that second helping. You'll regret it tomorrow. Chapter 55, Addiction. The sin addiction is the sinister cousin of overindulgence, the one who sticks around long after the party's over, leaving you chained to whatever you've consumed, whether it's food, drink, drugs, or anything else that has the power to make you forget the harsh realities of existence. At first, it's all fun and games, maybe you're experimenting, maybe you just want a little escape from the grind. But somewhere along the way, things start to shift. What was once a choice becomes an obsession, and what was once a habit becomes a need. Addiction doesn't care about your life goals or the people who love you. It's like a parasite, creeping into your mind and feeding off your insecurities, your pain, your desperation for release. It promises relief, but all it ever delivers is a deeper craving, a need for more, always more, until you're nothing more than a shell of who you once were. And when the high wears off, it leaves you with the hangover of regret, guilt, and a desire to feel that rush again, just to escape the crushing weight of reality. It's not just about the substance, it's about the feeling. The high, the euphoria, the release. You chase it like a dog chasing a bone, but the bone is always just out of reach, and with every failed attempt to grab it, the hunger grows. It starts to feel less like a choice and more like survival. You need it. Without it, you're not whole. And that's the trap. You tell yourself you'll stop tomorrow. Tomorrow becomes next week. Next week turns into next month. Before you know it, you're in too deep, and the idea of living without your addiction is too terrifying to even consider. And so you keep going, spiraling, hoping one day you'll reach the elusive moment of peace, that never comes. The punishment for addiction is both immediate and long-term, but it's not the physical toll that's the worst part. Sure, your health deteriorates, your body becomes a ticking time bomb of ill health, fatigue, and cravings. You're left exhausted, drained, and a shadow of yourself. But that's just the surface level. The real punishment is the mental toll, the constant war inside your own head. Every moment is a battle between wanting to escape and knowing that the escape will only make things worse. It's a vicious cycle that keeps you trapped in a loop of temporary relief followed by crushing guilt. Your self-worth diminishes with every hit, every drink, every snack that you're powerless to resist. It's the shame of knowing that you've sold a piece of yourself for a fleeting moment of satisfaction. And even worse, it becomes your identity. You're the addict, the one who can't control themselves, the one everyone secretly feels sorry for. But let's talk about the bigger picture, the way addiction ruins your relationships. It's a lonely road, my friend. Addiction has a funny way of isolating you from the people who care about you. They'll try to help, but when you're deep in the trenches, it feels like their love is just another thing you're pushing away. Your addiction becomes the thing you love the most, and the people around you become secondary. They don't get it. They don't understand why you can't just stop. So you push them away, and in the end, you're left with nothing but your addiction, and it's never enough. The true punishment is the realization that you've given everything up, your dignity, your relationships, your happiness, for something that was never worth it. And even when you try to quit, even when you take those first brave steps toward recovery, it feels like there's always one more thing holding you back, one more reason to give in. The darkness gets darker before it starts to lift, and sometimes it feels like the hole you've dug for yourself is too deep to climb out of. The atmosphere around addiction is dense and oppressive. It's not just the physical effects, although there's certainly a noticeable slump when someone is deep in addiction. There's the slurred speech, the droopy eyes, the lack of energy. But the real atmosphere, the one that hangs like a thick fog, is the emotional and mental landscape. When addiction enters the picture, there's a palpable sense of chaos. Nothing is steady. Every decision is colored by the need for the next fix, the next high, the next distraction. The air becomes thick with tension, as if everyone around you is walking on eggshells, unsure of whether they should confront you or just let you spiral in peace. There's a strange disconnect between you and the world, as if you're in a bubble and everyone else is on the outside looking in. And let's not forget the atmosphere of guilt that follows addiction around like a shadow. No matter how many times you try to justify your behavior, no matter how many excuses you make, there's that nagging voice in your head reminding you of the damage you've done, both to yourself and to those who care about you. The more you indulge, the thicker the cloud becomes. It's suffocating, and yet it's the very thing you crave, even though it only tightens its grip with each passing day. Why it fits forever? Addiction fits forever because it is a cycle. It's not a one-time thing that you can brush off. It's a repetitive pattern that becomes harder and harder to break. It doesn't just affect you for a moment in time, it affects every aspect of your life, all the time. The cravings, the constant thinking about it, the need for the next high. It becomes an anchor that keeps you tethered to the past, to the same mistakes, over and over again. The worst part is that addiction doesn't have to be obvious. It doesn't have to involve hard drugs or alcohol. It can manifest in something as seemingly harmless as food, attention, or even approval. It's a deep-seated need to escape from reality, and as long as that need exists, so does addiction. It's a permanent fixture that wears away at your happiness, your well-being, and your future. Can it get worse? Oh, you better believe it can get worse. Addiction is a slippery slope, and every time you think it can't get any worse, it does. It starts with one drink, one smoke, one snack, but soon it becomes a routine, a compulsion that you can't control. Your body builds tolerance, and the fix you once needed to feel good is no longer enough. So you go further, harder, and deeper, and the next thing you know, you're in a pit of despair that's too deep to climb out of. And let's not even get started on the people around you. Addiction alienates everyone. You might start off with a few friends who try to help, but as time goes on, they get sick of being lied to, sick of watching you destroy yourself. In the end, you're left with nothing but the addiction. That's the real kicker. It never gets better. It only gets worse. Tips for survival. The truth is, survival with addiction is a difficult road, and it's not one anyone should walk alone. But if you're committed to climbing out of the abyss, here are a few survival tips. Recognize the problem. The first step to recovery is acknowledging that you have a problem. It sounds simple, but it's the hardest part. Denial is the crutch that addiction leans on. Seek help, you don't have to do this alone. Whether it's therapy, support groups, or simply reaching out to a friend, you need help. Don't be too proud to ask for it. Set boundaries, learn to say no. Whether it's to yourself or others, setting boundaries is key to controlling your addiction. Find healthier alternatives. It's hard to stop an addiction cold turkey, so replace it with something healthier. Exercise, meditation, journaling, whatever works. Be patient, recovery is not a quick fix. It's a long, painful process, and it requires resilience. Don't expect perfection, just progress. Final words: addiction is a thief. It steals your time, your energy, and your future. It's easy to fall into, but incredibly hard to escape. The key to breaking free isn't in seeking another high, it's in seeking meaning, purpose, and connection. And that, my friend, is what addiction will never be able to provide. Chapter 56, Materialism. The sin: materialism, the insatiable, gnawing desire to collect things that you don't really need but convince yourself you can't live without. It's the belief that your value is measured by the stuff you own, the car you drive, the clothes you wear, and how much cash you can flash around. And as soon as you get that shiny new thing, the thrill lasts about as long as a fart in a hurricane, and then you're back to wanting more. Because what really matters is the chase, the endless pursuit of things that, ironically, will never fill the hollow space inside. Materialism isn't just about spending money, it's about the mindset. It's the conviction that happiness comes from external stuff, and that the more you have, the happier you'll be. It's a never-ending treadmill, running faster and faster, convinced that the next purchase will finally bring satisfaction, only to find yourself out of breath and still empty at the finish line. It starts small, doesn't it? Maybe it's a new gadget, a fancy pair of shoes, or the latest iPhone. You tell yourself, I deserve this. And for a moment, you feel special, important. You've got that thing that everyone else wants, that thing that proves you've made it. But here's the kicker, you never make it. Because there's always something else. Something shinier. Something more expensive. It's an addiction dressed up in a shiny new package. And let's not forget the psychological warfare that materialism plays on your brain. You start comparing yourself to others, looking at what they have, and suddenly, what you have doesn't seem good enough. You're in a race you didn't sign up for, and everyone's just as clueless as you. But everyone's running, so you run too. And no matter how much you get, it never feels like enough. The punishment for materialism comes in layers, and none of them are pleasant. On the surface, it's the financial strain. You're caught in a cycle of debt, constantly living beyond your means to keep up with the Joneses, or maybe the Kardashians. You buy things on credit, hoping to pay them off later, but later never comes. Instead, you're left with a mountain of bills and a sinking feeling in your gut. Your credit score. A slow-motion car crash. Your bank account. A sad, empty pit. You've sacrificed your financial future for a temporary high, and now it's time to pay the price. But it's not just about the money, is it? The real punishment of materialism is the emotional and existential void it leaves. You've placed your entire sense of worth into the things you own, and when they inevitably fail to make you feel whole, you're left wondering what's wrong with you. Why isn't the new car or the designer watch filling that deep, gnawing emptiness? And the answer is simple, because stuff can't fix you. It can't love you. It can't give you purpose. But you keep trying anyway, as if the next purchase will finally unlock the happiness you've been promised. Materialism isolates you. You're too busy focusing on your own accumulation to truly connect with others. Friendships become transactional, built on shared interests in the latest products or brands. Conversations revolve around who has the newest tech or the flashiest vacation. It becomes a competition, a race to see who can have the most impressive collection of things. And when you get too caught up in this, you miss the point. Life is about people, experiences, and meaning, not possessions. The real kicker. When you finally get all the things you thought would make you happy, you realize you're still you. The same person with the same problems, the same insecurities, and the same existential dread. But now you've got a garage full of cars to distract you from it. Congratulations. The atmosphere of materialism is stifling. It's like living in a constant haze of bigger, better, more. Everywhere you look, you're bombarded by advertisements, social media influencers, and your peers showing off their latest acquisitions. It's like a never-ending commercial, and the only thing that matters is whether you're in or out of the latest trend. You can feel the pressure in the air, the anxiety of always needing to do more, buy more, achieve more. And let's not overlook the strange sense of guilt that materialism breeds. You're constantly aware of what you don't have, constantly measuring your worth against others who seem to have it all. You can never just be content with what you have, because there's always someone with something newer, flashier, and more expensive. This pressure to keep up, to constantly acquire more, suffocates you. The atmosphere also breeds a false sense of self-worth. You think that your car, your house, your clothes define you, and you project this image to others, hoping they'll validate your worth. But here's the truth, people can see right through it. They can see the insecurity, the desperate need for validation, and the emptiness behind the shiny exterior. The world becomes a stage, and you're constantly trying to perform for an audience that doesn't even care. Why it fits forever? Materialism fits forever because it taps into the deepest, most primal part of the human experience, the desire to feel important, to be seen, to have something that proves we matter. It's a never-ending cycle of chasing external validation because we've been taught that it's the key to happiness. But the trap is this: once you start chasing, you can never stop. The world will keep dangling new things in front of you, and each one will promise fulfillment. But fulfillment isn't something you can buy. Materialism isn't just about buying things. It's about the way those things come to define who you are. You've tied your worth to possessions, and now you can't untangle the two. It's the reason you keep accumulating, keep striving, and keep reaching for things that will never truly satisfy. The pursuit of more is like a game with no end, a race with no finish line. And as long as you continue to play, you'll always be chasing something that's just out of reach. Can it get worse? Yes, it absolutely can. Materialism is a gateway sin. As you accumulate more and more, you start to believe that the world owes you something, that you deserve everything you've acquired, and then some. You become entitled. You look down on those who have less, and you start to measure people not by their character or actions, but by what they own. This can warp your relationships, turning them into transactional, shallow interactions where value is determined by net worth and Instagram followers. The more you buy, the less satisfied you become. Eventually, you'll start seeking even more extreme ways to fill the void. Maybe it's not enough to have the latest car, now you need to own multiple luxury cars. Maybe it's not enough to have one vacation home, now you need a mansion in every major city. The desire for more grows exponentially, and with it, the emptiness expands. And at the end of it all, when you've filled your life with possessions and pushed away everyone who ever truly mattered, you'll find yourself standing alone in a house full of things that can't love you back. And then, and only then, you'll realize that the things you thought would save you have only enslaved you. Tips for survival: don't let stuff define you. Your worth isn't based on what you own. It's based on who you are, your actions, your relationships, and your ability to live authentically. Focus on what truly matters. Practice gratitude, appreciate what you already have. Stop constantly looking for the next thing. Take time to be thankful for your current blessings, and you'll find that the chase for more loses its grip on you. Invest in experiences, not objects. Memories last longer than material possessions. Spend time with people who enrich your life. Travel, learn new things, and grow your mind, not your shopping cart. Resist the pressure, the world will always try to sell you something new. Don't fall for it. Be content with what you have and stop comparing yourself to others. Find fulfillment in simplicity, happiness doesn't come from the number of things you own. Find joy in the little things, a conversation, a walk in the park, a quiet moment of reflection. Final words: materialism isn't just about things, it's about filling a hole that can never be filled with possessions. The true lesson here is that happiness, worth, and peace don't come from external things, but from within. You are not defined by the stuff you own. Let that sink in. Let go of the chase, and start living for what truly matters. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go check my Amazon cart for a 12th time today. Sins of manipulation and harm. Chapter 57, Scapegoating. The sin scapegoating is one of the oldest tricks in the book, blaming someone else for your own problems, shortcomings, or failures. It's a time-honored tradition that stretches back to the days of ancient rituals, where a goat, yes, an actual goat, would be cast out into the wilderness as the vessel for all sins. In modern times, we don't need a goat to throw our guilt onto. We've got people, easy targets, often the ones most vulnerable, least able to defend themselves. It's a classic case of, it's not me, it's you. Scapegoating makes you feel better, doesn't it? You get to unload your frustrations, shift the blame, and avoid facing the uncomfortable reality that maybe, just maybe, you're the one who screwed up. It's an easy fix, but like most quick fixes, it leaves a festering wound beneath the surface. You can't just blame someone for everything forever. Eventually, you'll have to confront your own demons. But in the meantime, it's fun to point the finger. Think of it like a game of pass the blame. You've got problems, you don't want to own them, so you pick someone, usually someone weaker or less powerful, and pin all your shit on them. Whether it's the corporate world, political scapegoating, or even in personal relationships, the rules are the same: find someone to take the heat and pretend like everything's fine. You're still the victim, right? It's not your fault. It never is. The punishment for scapegoating is twofold. First, the victim of your blame is the one who bears the consequences of your actions. They take the fall, while you get away scot-free. And what happens when people are consistently scapegoated? They begin to believe the lies. They internalize the blame, become self-loathing, and might even start doubting their own worth. But what about you, the scapegoater? Well, eventually, the truth catches up to you, as it always does. The guilt, the shame, the weight of all the lies you've told, it's a heavy burden to carry, no matter how much you try to push it onto someone else. Sure, you may feel relief in the short term, but over time, it erodes your integrity and self-worth. You've built a tower of deceit, and one day, it's going to crumble. And let's not forget the damage to relationships. Once people catch on to the fact that you've been throwing others under the bus, trust gets eroded. You might get away with it once, maybe even twice, but soon people begin to see through your little game. They might distance themselves, or worse, they might start blaming you for everything wrong in their lives. After all, it's not just the scapegoat who suffers, there's a ripple effect. And when everyone else starts to realize what you've been doing, you'll find yourself standing alone, pointing the finger at no one but yourself. The atmosphere of scapegoating is toxic. It's like walking through a cloud of bad energy, where blame is in the air, and the truth is buried under a pile of accusations. Everyone's on edge, waiting for the next person to be blamed. It creates an atmosphere of fear, where people are constantly looking over their shoulders, trying to avoid becoming the next target. The key here is that scapegoating thrives in environments where people are too afraid to confront the real issues. It's easier to point fingers than to deal with the mess at hand. Whether it's in the workplace, family dynamics, or even politics, when people are more focused on finding someone to blame, they avoid confronting the root causes of problems. And the truth? Well, it's swept under the rug, where it festers and grows. The longer it's ignored, the more toxic the atmosphere becomes. This creates a vicious cycle. The more you scapegoat, the more the problems are avoided, and the more the environment becomes increasingly poisonous. What could have been solved by owning up to mistakes and having open conversations turns into a blame game. The atmosphere is thick with lies, resentment, and distrust, leaving no room for real progress or healing. Why it fits forever. Scapegoating has a long history of fitting in, doesn't it? In the short term, it feels like an easy escape, a quick way to avoid responsibility. It's a convenient way of protecting your own ego and reputation. Why admit fault when you can conveniently shove the blame onto someone else? And the best part? People tend to forget about the details. As long as the person being scapegoated doesn't fight back, it's easy to get away with it. But in the long run, the effects of scapegoating linger. It's a cycle that perpetuates itself. If you've done it once, you're likely to do it again. The temporary satisfaction of avoiding blame is like a drug, one that you'll keep coming back to until you're trapped in a web of lies and deceit. The problem with scapegoating is that it's never a one-time deal. It becomes a pattern. Once you've shifted the blame once, you're more likely to do it again the next time things go wrong. Why face your flaws when you can point to someone else? It becomes a coping mechanism, an easy way out that eventually takes over your whole approach to life. And once it's embedded in your thinking, it's hard to break free. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. It can always get worse. Scapegoating doesn't just stop at making someone else the fall guy. It can spiral into full-on character assassination. Once you've pinned the blame on someone, you start to dehumanize them. You start to twist their actions, misrepresent their intentions, and make them seem like the villain in a story that isn't even theirs. It can escalate to the point where the person you scapegoat begins to believe the narrative. They internalize the blame, fall into a spiral of self-doubt, and sometimes even give up on defending themselves. In extreme cases, this can lead to personal destruction. The person who was initially blamed might lose their job, their reputation, or even their sanity. And for you, the scapegoater? Well, as the lies pile up, you're going to need to keep feeding them. You can't back out now. The more you scapegoat, the more tangled your web becomes. If you start by blaming one person, pretty soon you'll have to blame more people to keep the story going. What began as a small, white lie turns into an uncontrollable mess. And then, eventually, the truth breaks through, and when it does, everything falls apart. You're left standing there, exposed, with nowhere to hide. Tips for survival. Own up, the simplest way to avoid the punishment of scapegoating. Stop doing it. Take responsibility for your actions. It's hard, yes, but the consequences of not doing so are far worse in the long run. Be honest, if you've made a mistake, admit it. Don't go looking for someone to pin it on. It's a sign of strength, not weakness, to face your errors. Stop playing the victim. Scapegoating thrives when you believe you're the only one suffering. Stop looking for someone to blame and start looking for ways to fix the issue. Empathy is key. If you're tempted to scapegoat, remember the person you're blaming is a human being. They have feelings, a life, and a story of their own. Don't destroy them just because you don't want to deal with your own shortcomings. Final word. Scapegoating might feel like an easy out, but it's a dangerous game. It's tempting to push the blame onto someone else, but in the end, it's you who'll pay the price. The truth is always lurking in the shadows, waiting to come to light. And when it does, it'll shine a spotlight on your lies. So, stop running from your mistakes, stop hiding behind others, and start taking responsibility. Because, in the end, it's the only way out of this mess. Chapter 58, Pandering. The sin. Pandering is the art of selling your soul in small, cheap installments for the sake of approval. It's the greasy, desperate tactic of telling people exactly what they want to hear, whether it's true or not, all to win their favor. Unlike outright lying, pandering has a slimy veneer of truth to it, making it all the more insidious. It's not just about dishonesty, it's about manipulation on a silver platter, with a side of false humility. Think of it as sucking up to the masses, or a single person, by pretending to care about their interests, values, or opinions, even if you couldn't care less. Politicians are the undisputed kings and queens of this sin, promising the moon to voters with no intention of delivering. But they're not the only culprits. Pandering shows up everywhere, from the spineless yes-men at work to influencers pandering for likes by hopping onto the latest social media trend, whether it aligns with their values or not. At its core, pandering erodes authenticity. You become a chameleon, changing colors to suit the audience in front of you. Sure, you might get applause, praise, or approval in the moment, but at what cost? You lose sight of who you really are, or worse, you never find out. The punishment in the afterlife, the panderers are subjected to the ultimate irony, eternal invisibility. Desperate for approval, they're trapped in a void where they can be neither seen nor heard. Their voices echo endlessly, distorted and unintelligible, as they try to please an audience that no longer exists. No matter how hard they try to ingratiate themselves, their words fall on deaf ears. Their false promises and hollow flattery come back to haunt them as mocking whispers in the dark. Even worse, their surroundings are plastered with reminders of the things they claim to stand for, values, promises, and ideals they never truly believed in. It's like being forced to live in a room wallpapered with your own lies, with no exit and no audience to validate you. The pandering never stops, but the payoff is gone. And the cherry on top. Each time they try to pander, their body twists into grotesque shapes, adapting to the impossible demands of their imagined crowd. It's the physical manifestation of a lifetime spent bending over backward to please others, taken to the extreme. A spine made of jelly might sound fun, but it's not. The atmosphere, the realm of pandering, is a carnival of chaos. It's like being trapped at a never-ending political rally where every promise is empty, every cheer is hollow, and everyone is trying too hard to impress. Picture flashing neon lights screaming buzzwords like authenticity and integrity, while behind the curtain, it's nothing but smoke and mirrors. The air reeks of desperation, a cloying mix of sweat, cheap cologne, and fake smiles. You can hear the constant murmur of flattery in the distance, broken by the occasional boo from an unseen audience. It's a place where nothing feels real, and everyone's motives are suspect. The most unsettling part? The crowd is entirely composed of reflections, mirrored versions of the panderer's own insecurities, staring back at them, clapping, jeering, and waiting for the next performance. It's a disorienting, soul-crushing experience, designed to remind the sinner that their pursuit of approval has left them with nothing authentic to hold on to. Why it fits forever. Pandering's punishment is poetic justice. After a lifetime of tailoring yourself to meet the expectations of others, you're condemned to an eternity of chasing approval that never comes. It's the ultimate reminder that seeking validation from others, rather than staying true to yourself, is a game you'll never win. This endless loop forces the panderer to confront the truth they avoided their entire life, that genuine connection comes from honesty, not from selling out. The hollowness of their existence becomes inescapable, and the only audience left is their own fractured sense of self. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Every time the panderer adjusts their words or actions to suit the imagined whims of the crowd's demands become more outrageous. At first, it's small changes, agreeing with opinions they don't hold, supporting causes they don't believe in. But soon, the crowd starts calling for the impossible. Promise us eternal happiness, they scream. Give us the stars. And as the panderer twists themselves into more and more ludicrous shapes, the crowd grows angrier, their cheers turning into jeers. The more you try to please them, the more disappointed they become. The ultimate nightmare, an audience you can never satisfy. Tips for survival: find a spine, metaphorically speaking, of course. Learn to say no, even if it feels uncomfortable. Pandering is born from fear, fear of rejection, fear of confrontation. Stand firm in your values, even if it means losing a bit of approval. Ask yourself why. Before you speak or act, take a moment to question your motives. Are you being honest, or are you just trying to win someone over? Embrace authenticity, easier said than done, but worth the effort. The more you practice being true to yourself, the less tempting pandering becomes. Prepare for pushback. Not everyone will like the real you, and that's okay. Better to be disliked for who you are than loved for who you're not. Final words pandering might get you applause in the short term, but it's a hollow victory. Approval won through dishonesty is fleeting at best and soul-crushing at worst. In the end, you'll find yourself surrounded by empty praise, wondering why it all feels so meaningless. The truth is, you can't please everyone. So, stop trying. Chapter 59, Cruelty. The sin cruelty isn't just hurting someone, it's taking joy in it. It's the deliberate act of inflicting pain, be it physical, emotional, or psychological, simply because you can. Cruelty revels in power imbalances, where the victim is powerless, and the perpetrator wields their dominance like a weapon. It's the bully on the playground, the sadist in the interrogation room, and the boss who fires an employee on their birthday just because it feels good to remind them who's in charge. This sin doesn't come with subtlety or excuses. Cruelty thrives on the raw thrill of causing suffering and watching others squirm. It's laughing at someone's misfortune, twisting the knife after making a harsh comment, or playing with someone's feelings like a cat with a half-dead mouse. Unlike sins born from weakness, cruelty is always intentional. The punishment the cruel are dropped into a world where they are forever the victims of their own sadistic desires. For every ounce of pain they caused in life, they feel it tenfold, inflicted by shadowy, faceless tormentors who know exactly what will break them. It's not just physical pain, it's emotional agony, carefully personalized for maximum effect. The echoes of their own laughter at someone else's suffering become the soundtrack of their despair. Every cruel act they committed is replayed from the other side, forcing them to endure the pain they caused, with the added humiliation of knowing they once enjoyed it. There's no power to cling to, no dominance to wield, only the unrelenting, gnawing torment of being on the receiving end. Even worse, every time they try to fight back, their tormentors grow stronger, while they grow weaker. Their attempts to assert control only deepen their suffering, driving home the lesson they spent their lives ignoring: cruelty destroys both its victim and its perpetrator. The atmosphere. The realm of cruelty is a barren wasteland, sharp and unforgiving. The ground is jagged, the air is cold, and the sky is a dull, bruised gray, reflecting the emptiness of compassion. It's silent most of the time, save for the occasional screams that pierce the air like a knife, reminding the cruel of the agony they once enjoyed watching. The shadows here are alive, moving with purpose, but always just out of reach. They stalk the sinners relentlessly, ready to pounce with fresh torments. The cruel are never sure where the next strike will come from, leaving them in a perpetual state of dread that matches the terror they once caused. Why it fits forever. Cruelty is the ultimate betrayal of empathy, so its punishment is fittingly devoid of it. By reliving the pain they inflicted, the cruel are forced to confront the humanity they stripped from others. Their suffering is both retribution and revelation, exposing the ugliness of their actions and the hollowness of the power they once wielded. This torment doesn't end because the damage they caused in life doesn't either. Their victims' scars remain, and so too does their punishment, serving as an eternal reminder of the cost of cruelty. Can it get worse? Absolutely. Each time a cruel soul thinks they've reached the peak of their suffering, the punishment shifts, becoming something they couldn't have imagined. Their own memories are turned against them, as they're forced to relive the moments when they were at their most merciless, but this time as their victims experienced it. Worse yet, the tormentors whisper in their ears, reminding them that they could have chosen kindness. It's not just physical agony, it's a mental maze of guilt and shame, trapping them in an endless cycle of regret. Tips for survival: don't fight it. Resistance only makes the torment worse. Accept the pain and let it teach you the lessons you avoided in life. Remember your victims. Every moment of suffering is a chance to understand the pain you caused, and maybe, just maybe, begin to feel true remorse. Find your humanity. Cruelty thrives on dehumanization. The only way out is to rediscover the empathy you buried so deeply. Final Word's cruelty is a sin that leaves deep scars on its victims, but it also erodes the soul of the perpetrator. In life, it might have felt like power, but in death, it's revealed as weakness, a pathetic attempt to mask insecurity and fear. Now, in this desolate wasteland, the cruel are stripped of their power and forced to face the reality they spent their lives avoiding, that hurting others doesn't make you strong, it just makes you empty. Chapter 60, Dehumanization. The sin dehumanization is the act of stripping someone of their humanity, reducing them to an object, an animal, or a stereotype to justify treating them as less than human. It's the foundation of atrocities, enabling cruelty, oppression, and violence by silencing the conscience. Whether it's viewing workers as tools, enemies as monsters, or strangers as others, dehumanization builds a wall of indifference between the sinner and their victim. This sin goes beyond words, it's systemic, cultural, and deeply personal. From historical tragedies to petty daily injustices, dehumanization is the convenient excuse for ignoring suffering. After all, it's easy to hurt what you don't see as human. The punishment in hell, those who dehumanized others are reduced to nothing more than objects themselves. Their bodies contort and shift unpredictably, they might become a chair for someone's torment, a broom for someone's filthy labor, or even a statue in a display of grotesque suffering. They lose the ability to speak, their mouths forming twisted, mute expressions of pain, and their eyes are forced to witness their surroundings without ever being able to look away. The once powerful dehumanizers are now the tools of hell itself, used and discarded as the faceless demons see fit. Each moment is a grim reminder of how they once viewed others, not as people, but as things. The atmosphere. The world of dehumanization is a nightmarish factory, an endless expanse of harsh, flickering lights and grinding machinery. The air is thick with the acrid smell of oil and sweat, and the sounds of metal clanging against bone echo endlessly. Sinners are shuffled along conveyor belts, molded and reshaped into whatever the demons need. The floor is sticky with spilled blood and molten tar, while the walls are lined with crude, distorted reflections of the sinner's ever-changing forms. Everything about this place screams of function over form, a fitting metaphor for lives reduced to utility. Why it fits forever. The punishment matches the sin perfectly. Dehumanizers saw others as less than human, so now they experience existence as something other than human. They are robbed of agency, autonomy, and dignity, becoming exactly what they made others feel like: tools, playthings, and disposable objects. Their suffering is eternal because the harm they caused reverberates endlessly. When you dehumanize, you don't just hurt individuals, you poison society, enabling a cascade of injustices. Can it get worse? Yes, because dehumanization is a sin with infinite layers. Each time the sinner thinks they've adjusted to their punishment, they are changed into something even less recognizable. A chair becomes splinters, a tool becomes rusted parts, a statue becomes dust. They are used to enact the very cruelties they justified in life, forced to witness and feel every consequence. Each time they're discarded or destroyed, they're painfully reassembled, only to start the process again. Tips for survival. Embrace the lesson. Understanding the humanity of others is key to escaping this torment, if escape were possible. Reflect on your actions. Reliving your own dehumanizing words and behaviors may spark the empathy you lacked in life. Stop resisting. Fighting only leads to more painful transformations. Submission to the process might offer clarity, though not relief. Final Words. Dehumanization is a sin of convenience and power, but hell strips that power away. In this realm, the sinner learns what it feels like to be seen as nothing, used as nothing, and treated as nothing. For those who spent their lives denying humanity to others, there is no crueler fate than losing their own. Chapter 61, Hoarding. The sin. Hoarding isn't just about cluttered rooms or stacks of newspapers, it's the insatiable desire to possess, accumulate, and control without regard for others. Hoarders see scarcity everywhere, even in abundance, gripping tightly to what they have out of fear or greed. While the world burns, they stash away more than they could ever use, denying others in the process. Hoarding is the selfish instinct turned monstrous, a refusal to share, a rejection of generosity, and a testament to the belief that mine always outweighs ours. The punishment in hell: hoarders are buried under their own amassed treasures. Towering piles of gold, trinkets, and rotting food collapse and reform endlessly, crushing them under their unbearable weight. The treasures are tantalizingly close, but no amount of grasping can secure them. Every touch turns their prized possessions to ash or filth. Their greed traps them in a paradox: the more they try to hold on, the heavier their burden becomes. Occasionally, demons appear disguised as beggars, pleading for a scrap of their hoard. Refusing earns them painful lashings, but giving up even a single coin burns their flesh like molten lava. The atmosphere this realm is a suffocating landfill of excess. The air is thick with the stench of decay and the metallic tang of rusted wealth. Mountains of broken objects rise into a choking, overcast sky, teetering ominously. The hoarders crawl through this wasteland, endlessly seeking something they can never find: fulfillment. Every step dislodges a cascade of debris, threatening to bury them alive. Echoes of possessions tumbling and crashing are the only sounds, blending with the hoarders' cries of frustration and despair. Why it fits forever. The punishment mirrors the sin perfectly. In life, hoarders clung to things, believing they'd bring security or happiness, but instead, they deprived themselves and others of meaning. In hell, they experienced the futility of their obsession, trapped forever under the very things they refused to let go of. It's a bleak, poetic justice: in seeking to own everything, they now possess nothing but suffering. Can it get worse? Absolutely. Hoarders who fail to learn even in hell are subjected to further torment. The piles grow heavier, crushing their bodies into pulp, only for them to be resurrected to begin anew. In their lowest moments, the demons force them to watch others enjoy the treasures they hoarded. Laughter, joy, and camaraderie mock them, making their loneliness even more unbearable. Worse yet, their treasures occasionally come to life, clawing and biting as if exacting revenge for being hoarded. Tips for survival: let go. Embrace the futility of holding on and focus on what truly matters, though in hell, that's a cruel joke. Don't fight the weight. Surrender to the crushing burden. Sometimes, the path to understanding is through utter despair. Share what you can. Even if it burns, the act of sharing could lessen the torment, if only slightly. Final words: hoarding is the ultimate delusion, the belief that more will ever be enough. In hell, the sinners learn that their treasure is not security, but shackles. For those who spent their lives clutching tightly to things, their eternal punishment is to never escape their grasp. Chapter 62, Destruction. The sin destruction is more than breaking things, it's the deliberate obliteration of what others hold dear, whether physical objects, relationships, dreams, or even lives. This sin is fueled by rage, malice, or the perverse joy of watching something beautiful turn to ruin. Destruction is the anti-creation, the nihilistic urge to leave behind nothing but ashes. It's not always dramatic, either. Quiet sabotage, slow erosion, or casual neglect can wreak just as much havoc. Regardless of the method, destruction takes joy in dismantling what others have built. The punishment hell ensures that those who destroyed are trapped in a realm of endless rebuilding. Sinners are given materials, shattered pieces of their own broken lives, and are forced to construct towering structures. But no matter how carefully they work, their creations are doomed to collapse. Every time something crumbles, they feel the pain of its destruction, a searing agony that burns through their very souls. Worse yet, the demons mock their efforts, gleefully stomping through their fragile creations or pulling them apart just as they near completion. They are forever stuck in the chaos they once inflicted, creating and recreating only to see it all torn down again. The atmosphere. This realm is a desolate construction zone stretching into infinity. Piles of rubble scatter across the landscape, and skeletal frames of buildings loom overhead, swaying dangerously in a toxic, ash-filled wind. The air is filled with the ceaseless sound of crumbling stone, snapping beams, and mocking laughter. Tools appear just out of reach, rusted and useless when finally grasped. Sinners are covered in grime, their hands raw and bleeding as they try to repair the irreparable. Their own tears and sweat are the only things that keep the dust from choking them completely. Why it fits forever destruction is an act of power, a selfish disregard for what others hold dear. In hell, that power is turned against the sinner, forcing them into an endless loop of futility. Each collapse mocks their efforts, showing them how fragile and fleeting their control truly is. By making them rebuild endlessly, hell forces them to understand the value of what they destroyed in life. The cost isn't just physical, it's emotional, spiritual, and eternal. Can it get worse? Oh, it gets much worse. As their punishment progresses, the materials they're forced to work with become more personal, memories, relationships, and pieces of their own bodies. Imagine trying to rebuild a bridge made of your regrets, only to watch it shatter under the weight of your failures. Or constructing a home out of lost opportunities, only to feel every crack in its foundation as another missed chance. To make matters worse, other sinners' destruction seeps into their space, turning hell into a competitive nightmare of collapsing chaos. Tips for survival: embrace the chaos. Accept that nothing will last, and focus on the act of building rather than the outcome. Work together. Cooperation with others might ease the burden, though trust is hard to come by in hell. Let go of control. The desire to dominate and destroy led you here. Releasing that impulse might lessen the torment. Final words: destruction is an easy sin to justify in the moment, but its cost is eternal. In hell, the destructive live in the ruins of their own making, endlessly striving to repair what they once so carelessly tore apart. For those who took joy in watching the world burn, their punishment is to fan the flames, forever. Chapter 63, Propaganda. The sin propaganda is the art of lies disguised as truth, wielded to manipulate, control, and sow division. It thrives on fear and ignorance, twisting narratives to serve the propagandist's selfish ends. This sin isn't about simple dishonesty, it's a calculated effort to shape reality itself, sacrificing integrity for influence. Whether it's spreading misinformation, stoking hatred, or glorifying atrocities, propaganda weaponizes words to enslave minds. Its greatest cruelty lies in how it poisons trust, leaving societies fragmented and individuals lost in a maze of deceit. The punishment: hell's propagandists are sentenced to wander a labyrinth of their own lies, forever searching for the truth. The labyrinth shifts constantly, its walls made of distorted headlines, doctored images, and venomous slogans. The deeper they wander, the more fragmented their thoughts become, as the lies they spread whisper relentlessly in their ears. Every time they attempt to rest, faceless crowds of those they deceived appear, chanting their propaganda back at them with manic fervor. The words they once used to manipulate now echo like knives, carving away at their sanity. To make matters worse, every lie they encounter within the labyrinth feels like a truth they must defend, further chaining them to the very deceit they created. The atmosphere: this realm is an endless propaganda machine, spewing lies into a hazy, oppressive atmosphere. Giant screens flicker with distorted images and contradictory messages, while speakers blare conflicting slogans in an overwhelming cacophony. The air is thick with ink and smoke, a suffocating reminder of the black and white narratives they once peddled. The ground shifts beneath their feet like quicksand, pulling them further into their own web of deceit with every step. Why it fits forever: propaganda is about control, bending reality to the will of the propagandist. In hell, that control is stripped away, replaced with confusion, chaos, and the crushing weight of their own lies. They are left to face the impact of their manipulation, a world where nothing can be trusted, where every step leads further from the truth. Just as they fragmented others' understanding of reality, their punishment fractures their own mind, leaving them lost and isolated. Can it get worse? Of course. The lies grow louder and more convincing, until the sinner can no longer distinguish reality from fiction. They begin to believe the very propaganda they once spread, endlessly chasing after phantom truths in a maze that has no exit. Demons occasionally appear, disguised as political leaders, influencers, or even loved ones, spouting contradictory orders that the sinner must obey, or face brutal punishment. This eternal tug-of-war leaves them a hollow shell, driven by the very forces they once unleashed. Tips for survival: doubt everything. Even in hell, skepticism might help you navigate the labyrinth more effectively. Seek silence. The chaos is overwhelming, but moments of stillness, if you can find them, might provide clarity. Own your lies. Acknowledging the harm you caused won't free you, but it might lessen the labyrinth's torment. Final words: propaganda may seem like a tool for power, but in hell, it becomes a prison. For those who turned words into weapons of mass manipulation, their eternal punishment is to drown in their own deceit. In life, they distorted reality to control others; in death, they lose all control over their own. Chapter 64, Belittling the sin. Belittling is the sin of eroding someone's self-worth, brick by fragile brick, through words, gestures, or actions meant to diminish them. It hides in snide comments, sarcastic jabs, dismissive gestures, and relentless critiques disguised as advice. Whether it's mocking someone's intelligence, appearance, or talents, belittling leaves deep emotional wounds, often dismissed as just a joke. Belittling is the joy of pushing others down so you can feel higher. It's about asserting dominance not with fists, but with words as sharp as daggers. It's the punchline that isn't funny, the compliment laced with poison, and the subtle, constant erosion of someone else's confidence. The worst part? The belittler often cloaks their cruelty in plausible deniability. Don't be so sensitive, they say, while the person on the receiving end is left questioning if they're the problem. This sin thrives on creating insecurity while shielding the perpetrator from accountability. The punishment in hell: those who spent their lives belittling others are reduced to the size of ants, tiny, insignificant specks in a world that never stops reminding them how small they are. The ground they crawl upon is jagged and unstable, a patchwork of broken mirrors reflecting distorted images of their flaws. Each step is a struggle, as enormous boots of faceless tormentors stomp around them, narrowly missing their fragile bodies but shaking their world with every step. The towering figures above them are relentless. They mock and jeer, their insults booming like thunder. Each word slices through the air, slamming into the sinners with the force of a physical blow. Look at you, scuttling like the insect you are, they bellow, and the sinners, powerless to fight back, feel their souls shrink even further. The sinners are tasked with impossible challenges, carrying grains of sand across vast distances, attempting to climb walls of sheer ridicule, or building tiny structures that are destroyed the moment they're finished. Whenever they fail, and they always fail, they're met with uproarious laughter and condescending applause. Their tormentors don't stop at words. They use exaggerated gestures, like slow claps or exaggerated eye rolls, to drive home the message: you are worthless. Even silence is weaponized, with looming figures staring down at them in judgment, their gaze heavy with disappointment. The atmosphere hell's realm for belittling is a parody of life, where everything is designed to dwarf and humiliate. The sky above is a swirling canvas of jeering faces, each one enormous and grotesque, their mouths twisting into exaggerated smirks and sneers. The air crackles with the sound of mocking laughter, like a never-ending laugh track from the worst sitcom imaginable. The environment shifts constantly, designed to keep the sinners disoriented and vulnerable. One moment, they're in a vast arena where towering spectators ridicule their every move; the next, they're in a claustrophobic maze of taunting graffiti that questions their worth with every step. Even the smallest elements are mocking. Rivers whisper insults as they flow. Rocks laugh when stumbled upon. The wind carries murmurs of failure, so quiet it feels like their own inner voice betraying them. Why it fits forever. Belittling thrives on making others feel small, unworthy, and insignificant. In hell, the tables turn, and those who once wielded this sin as a weapon are forced to endure an eternity of humiliation. Here, their ability to hurt others with words is stripped away, replaced by a perpetual state of powerlessness. They are as small and insignificant as they made others feel. Every taunt, every snide remark they ever delivered is hurled back at them by hell's relentless tormentors. This punishment fits because it mirrors the exact pain they caused in life. For every time they chipped away at someone's confidence or joy, they now feel the ground crumble beneath their feet. The weight of their cruelty is no longer metaphorical, it's tangible, oppressive, and eternal. Can it get worse? Oh, it can always get worse. At times, the sinners are temporarily restored to their original size and strength, only to face beings even larger than before. These towering giants belittle them with an intensity that feels unbearable, their words resonating like earthquakes. Worse still, the sinners are occasionally given the opportunity to belittle others in the same situation, but for every insult they deliver, their own body shrinks further, their voice grows weaker, and their tormentors grow louder. Sometimes, they're given fleeting glimpses of their past victims. These figures, once broken by the sinner's words, now appear whole and radiant, their success standing in stark contrast to the sinner's eternal failure. The sight is enough to twist the knife of regret even deeper. Tips for survival: silence is golden. Resist the urge to speak, as every word can be used against you. Don't fight back. The tormentors thrive on your resistance. Accepting your situation might bring fleeting moments of peace. Reflect on your actions. While it won't end the torment, acknowledging the harm you caused may lessen the sting of guilt. Final words: belittling is a sin that seems so small in life, but its impact is profound. A few cruel words can leave scars that last a lifetime. In hell, those who reveled in tearing others down are condemned to experience the crushing weight of their own cruelty. For the belittlers, hell is an eternal reminder that no one stays big by making others feel small. Their words, once their weapon, are now their prison, echoing endlessly in a world designed to shrink their spirits and shatter their pride. Chapter 65, Prejudice. The sin prejudice is the art of passing judgment before understanding, painting people into narrow corners of stereotypes based on race, gender, religion, or countless other arbitrary labels. It's a sin born of ignorance and fear, allowing the prejudice to simplify the world into us versus them, where them is always inferior, wrong, or dangerous. This sin thrives in whispers and glares, in denied opportunities and unwarranted hostility. It's the subtle rejection of a stranger based solely on their differences, the systemic cruelty hiding in policy, and the overt venom of hatred that has fueled atrocities throughout history. At its core, prejudice is the refusal to see humanity in others. The punishment: hell's punishment for prejudice ensures that sinners experience the full weight of their biases, amplified beyond comprehension. Each prejudiced soul is thrust into a shifting landscape that reflects every group, identity, or trait they harbored bias against. But instead of just seeing, they are forced to become. One moment, the sinner is walking through a world where they are a minority, mocked, marginalized, and excluded at every turn. Doors slam in their faces, resources are withheld, and even the air they breathe seems heavier, tinged with disdain. In another instant, they're thrust into a scenario where their existence is deemed unnatural or dangerous, hunted by mobs armed with pitchforks and a thirst for blood. Every shred of their own identity is stripped away, replaced by a kaleidoscope of identities they disdained or dismissed in life. They live the pain they inflicted, magnified infinitely, the isolation, the fear, the helpless rage. There is no escape, no solace, and no recognition of their real self, just the endless torment of being hated for existing. The atmosphere: the realm of prejudice in hell is a chaotic and oppressive cityscape, constantly shifting to reflect the worst nightmares of the sinners trapped within. The streets are narrow and suffocating, lined with looming buildings that whisper slurs and insults in voices both familiar and strange. The air is thick with smoke and suspicion, making every breath a struggle. Sinners stumble through crowds that shove and sneer, their faces blurring into grotesque masks of disdain. Every corner holds a new trial, whether it's being denied entry to a shelter during a storm or being cornered by a mob ready to condemn without trial. Walls are plastered with propaganda posters featuring the sinner's face, accompanied by hateful slogans. Mirrors reflect distorted versions of themselves, exaggerating features they were once biased against. Even the ground beneath their feet shifts unpredictably, a metaphor for the lack of stability they imposed on others. Why it fits forever. Prejudice is a sin that denies others their humanity. It thrives on creating divisions and perpetuating harm based on shallow judgments. In hell, the punishment fits the sin by forcing sinners to endure what they imposed on others. By stripping them of their own identity and making them live as those they once judged, hell ensures they understand the full weight of their cruelty. It's not just a reversal of roles, it's an eternity of empathy, forcibly learned through pain and suffering. They become the other, and there is no reprieve. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. Occasionally, the sinners are thrust back into their original forms, surrounded by people they once harmed with their prejudice. These figures confront them, demanding explanations, reparations, or even vengeance. But every time the sinner tries to defend themselves, their words come out as hateful gibberish, only deepening the ire of the crowd. Worse still, the landscape occasionally shifts to reflect modern, horrifying iterations of their biases. They witness the long-term damage of their actions, the lives ruined, the families torn apart, the wars sparked by the hatred they helped fuel. Tips for survival. Listen, truly listen. Even in hell, understanding the perspectives of others can bring fleeting moments of clarity, if not relief. Reject the lies you believed. The only way to endure is to shed the biases that bound you in life. Stand still. When the world shifts into chaos, sometimes pausing can save you from falling deeper into the pit. Apologize, even if no one listens. It won't save you, but acknowledging the harm you caused can ease the weight on your soul, if only slightly. Final words. Prejudice is a lazy sin, born from ignorance and perpetuated by fear. It thrives on assumptions and destroys empathy. In hell, prejudice becomes an inescapable mirror, forcing sinners to endure the very hatred they once wielded. Here, there's no room for us and them. There's only an endless you, and the weight of every life you crushed under your own shallow judgments. Hell doesn't just punish prejudice, it obliterates it, one agonizing reflection at a time. Chapter 66, Cowardice. The sin. Cowardice is not just the fear of danger, it's the active avoidance of responsibility, integrity, and courage when it's most needed. It's the refusal to act when action could save a life, the silence in the face of injustice, the retreat into comfort while others suffer. Cowardice isn't about being afraid, it's about letting that fear define you and the harm you cause through your inaction. This sin often lurks in the shadows, unspoken but profoundly felt. The lives not saved, the truths not told, the stands not taken, all become the sins of the coward. The punishment. In hell, cowards are condemned to an eternal cycle of fight-or-flight moments, but the stakes are always horrifyingly real. Trapped in a massive coliseum with endless doors, each sinner must choose a path, but every choice comes with dire consequences. Behind one door, a raging fire threatens to consume innocence unless the sinner intervenes. Behind another, a monstrous figure demands an answer for a loved one's betrayal. And in yet another, a tidal wave surges toward a town that could be saved, if only the sinner can act. But every time they choose to run or hesitate, they're sucked back into the starting point, watching the destruction unfold through a warped window of shame and regret. The weight of their inaction presses on them, growing heavier with each cycle. The scenes intensify, pulling from personal failures in their earthly life, moments they avoided or fled from, and make the stakes increasingly personal and unbearable. The atmosphere. The realm of cowardice is a twisted labyrinth, its walls pulsating with an ominous, glowing light that seems to whisper, "Choose now or perish." The air is suffocatingly heavy, amplifying the weight of indecision. Shadows dart in the corners of their vision, resembling figures they once failed in life. Alarms blare incessantly, a cacophony of ticking clocks, sirens, and screams demanding immediate action. But every path leads to a test of bravery, where hesitation only worsens the outcome. The walls are inscribed with accusations in fiery letters: "Why didn't you act?" or "They needed you." The ground shifts unpredictably, throwing sinners off balance. Escape routes seem tantalizingly close but disappear the moment they're reached. The labyrinth grows tighter with every failure, pressing the sinner into claustrophobic despair. Why it fits forever. Cowardice denies the world the good that could have been. By failing to act, the coward leaves harm unchecked, injustice unanswered, and help undelivered. Hell's punishment ensures that cowards are forever confronted with their sins of omission, forcing them to face the consequences they once avoided. Eternal inaction is the perfect mirror to their earthly sins. In life, they let fear dictate their choices. In hell, they must endure the fear they once surrendered to, amplified infinitely. Can it get worse? Oh, absolutely. The Colosseum's challenges grow more personal and damning. Instead of strangers, the people in danger are loved ones, mentors, or innocent children who beg for help with tear-streaked faces. Sometimes, the coward is given a chance to act, only to have their efforts cruelly thwarted, reinforcing their sense of inadequacy. Other times, their inaction leads to direct harm that they're forced to witness over and over, with the victims screaming their name in anguish. Tips for survival: stop running. The only way to escape is to face the fear head-on. The labyrinth thrives on hesitation and retreat. Remember courage. Draw from moments in life where you showed even the faintest bravery. Hell cannot erase those entirely. Act decisively. Even in failure, action dulls the edge of hell's torment. Inaction only sharpens it. Final words: cowardice might seem like a lesser sin, but its impact reverberates through lives like ripples in a poisoned pond. Every moment of inaction is a moment stolen from justice, love, and hope. In hell, there are no sidelines, no retreats, no places to hide. For cowards, eternity is not about learning courage, it's about regretting every chance they had to find it. The weight of every unmade choice presses down, a relentless reminder of the lives they could have saved and the bravery they refused to find. Chapter 66. 6. Cursing, the half-sin, but still a sin. The sinna, cursing, society's favorite way to express frustration, disgust, or even amusement. But wait, did you think that just because you slipped a few F-bombs or S-bombs into casual conversation it wasn't really a sin? Think again. Cursing may not have the same weight as, say, murder or theft, that's a different chapter, trust me, but it's still a sin, just a little. Well, half-baked. Cursing, on the surface, might seem like a quick release of pent-up emotions, a way to blow off steam. You stub your toe, and a well-timed curse word escapes your lips. You see an idiotic comment online, and the urge to send a few choice insults is almost irresistible. It's just words, you might tell yourself. It's not that bad. But that's the thing. Words have power, far more than we care to admit. Cursing may start as a release, but before long, it becomes a habit. A reflex. An automatic response to frustration, anger, or even boredom. And before you know it, you're in a spiraling cycle, dropping curses like confetti at a parade, and damaging your own soul in the process. You can argue that some cursing is just harmless fun, but what does it say about your character when your vocabulary is laced with venom at every turn? Sure, maybe you're not sacrificing goats to Satan or spitting in the face of Holy Scripture, but you're definitely stirring the pot of negativity. The half-sin tag. It's because cursing isn't outright malicious, but it's still a symptom of deeper issues: self-control, respect, and consideration. Like an iceberg, there's more beneath the surface. And while it might be small in comparison to some sins, it can still sink the ship if left unchecked. The punishment: welcome to the afterlife, where there's no off switch for your filthy mouth. Here, every curse you ever uttered becomes a living entity, an insidious little demon that sticks to you like gum on the bottom of your shoe. These curses follow you relentlessly, repeating every insult, every obscene phrase, and every godforsaken word you've spoken in anger, in frustration, and even in jest. The punishment isn't a fire or a furnace, it's worse. It's a room full of mirrors. But not just any mirrors. These mirrors reflect your words. Every curse, every insult, is projected back at you, magnified 1,000 times. It's a never-ending loop of your own vile language, a barrage of verbal ammunition shot back into your face with pinpoint precision. Each curse word you spoke takes on a life of its own, growing larger, sharper, and more painful as it comes back at you. You can't escape it. It's in your ears, it's in your mind, it's in your soul. The sound of your own words cuts deep, over and over again. You see the faces of people you've cursed, those who recoiled, those who were offended, those who carried the sting of your words with them. They all crowd around you, and you are trapped, drowned in the sea of your own swearing. You'll beg for silence, but there's no mercy. The curse continues. It's not just a punishment, it's a reminder, reminding you that words can wound just as deeply as knives. The atmosphere. Imagine a world where every time you say something negative, it sticks. Now, imagine that place being your permanent residence for all eternity. Welcome to the atmosphere of the cursed. The air is thick with the stench of resentment, bitterness, and regret. It hangs heavy in your lungs, choking you as you try to speak or breathe without getting more negativity in the air. The walls are lined with jagged echoes of your own words, shards of insults and profanity, each one a reminder of your lack of control, your inability to communicate with kindness. The atmosphere buzzes with a low hum, the sound of 100,000 insults ricocheting off invisible walls, all of them coming from you, and yet none of them coming from your lips anymore. The voices are not your own, they are the ghosts of your past curses, forever reverberating in the air, trapped in a loop of your creation. This isn't just hell. It's hell for half a sin. Because let's face it, cursing isn't that bad, right? But it is a gateway. Once you let that first curse slip out, it's easier for the next one to follow, then the next, and so on. And each one creates an atmosphere that is heavier, thicker, harder to escape. The air itself seems to suffocate with every word you can never take back. Why it fits forever. So why does cursing get its own chapter in the land of sins? Because words, once spoken, never disappear. You can take back a slap, or a punch, but a curse, once it's out in the world, lives forever. It takes up space in the hearts and minds of those it touches, and while you may forget about it, they may not. That's why cursing fits forever, it's a lingering stain, one that's difficult to wash away. Every curse you ever uttered becomes a part of who you are. It stains your reputation, it plants seeds of anger, and it cultivates a culture of disrespect. Cursing has a way of showing the worst of you, even in small doses. And in the afterlife, where every sin is magnified, your curses will echo endlessly, just as you left them, trapped in a time loop of your own making. Why does it fit forever? Because words don't fade, they just change form. What you once said in a fit of rage becomes the eternal soundtrack of your existence. Can it get worse? Oh, you bet it can. Cursing isn't just limited to words. No, no. It can evolve into a whole lifestyle of disrespect. Once you've gotten used to cursing, it's easy to escalate, to start hurling insults like you're auditioning for a role in a trashy reality TV show. From verbal abuse to malicious trolling, the habit only grows stronger. You stop caring who you hurt. You stop caring how it makes you look. It becomes your reflex, your default mode. In the afterlife, the curse doesn't end. It multiplies. You've created a symphony of negativity, and now you're forced to listen to it 24/7. Worse still, the more you cursed in life, the more your sins fuel others' sins. It's a cycle of misery, an endless feedback loop of bile, bitterness, and hurt. Tips for survival to avoid becoming a resident of Cursed Central. Here's the trick, just stop. Easier said than done, I know. But the key to breaking the cycle of cursing is simple: learn to replace your words with something more constructive. Replace that urge to lash out with self-reflection, with kindness, or, dare I say, silence. Yes, silence is golden, especially when the only thing you've got to say is a curse word. Learn to hold it in. Bite your tongue. Count to 10. Do anything that doesn't result in verbal carnage. And hey, if you're feeling brave, try apologizing when you've cursed. It doesn't undo the damage, but at least it's a start. Final words cursing might be a half sin, but it's still a sin. It's the gateway to greater darkness, the foot in the door of your moral decline. While it might seem small and harmless, the aftermath is anything but. Words have weight, and once they're out, they never truly disappear. So the next time you feel that urge to let loose, just remember, there's no such thing as a half sin in the eyes of the afterlife. And for the love of your eternal soul, just stop swearing. It's not cute anymore. Chapter 67. Conclusion. The sin. Let's start with the obvious, sin. You've heard the word, you've probably dismissed it, and now you're living it. The sins listed here, pride, greed, lust, gluttony, murder, perjury, idolatry, the whole nasty bunch, these are your eternal companions now. They're not just things you did, they've become a part of who you are. Welcome to the life sentence. Here, the sins are no longer abstract. They're real. They'll tug at you, bite at you, whisper in your ear while you rot in this hellish version of your afterlife. The punishment isn't just external. No, the punishment for sin in hell is the torment of your own thoughts, your own actions, your own nature coming back to haunt you. Every selfish desire, every hateful word, every corrupt thought, it's all here, waiting to torment you. Forever. The punishment hell's not what the movies told you. There's no red guy with a pitchfork waiting to poke you every time you sin. Nah. That's for amateurs. Hell is so much worse. It's a place where your own sins come to life and rip you apart piece by piece. You'll feel the consequences of every mistake you ever made, but in the worst way possible. Take murder, for example. In hell, every victim you killed is there, waiting for you. And they don't just haunt you, they'll relive their death over and over, in perfect detail, every single day, and they'll drag you into their memories. You'll experience the pain they felt, the fear, the blood. And trust me, that's just the tip of the iceberg. It doesn't get easier. In fact, the more you try to escape, the deeper you sink. But hey, don't take this the wrong way. You brought this on yourself. Every sin was a choice, a conscious decision to forsake what little good you might have had left. So, now, here you are. Enjoy your eternity in this personal hell, where the punishment is as infinite as your sins. The atmosphere. Imagine the worst place you can possibly think of. Now, make it worse. You're not just walking around aimlessly in hell, you're trapped in it. The air is thick with the stench of decay. The ground beneath your feet is a blackened, cursed soil, always wet with the sweat of the damned. The screams? They're everywhere. From the sky, from the earth, from the walls, from the very souls around you. And the heat. You thought it was bad on earth when you got too close to the stove. In hell, the heat is unbearable. The flames lick at you, but never burn you all the way through, because that's not the point. You're supposed to suffer. For eternity. And it's not just physical pain. No, hell's got a special trick for you. The emotional weight of every sin you ever committed presses down on you like a 1,000-ton anvil. You'll never escape the suffocating feeling of guilt, shame, and that insatiable thirst for redemption that you'll never get. Sounds like fun, huh? Why it fits forever. You might be wondering, why this? Why hell? Why now? Well, here's the thing, hell fits because it's not just a place. It's the end result of everything you've done. Your sins didn't go unnoticed, and they certainly didn't go unpunished. The beauty, or the horror, of hell is that it doesn't care if you think it's unfair. Hell doesn't care about your excuses, your justifications, or your good intentions. It's a place where every bad decision becomes a permanent fixture of your existence. You did the crime, now you do the time. Forever. Think about it, you didn't just sin once. You didn't just steal a cookie or tell a white lie. No, you chose this fate with every selfish action, every moment you put yourself before others. And here, in hell, there's no escape. No shortcuts. No redemption. Your sins are now your reality, and they'll stay with you as long as you exist. Which, spoiler alert, is forever. Can it get worse? Oh, don't worry. It can always get worse. This is hell, after all. Hell is designed to make sure that no matter how bad things seem, they can always spiral further into madness. You'll start to think you've hit rock bottom, and then, boom, there's a trapdoor leading even deeper. You might think your personal demons are the worst of it, but trust me, hell has a way of pulling the worst things from your past and throwing them in your face like a buffet of nightmares. Remember that lie you told your best friend? In hell, they're still waiting for you. And they're not alone. Everyone you've wronged, hurt, ignored, or betrayed is here, ready to throw your sins back in your face. And the best part? You'll never get to apologize. You'll never make it right. It's too late for that. Tips for survival. But hey, you're stuck here now, so let's give you a few survival tips, shall we? Embrace the hellishness, don't fight the pain. It's futile. Accept that this is your eternity. You're not getting out. The sooner you stop fighting it, the quicker you can get used to the misery. Find a sin to focus on, pick one sin. Pick your favorite. Whether it's lust, greed, or plain old cowardice, hone in on it. Let it define you. It's the only thing you have left, after all. Laugh at it, seriously. Laughter is the only thing that makes it bearable. If you can't laugh at yourself, at your situation, then you're screwed. Laughing doesn't fix anything, but it sure makes the suffering a bit more manageable. Final word. So, here we are. Welcome to hell. You've got the rest of eternity to enjoy it. No refunds, no second chances. Sure, you could have made better choices, but you didn't. Now, you're here, where your sins are the only company you'll keep. Remember this, though, hell isn't just a place. It's a reflection of who you were, what you did, and how you chose to live your life. And the worst part? You can't escape it. Not now. Not ever. Enjoy the ride.